Okay. Set up. Hold on.
Shay, I used to try to figure out how to trade the orb, but that is I I don't know, just over the last month, I've learned that that thing is very unreliable. A lot of traders can make really good profit off of it, but I've never been able to figure it out.
and get right out. Like you collect a couple of points and get out.
Yeah, but then there's some of these traders who are on there who trade the orb and they're on for 4, 5, 10 minutes, and they say once it breaks the top line, then you're good for a buy for a long period of time. Just sit there and watch it, and you're gonna grow. And it does not end up being that.
Sometimes, but I mean, it's the same as I guess trading any other way. If it's gonna long for the whole day and it broke to the upside on the orb, it's just gonna long for the whole day. Um, but the orb kind of screwed me a little bit when I stopped mainly just using the orb. So I use it, I guess, maybe as a part of Confluence, but not as my only strategy now.
Right.
I don't know if anybody else is having a psychology problem with trading, but when I switched it from the dollar amount to show the ticks, that has kind of helped me so far. I just wanted to share that in case anybody could use that.
I saw that for
I
Murdoch last night, and I was like, yeah, I think I need to change mine too.
I didn't change like the ticks or the price, but I changed the color of my candles. So I have them as gray and blue, and for some reason that red and green is a trigger, and that has been I've done that for the last 2 months, and it's really been very helpful.
Yeah, especially as paper trading, I feel like seeing the dollar amount, like I'll see it get to a certain amount, it's like okay, I want to take it there, but it really makes no difference. Paper trading, like I want to make sure I'm actually trading the right way, so it needs to hit a certain point. I need to make sure I'm taking the right trade.
But you know what, y'all? E said something yesterday. He said it a few times, and I've really been trying to stick with it, which is like not having a profit target actually, but getting out where, like Murdoch says, it could hurt you, or just knowing the level, like where you're trying to get out, and then the profit will come. Because when I set like I need this amount, then that's when I get into over trading if I don't hit that amount, right, etc. So just something to consider about instead of a number amount, finding that level where you're like, that's where I'm getting out at because that's where my trade is invalidated.
Well, we just surpassed 24,913.
Okay, 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 okay.
So I make this trade, y'all. I'm done for the day for my trades. I'm just gonna help y'all. I just made my 2 trades for the day. I'm done, y'all. See that? I'm already done. So now I'm just gonna help y'all set up trades.
you're done with making money for at
Yeah, I made my money already.
before
Yeah.
10 a.m.
I made my money already. My little quick 350 out the way.
Guys, and you'll see how fast, guys. You will be amazed at how rich you will get by making $350 a day. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. Like a lot of y'all guys, because I used to be tempted by trying to make $4,000 or $5,000 a day, thinking that's what I needed to do. But it wasn't until I started stacking together 350, $400 days, sometimes even $200 days a day, and I just closed my eyes and I just shut up. And when I made it, I walked away from my screen, and I repeated that process for like a month, and then I took a payout, and then I repeated that process again for another month until like I just started making like guys. I just looked at my bank account and I was like, hold on, what happened? What's up? What's up with all of this money in here? It wasn't until that happened. I'm serious. It was crazy.
Yeah, I think that should be like a topic of the next like weekend class because we could do this liquidity every day, all day and pass accounts, but that payout psychology and approach or strategy is something I think is the next step for a lot of us, you know?
Right. Right. Exactly. Exactly. Agreed. Agreed. I was making sure that I was getting set up and stuff like that, so I wasn't necessarily listening in all the way. When I think I heard you, Mama Trades. I think I heard you say that something helped you was changing, was not focusing on the dollar amount, and I heard you say that that's something that I've said before. What was that? What were you saying?
Yeah, so folks were talking about changing from ticks to dollars and then setting like
Oh,
knowing how much they money they want at the end and I'm like focus on the strategy and when you need to get out, you know, when it's going to hurt you
exactly.
or the level, you know, go ahead, but do your thing.
Yeah, yeah, yep. Oh no, no, oh no, 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 no. I wasn't interrupting. I was letting you finish. I'm listening. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, it's just that like that helped me where it's like okay, the skill itself, finding that level, knowing where to get out. I like how Murdoch be like, get out where it could hurt you,
Mm-hmm.
and focusing on that. And whatever money comes with that is what's gonna come with that. And if you
Period.
can do that, copy paste repeat, that money's just gonna compound.
Mm-hmm. 100%. And guys, listen. Beginners or novices, they think, "Hey, how much money you making?" Or, "Hey, man, what's your largest P&L day?" Or, now listen. You should obviously ask someone, "Hey, bro, like, are you profitable?" I mean, like, obviously, like that's just like, guys. I'm not saying, "Hey, don't ask nobody if they've made no money," because if they, if they're not making money, they're doing something wrong, or like they need to improve, of course. But like, hey, what's your largest P&L day? Or and like, so like, if someone says, "Hey, my largest day is $350,000," and then you get wooed, that that doesn't that to me that doesn't do anything to me. Like I promise, guys, if I asked someone that and if they told me, "Hey, my largest day is 4.5 million," or 10 million, I'd be like, "Oh, okay." Guys, I would be more impressed with somebody whose largest day is $500, and then they trade in a small account, and then they can consistently keep doing $500, than for somebody that's $100 million portfolio and they enter into 1,000 contracts and they just made $5 million luckily off of FOMC, because then they could lose $5 to $10 million the next day. They don't know what the hell they're doing. So guys, listen, like whenever I enter into trades, guys, I'm not really looking at the dollar amount. The only time I consider the dollar amount is because I have to consider that because of Apex, because I'll blow the account in dollar amounts. And so like I know that once I make a specific amount, then it's probably good for me to probably just chill out so that I can carry it over to the next day so I can just stack days. But when I'm in a trade, the dollar amount really doesn't even matter, to be honest with you. Other than other than paying attention to it because Apex tells me that's what I have to do. What is going on? UB says. What's going on, UB? How you living? What's up, Chilo says? We trading a lot of accounts today, Chilo says. Nah, I just got them pulled up. I'm not, nah, I'm not going to trade all of them. I'm still only going to trade like four or five of them. So I'm gonna still stick to the plan. I'm not, yeah, nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna still stick to the plan. Yo, what's up, Nubs? Happy morning, guys. Listen, do you guys remember the lesson from last night? We're shooting up now, and we've been going up almost nonstop since last night. What's the lesson from last night? Does anyone remember the lesson from the class last night? Even though we swept this liquidity over here, and my alert came off, and my alert was triggered because we swept this over here, guys. You need to check the pre-market trading plan. Why would I not consider this short? This is why you show up to the class. So when other people are blowing up their accounts, you now know. Guys, we swept this alert here, and this is like a guys, this is like a tombstone or whatever it is, spinning top doji candle. If I would have shorted it right here whenever I saw this, I would be underwater right now. Drew says, we're not getting sip. Exactly, Drew. So we're not, why would we want to go against this? I hope you guys are starting to see this now. Because guys, listen, and then consolidation of taking liquidity. Yeah, potentially consolidation, but they haven't done that yet because they've just been going up. So until they show me weakness by creating a bearish imbalance, I just think that they're going to go higher. Now I can take a flyer if they tap into this, which is a 15-minute SIBI or something like that. Like I might be able to take a 25 tick flyer up in here. Let me see this. Let me adjust this. Now, like I might be able to take a small little flyer, like if we get up into here, by maybe considering trying to catch it. Like if we go up in a straight line, I try and catch 25 to 30 ticks. But even then, no, that's tucking on Superman's cake. But they haven't given me any indication yet on as to why I should short this. So they could just shoot this, guys, and they could just do this. They could shoot it, they could just go like this. And then do this. We've seen them do that. So
It's a 15 minutes forming. It's a 15-minute forming.
15-minute what, Bissy?
Forming at 13 where it broke out at.
You said 15-minute Bissy forming where?
At 9:13 where it broke out at.
Hmm.
So if you look on my chart, I got it already mapped out.
Hold on real quick, guys.
Yeah. At the top, and then that bottom.
Guys, I'll let Murdoch talk right now, guys. Cause hold on real quick, cause I'm checking the messages now. Hold on. So Murdoch, go ahead and explain what you was talking about. Hold on real quick. Just give me like 30 more seconds.
A bullish 15-minute BISI is being formed, even though it ain't been printed yet. Y'all can see that. Now it's attacking this 15-minute SIBI right here. So you got 6 minutes into this one is inverse and this one is formed. But since I already know it got good pressure up to the upside, I already marked it out. So I got 6 minutes until I inverse that one. And so now, as you see, they like to bounce off of these. So it could come back and tap it and then go touch that that other 15-minute or attack it. So there's just an analysis. Be mindful with you in the trade right now.
Might want to speak up a little bit more into your mic, Murdoch. Just a little.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, a lot better.
Okay. So like right now, we going to tap into this 15-minute SIBI right here at the top. So like this probably be your out if you was in a short or a long. This right here be your out because right now we just took out a major zone of liquidity right here at 913. So like right now it could do anything right now, before you even get there. So no necessarily you have to go straight there. So like you want to line yourself to get out where it can hurt you at. So if you in a long or short, right here be your last point going up before it tap into this. Then start probably target downside liquidity. So be mindful of that.
ask a question with what y'all have up on the screen? So, so when I've seen this before with that equilibrium in the middle, what is your cue as it like? Let's say it bounce off the Sibi, go starts, trending down. What's your cue that it may start as it gets closer to that equilibrium that it may surpass that and then try to get with that lower level, that discount area at the bottom?
You want me to say what I think, Murdoch?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So what I think is there isn't necessarily a cue that they're going to immediately go to the equilibrium. I think that should just be a guide, like somewhat of a guide. Like, we're hanging. Like, you need to look at it and be like, oh my goodness, we're hanging out over here at this equilibrium right now. Is there a higher draw on liquidity? Can I be looking for something in order to enter into something to maybe target a higher draw of liquidity, because I think that we're going to go back to a premium because we're just slightly pulling it back. And then I also need to, and then you also need to look at it as though, we're at a premium, so I really don't even need to really be considering long setups right now, unless we get it back to the equilibrium. So you should not be taking trades based off of nothing else other than, like, you should not be thinking in your brain only, we're at a premium, so we gotta go to an equilibrium, so let me short this. Or hey, we're at an equilibrium right now, so let me long this or let me short this to go to a discount because we gotta go back lower now to a discount. No. The market could stay at a premium for an hour and do time distortion and then shoot up higher and then go to a higher premium. And then that premium that you were looking at can now become a discount. Or that premium that you're looking at now can become the equilibrium. So you need to be looking at it as though, well, we just went from a discount to now to we're at a premium. If we get a pullback and what's that? We're now here, so I might use this as a slight guide. That's what I would be more so looking at. Don't be trying to only base trades off of we're at a premium, so I'm gonna just blindly short this, and this is just gonna be carbon copy, and like this is just gonna be God's word, or God's gift to the world. No, like like that should only be like a just a slight visual aid so that you don't more so find yourself maybe trying to chase or trying to long something all the way up here at the top, so that you might want to exercise a little bit more patience. And I think that that's what Mama Trades is doing, so she might be able to speak. But Mama Trades was struggling with that as well, because I remember her saying that maybe like a 4 or 5 days ago. And she was like, well, I was struggling FOMO chasing and stuff like that. But ever since I put this indicator on, it just helps me visualize, hey, you know what? We're up here at the top, because she would find herself longing premiums. And she would just be confused on trying to figure out the difference between premium, equilibrium, and then discount, if that makes sense. So you need to pair what we're looking at as far as liquidity in conjunction to being at a premium, equilibrium, or discount. So like if we haven't swept a major liquidity level yet, and then we pull back into an equilibrium, then you need to be looking, and then you need to be going, just guys, this is just simple trading. Like just breaking it down simply. Like no models or nothing like that. Nothing else added. You need to be going, well, we're pulling back into some bullish imbalances here. And this bullish imbalance, like let's just say this bullish imbalance over here. Hold on, let me try and pull this up on my chart so you might be able to see it. I don't know. I'm a guess. So for example, like you might go, oh, well, we're up here at a premium. So like if you're looking at my chart, you might go, hey, we're up here at a premium. So maybe longs might not be the best idea for me to manage my risk. Maybe the better trade might be, oh, look at that. The equilibrium lines up with this 1 and 5 minute BISI. Maybe I'll wait patiently in order for me to maybe take a small little flyer down here. Something like that might work. So I can then, like, for example, if you felt as though that we were going to tap into this 15-minute BISI here, this 15-minute SIBI before we reject it, if they pull it back over here before we tapped into that, or before they took out, let's just say, a liquidity level like this, like if they just did this, then you could patiently start to visualize it a little bit better and say, this is a better price that I would want to pay for this to enter into this position instead of buying it up here at a premium. Why? Because if I buy it up at a premium, then they could dump it on my head and then come back here and then go higher. But then by the time they do that, I'll be stopped out. So, guys, this indicator just does most of the heavy lifting in regards to what I'm saying. Like, because you guys have heard me say over and over and over again, don't chase it. Stop chasing it. Stop chasing it. Well, a lot of people are probably thinking, how do I know if I'm chasing it if I'm not chasing? Well, you're more than likely chasing it if you're buying it at a premium because you're just hoping it just goes higher versus waiting for maybe an equilibrium touch in conjunction to a 1, 5, and 15 minute. Like if you bought this here, yeah, we might shoot up. But the quality of that trade is probably like a C minus or a D plus because you're buying at the higher at the HOD. But maybe if you wait down here until we tap into this equilibrium and you have a 1, 5, and a 15-minute BISI
Bro,
here as
something
support.
wrong with this trade view, bro. That shit wicked my shit. And it took a minute just to TP my shit.
That's wild. But if you wait until we get
Okay.
down here, then that might be a little bit better as far as a potential entry zone. But I'm not saying like take this trade because I haven't really begun to really analyze just as of yet because I'm still writing some things down. But Murdoch, you straight? You said that it wicked it, but it didn't feel it.
Yeah. I mean, I executed my trade, but like, this shit glitched. If everybody see my screen, I was just in the trade. I was in a loan, and I was managing my risk. And
Yeah,
I was only getting 20 ticks, right? But I was
that's
waiting
wild.
for it to hit by TP. It wicked it, and then it glitched, and then take off for like a couple of seconds. So like,
That's wild.
y'all gotta be mindful of that shit too. So be watching y'all TPs, man.
Yeah, I saw that too with yours.
Wow.
It wick right here, this candle right here at 9. Wick right here at 9:59. It wick my TP, but it took it out. But I'm saying like, that's the shit that they be doing. Like, yeah, wick your shit, and they don't execute your trade.
E, can I add one thing real quick too?
Of course. To what? To what? Your understanding?
So no, to just like the seeing the equilibrium definitely has helped me not chase. It's like, you know what, it ain't even worth, doing anything right now, depending on
Okay.
which side it's on. But before that, knowing those liquidity levels and having like two trade ideas, I've like been like, where are these levels at? And if it's a long, here's where I'm interested in longs. If I'm on
Mm.
a short, here's where I'm
Hmm.
interested in shorts. I have to have those ideas first,
First.
and then I'm better able to make the decision depending on sort of the equilibrium piece as to when I'm interested to get in or not. It hasn't been good for me to sort of be on the fly with like up
Exactly.
bounce off of FTG now. Let me just get in something. I have to have my trade ideas first. That's just me.
Perfect. Well, I don't think that should just be you. I think that should be everybody, because Mama Trades knows. But guys, for the people that's new here, that's exactly what I say. So she's just basically paraphrasing what I've been saying, which is, what's the plans that I say? I said you should always have an A, B, and C plan. The B plan is they do nothing. And then the A plan is well, if they go here, then I'll possibly do this. And if they do C, then I'll possibly do this. And then which is what Mama Trades was saying. And then if they do neither, then which is B and they do time distortion, then I'll probably just do nothing. And then I'll wait for them to do this. So that's excuse me, guys. So that's very, very, very important because Mama Trade used to struggle because she used to experience FOMO because she only had guys the same things that I'm telling you. That's why you have to listen to me saying to me being repetitive. The same things that I'm telling you, I'm saying it over and over again because I know for a fact that's going to help you. So I'm just going to speed up your learning curve. So what Mama Trades was saying is she used to. I'm assuming, but she can correct me if I'm wrong. But guys, the reason why y'all experience FOMO and the reason why y'all are chasing stuff, and the reason why y'all getting poor entries is because y'all think, well, if I don't take this, then I'm gonna just miss out. So which means that like it's like if you're looking at a long, and if you were thinking about longer on a pullback, but they don't give you a pullback and they go up in a straight line, now it's looking like it's not gonna get to your level. So now you're like, well, damn. Well, before I miss anything, let me buy here. And then when you buy, then they dump it. And then it works in the opposite direction. You're like, well, I'm getting ready to short it, but then they don't give you opportunity because they go up in a straight line. And then you like, well, damn. Well, they just dumped it, well, it's clearly bearish. So man, screw it. I'll just short it. And then when you short it, then they pump it, and then they stop you out, and then they continue going lower, or they just liquidate you fully because you shorted the whole, and then they blow up your account. Guys, that's why I say you need to be thinking in your mind. I don't care if they go. You need to be thinking in your mind. I don't care if they go up or down. Hold on. HVL is 593. 0 DTE is 594. Guys, you need to be thinking in your mind. I don't care if they go up or down. They need to show me something or give me a specific reason on as to why I think they're going to do X, Y, and Z. That's what you need to be thinking in your mind. That's what needs to be going on in your brain. What is something going on with my charts? Hold on. Um, Spy HVL 658. Hey, bro, we're missing the action, bro. It's been 30 minutes now, and man, like, you haven't even talked about any trade setups. What the hell is going on? Guys, this market's just been going up since the open. They haven't they haven't shown me any serious signs of weakness to where they have my attention to make me think that they're going to reverse this market. And guys, you need to look at the pre-market trading plan. What did I say in the pre-market trading plan? You need to read that. The so some people are still getting confused with the NQ Insider because my name is NQ Insider. So like they think I might just even though I only send one alert out in that channel a day and there's nothing else going on in there except important information. I still changed the name of the channel to NQ Insider Trade Plan or Trade Plan. So you need to read that, guys. That's what I'm waiting on before I even consider going against this market. So everyone in here, you need to go into Discord or your Telegram. You need to read that. 6625. That's my live news wire. He's blowing that damn horn. What the hell is he doing? Alrighty. It's 950 950 macros getting ready to end right now. 950 macros getting ready to end right now. Um, Look at that green shoot. Guys, read the pre-market trading plan. This is guys, they're going to where the pre-market trading plan is. That's where they're going. Oh my goodness. Look at that green shoot.
Did anybody just take that trade with me?
Look at that green shoot. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
they're
Table
that was
position.
a cool $600.
Good job.
Smack,
And
smack, smack.
Yep, and I stopped that account from growing anymore. We're done with that account.
Great job.
Hell yeah, Tim.
Who's that, Tim?
Yep.
Great job, Tim.
I was
Great job.
telling Murdoch that my new game plan going forward is like $500 and $600 a day growth across my accounts and call it a day.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Smart
so we can
idea.
get
But if
funded
you get
with
the $400 and if you don't have a trade set up, then you should probably just chill out.
Yep, yep.
Just keep doing, guys. They just tapped into a 15-minute Sibi now. They potentially start to have my attention now. So, guys, listen. This is a perfect example here. They didn't give you any Sibi here for you to really start to really consider shorting. They didn't really give you anything. So why would you short it? See, guys, if you look at the market like that, that will save you a lot of headache and a lot of heartache. Why? Because so many people are blowing up their accounts trying to short this, trying to call the top. Guys, this is what I was trying to tell y'all. Guys, y'all gonna believe me sooner or later. And so y'all are guys, what this thing that I'm showing y'all, it is undeniable. It's it's just not. I'm sorry, it's just undeniable. Like it is. There was no reason in here for me to short this because they didn't even show me no Sibbies in here. Look, there was no reason for me to short this. So why would I short this? They just opened it, gapped it up, and they did time distortion for 10 minutes, and then they ramped it up, and then they took out the level inside the pre-market trading plan. Let's read the pre-market trading plan. Let's see what's going on.
Hey, E, what was so crazy, right? Last night when we got off the class, right? When we got to, I did it a little lesson through the age session. Like I walked everybody through exactly what we were just discussing about liquidity, how we just wait and see. Like it played out so sweet, bro.
Yes,
Like
it's sweet.
everybody that was in class, like last night, right or wrong, didn't play out exactly after it took out liquidity, right? What it do? It sat there and digested, and then what? Start attacking downside liquidity.
Yep.
So like it did exactly what you be saying, bro. So like that was a
Exactly.
prime example that I showed him
Prime example.
last night.
Yes, sir. Guys, listen. So let's read the pre-market trading plan here. And hey, like I'm a little bit. Hey, look, man. I'm gonna be honest, man. Look, like I'm a little bit jealous, man, because you
Can y'all
showing the
hear
pre.
me? Did y'all hear anything I said?
Yeah, we heard you.
Cause my
Yeah,
mic, I don't know if something wrong with my mic.
Yeah, we heard you.
yeah, we got you, bro.
Nah, you good. Nah, we can hear you. Well, hey, man, look, I'm a little bit jealous because you getting ready to read out the pre-market trading plan, and I pay $29 a month for that. So, and then for everything inside Discord, I don't want nobody else to get that. Well, the good news is you get to read it at 9 o'clock and you get to prepare beforehand instead of trying to scramble it. And then and there's also people inside Discord that are on TikTok that may not be home or they just want to listen while they're driving. So that's why I'm reading it.
Did y'all hear
But
me?
yeah, we can hear you. But even
Yep.
Y'all
then,
ain't hear nothing I was saying?
no, we heard you.
Yeah,
We
we
heard
did.
what you said. We heard you.
Oh, y'all heard what I said
Yeah, we did.
about
Yeah,
the
man.
class
I
last
was
night?
Yeah.
I was on. I was kind of off and on the class, but I was on the Asian market watching it do what you're talking about right now.
So,
I thought I was just talking to myself. I ain't hear nothing.
Nah, man.
no, we heard you. So, guys, listen. So, you don't have to be worried about that, guys. So, I'm going to read it out. But, guys, listen. This is why you need to be reading this beforehand. Just like what Mama Trade said, guys, you need to prepare. Like, this needs to be a business. Like, guys, you're not just going to wake up at 9:30 in the morning and just not know nothing and not have no plan and just start pressing buttons. I'm not going to lie. I used to do that. And that's why I was blowing up accounts. You need to, guys. You not a plan as in like this is what I know the market's going to do 100%, and so it's all or nothing. No, like you need to be thinking to yourself like, okay, I at least have a general idea of what's going on, and so I'm sort of kind of tapped in. That's what I mean. So I'm going to read this aloud for everybody that's inside Discord, but that's on TikTok. NFP week is arguably the trickiest week to trade for the month. The closer we get to Friday's release, the more you'll start to see how every move in the week will be setting itself up for it. Eval instant passes on Friday. Best to buy the accounts now before they stop the sale. The Apex sale ends in like another day or so. So, guys, listen 24,913 buy side is all that separates us from another all time high overshoot. If NFP on Friday is favorable, they're going to attack it. SPY 665 is looking like it wants to be attacked in the next day or two. As in, I sent this last night, so the next day would have been to this morning. 24,520 sell side liquidity is the next decent sell side. We've been going up without engineering much since 1209 Friday, so honestly, best to see to wait what happens. No real news drivers tomorrow, so expect rampant time distortion. I think piece by piece is required on open. So, by the way, guys, I said try all of the new emojis that I uploaded, so you can try those, guys. There's tons of new emojis in here that you can react to. Which, yeah, guys, it ain't, who cares? It's emojis, right? But still, though, it might allow you to express yourself a little bit better. I don't know, but I want to read this and I want to share this with everybody. Listen, you can live in the past you can't change. You can live in a future that doesn't exist. Or you can live in the moment right now and set yourself on a path to personal greatness. You can do that. That's up to you. So guys, listen, as far as this planet's concerned, they just took out 665 on spot. That wants to be attacked. They took out 24,913 earlier this morning, like 20 minutes ago. That was just attacked. So they've completed two major objectives. You remember what I said last night in class? What they would typically do? Hey, happy Monday, Exo Michelle. Happy Monday. You need to remember what I said that they'll typically do in class. What's saying inside Discord? Pump. Yeah, Drew. That's why I uploaded it. And, that's hilarious, Drew. You pump. Yeah. Yeah, nah, that's funny. Y'all cutting off the wisdom from NQ. Pump. Yeah. Y'all don't know how much your individual skills are being built brick by brick. Folks are taking their own trades while listening and not waiting for ease alert. That's invaluable. I haven't ever taken a trade from E or Murdoch, but I've been successful from the knowledge shared. Oh yeah, for sure. Thank you, Yoda E, for the words of wisdom. No problem. Yeah, nah, yeah. Yeah, nah, I mean, yeah, it's just nothing more so than just the understanding, you know what I'm saying, guys? But once you understand it, guys, then you don't have to wait for me to take a trade. You don't. Guys, Murdoch be making a shitload of money now and he don't even be waiting for me. So like I'm gonna be a for because he sees it now. So he sees what's going on. Guys, listen, this was the first attempt in order for this market to even begin to start to do anything.
For this first bullish and balance, I mean bearish and balance.
The first one.
I'm just waiting for it right now to see if it hold up in the next 30 seconds.
Exactly. Exactly. So guys, like if they flush this down into here and then they pull us back, then I'll consider taking a short. Why? Because we tapped into a 15-minute SIB. Guys, listen, this is why you need to be looking at 15-minute SIBs, guys. Listen. Guys, look. Guys, this market was bullish this entire time until I said what? Guys, I said this before the last 6 minutes ago before we tapped into this. 5, 6 minutes ago. I said, why would I consider a short here if there's like guys, if we didn't tap into a higher time frame, like a 15-minute SIBI. So guys, as of right now, as it stands right now, this market, until proven otherwise, is trapped between these two 15-minute FVGs. There's BISI below and there's SIBI above. So one thing that you can potentially do is, for example, since they created this SIBI here, then you could potentially start to try and structure a trade potentially in order for you to target this liquidity here or this 15-minute SIBI here. So we just swept 665. We just tapped 665 on SPY. So they might be trying to go lower. But that's why you gotta
take
wait.
That trade with me. I see that what he just said to y'all. I basically just structured a trade off of exactly what he was speaking. I basically just structured a trade off of exactly what E just said. Go ahead, bro. I
Really?
just wanted to say that real quick.
Really? Talk to
Yeah,
me.
I took that trade.
Who said that? Who said they took that trade? What was your name? Because I'm not
Bash.
looking at it. Oh, that was Bash?
Know it.
Yes, sir. Good job, Bash. Yeah, guys, listen. That's why Murdoch is sharing the screen too, guys. Because Murdoch is thinking exactly like how I'm thinking, but Murdoch is probably going to take several more trades throughout the day.
Yeah, I might get OD with it.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But but guys, it's still basically the same. But you still need to be managing your risk though. So you need to be managing your risk. You need to not be full pouring. All right. So just to let y'all know. So y'all, so that's what y'all need to be doing. Yeah, don't be trying to full port now. Okay, guys, look, they just took this out here. All right, So they just took this out here, and then and now we're starting to reject over here from this 15-minute Sibi here. Was it 29? Was the HOD was at 6:15 in the morning? You say. Looks to me like they might be trying to target this liquidity here. So like if they bounce this, then I'll consider shorting this here. Guys, this is the first sign of weakness that this market has done so far today. So now the road's starting to look a little bit more clear. Why? Because we're rejecting from a 15 minutes. Guys, this is just big breaking trading down to its chrome, man. This don't got nothing to do with no weird models. Or nothing, not weird. But models aren't weird. They're back tested and proven. But you get the point that I'm making. Guys, this don't got nothing to do with anything extravagant, like anything ridiculously wild. This is just reading price action and just seeing what they're doing. Guys, they can't hide what they're doing. Now they might be able to do some weird stuff, like if it's manual intervention, like if Trump comes on, or like if you're trading non-farm payrolls or CPI, or if it's just that 5% chance that they just decide to inverse it and then dump it. Then you like, guys, then you just shake their hand. But it's going to be highly unlikely that they do something like that. I'm serious. It's going to be highly unlikely that they do something like that. What's going on with this?
Cheeto's stupid. Cheeto crazy. He said, "Don't stop trading." Murdoch, don't stop trading. You don't want to get rusty on your skill. Trust me, bro. Trust me, I'm always looking at this chart. I'm always in it. Hey, if anybody know, bro, I'm always, trust me, look at these goddamn charts, y'all. So I'm never gonna get rusty. I'm always freshening my skills on watching
Oh, you locked
videos. So
in.
like it's something
You
for
locked
real.
in, Twizzy. They just inversed that. And then they just inversed that and they just took out this minor liquidity here and they tapped into a mini 15-minute BISI. They didn't tap into this larger one, guys. So this market can still very well be bullish here. Guys, this right here was where this market can seriously start to begin to hurt you at because it was this liquidity sweep, which is what I was talking about. So they just swept that a little bit. That's why they're bouncing. They just tapped into a little, guys, they just swept a little minor side liquidity. So that's why this market is bouncing here. I'm not too sure I want to jump in front of this moving train just yet and pray to God that this singular small 1 minute Sibi hold stops this market. They just tapped into it, but I'm unsure whether or not I want to do that, which is how bullish this market's been overall. Why? Because we're against the overall trend here. So let me see here. QQQ HVO. Just to let y'all know, Friday we were in negative HVO. Now we're in positive HVO. Guys, if they inverse this Sibi right here, there's nothing holding stopping this market from another shoot. There's nothing to stop this market from another shoot. There's nothing to stop this here. So guys, listen. Like, let me give you an example here. Let me give you an example here. Because some people are probably saying, bro, this is the pullback that you were waiting for. Why didn't you short that? The reason why I didn't short that was because they took out this minor liquidity here. So the strength of what I'm looking at right here is a lot less because the overall trend is still bullish and it's still up. Even though that they did tap into this, 15-minute Sibi here, you need to understand this. Everyone needs to listen to what I just said. They're not all created equally, and that's why you have to look and you have to have different levels of confirmation. So just because they presented this Sibi here to me doesn't necessarily, and then they gave me a pullback into it, doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to short it. But that's why y'all need to be paying attention, and that's why, like if you would have taken this trade like with Murdoch, you need to size accordingly because you didn't get a pullback. As soon as they presented it to you right here on this candle, they just dumped it. So you would have had to have shorted it right here instead of waiting for a pullback. So you have to size accordingly to the fact that like you're chasing it, but you're still going to manage your risk if they inverse it. So you have to size accordingly to that, which I know for a fact that Murdoch does. But I'm saying you. And then also, guys, someone said, well, this is the pullback. Why didn't you short this? Well, the reason why I didn't short that was because they took out this liquidity here. When they did that, they essentially reset this market. They reset that market whenever they took that out. So if they stopped it here, then they bounced it up into here, then I would have felt as though, hey, you know what, I can short this here because because at a minimum I can start to target this liquidity down in here. Or whenever we do sweep it or sweep it, then I could just move my stop to break even and I could just let it happen, whatever happens. If that makes sense. So for all intents and purposes, guys, this market is fully bullish again. They just reset it whenever they took out this minor liquidity level right here, this
This
minor
market can't
sell sign.
fuck with me. Hey, I ain't scared, y'all. It's going to my teeth. Please don't get it twisted.
Where you at? Let me see. Oh, oh, you paper? Oh, are you paper trading right now? Yeah, paper trading. Yeah, yeah, I can see it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, you are. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I can see it. I can see it. I can see it, Murdoch. I can see it. Yeah, I don't see why not. Guys, Murdoch is managing his risk to this 1 minute bis rate based off of this bullish continuation here. Guys, if ES decides to take out this liquidity here or shoot this up, NQ is going to shoot. But you need to be cautious because ES is tapping into a 15-minute SIBI right now. But other than that, I don't see no problem with that trade because ES is tapping into a 15-minute SIBI. Anyway,
Yo, NQ, I kind of have a question if you got some time, real quick.
yeah, talk to me, my brother. What question you got, man?
So I'm in a long right now from the bottom of this candle. I'm up like 130 ticks. I'm paper trading. And I just wanted to know like what would be a possible like way you would scale in if you was to off of like when it pushes down, like where you would buy and how that would like change the situation I'm in with like being up 130 ticks.
Being up about 130 ticks, depending upon the size that I would be in, and considering where we're going at, you considering that we're already up here at a premium, you more so need to be considering that we swept multiple levels of liquidity. You don't need to be thinking about you need to be trying to add. So you need to be
Okay.
more so thinking like, hey, we're at the HOD, and we've swept every single upside level inside the pre-market trading plan. So I might more so want to be thinking about where can I start to scale out
Yeah, yeah, for
in
sure.
order, to secure the profits I have. Or at a
Yeah,
minimum, if
so
you add, then you need to then the moment you add, you need to move that stop to break even. So you can still scale in, but when you scale in, you need to move it to break even rather more so. And
okay,
but
yeah.
even then, no, you still need to be thinking, hey, you know what? Where can I potentially get out at in order for this, in order for me to start to, reduce my risk more so. Especially when you're at the LOD or you're shorting at the LO or you're longing at the HOD or you're shorting at the LOD. I mean,
Yeah,
like
so I
that's
was
just
gonna
more sound risk management. What was you getting ready to say, bro?
sorry, if I was gonna scale in, I was gonna wait for it to like maybe push through one of those FEGs and see if it pushes back up and then possibly scale in. Like that would probably be a better opportunity for me.
You talking about so that you can average up?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, 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 that's fine. But you don't. But also here's another thing. You really don't want to really be adding risk. You don't want to. You shouldn't really be trying to add risk into something like a 15-minute SIBI if you're long. So, like, if I was you, based off of this trade, one thing, so like if you average up because you're in a winning trade, you need to be moving that to break even, and then you just need to be just letting it run. But depending upon the accounts that you're in, you need to be cautious of that because if you're trading like an Apex account or something like that, then it's just more advantageous for you to just start to scale out where the market can hurt you at, so that you can continuously take advantage of your trail and drawdown. But like if you're just trying to run it up like that, like that one dude J Cap does, like that's how he runs up so much money because he averages up and when he averages up off of like set imbalances, then he just moves his stop to break even. And then he just lets it run and like lets it ride, but he's in a cash account. Anyway, um, does that make sense or no? So like I know that it didn't necessarily 100% answer your question because you're like, bro, like, well, like if I want to average up, like that still didn't get, like solve my problem. Well, you need to be trying to de-risk more so as it's like more so like as you're right. Why do I more so say that to a lot of people, guys? Because a lot of people have a problem with being right in general. Guys, averaging up and averaging in percent of traders, especially with the Apex account or with most of these prop firms. So you need to look at where this market can hurt me at, and then start to just be out as far as that's concerned. If you're in a cash account, that's a little bit different, but you can still do that. You know what I'm saying? But if you were to do that, that's what I would do. Did that make sense, brother, or no? I'm gonna stop my rant.
Yeah, for sure. I get that. Appreciate you.
Lisa says, "I'm confused how that works. Could you draw that out? Draw. You're confused about what works. Averaging in or averaging up. If you never scale in before, don't because most of the time you get to fight your way higher. Now you can scale in. So like if he was down here, then he could buy this right now. And then but if he bought this, then his average would probably go from here to here. But he needs to move it at break even because if he doesn't, and if they dump this, well, now he's in a losing trade with two or three times the size. And now he's going to be scared. And that's why I was telling him to exercise caution on that. Guys, averaging into winners is an extremely high level thing to do. That is more high level than understanding this market and reading it in real time and getting out and actually scaling out. Averaging into winners is something extremely hard to do. You don't even see me doing that. Like I could do that, but guys, I mean, just with Apex, like that's just not what. Now, if I was sharing my live cash account, that's what I would do. I'm talking about like with like a shitload of money at that. Then that's what I would do. But that requires high levels of patience because if you average up, and let's just say your average goes from this teal line to let's just say this orange line here, then you have to have the discipline to move it to break even. But if your original stop was the inverse of this, and now you're at break even, and if they start to flat, and now you're like, damn, if it guys, so now you're playing mental games with yourself because now you're like, well, damn, if they just get to here, then I'll make 10,000, but they're not going to get to there. They're probably going to flash it down in here before then because you averaged up and you're not properly managing your risk and managing your emotions, and now they fucked you, and now you're playing mental games with yourself. That's why it's hard. That's why averaging up is a lot harder. I'm not saying it can't be done. Obviously, it can be done. But you need to be a serious professional risk manager in order for you to be professionally trying to average up. Which what most people need to do is y'all need to go, where could this market start to hurt me at? Well, so let me start to get out there. Well, let me be patient. Let me wait for a pullback to manage my risk. And then let me long or let me short it. And then let me wait to see what I let me see if it gets invalidated. And then I'll manage my risk and I'll be out. That's what most people need to do. Eli says, okay, understood. Averaging out. Averaging out. Averaging out just means getting out where the market can begin to hurt you at. It's just scaling out. So like if I long this here, then like I would probably start to scale out. Like if I bought this liquidity sweep here and like I waited for this here, then like I would probably start to be out as like we begin to sweep these miners here and possibly here. Or I'm sorry, there and here at the retest of this 15-minute BISI, this 15-minute SIBI here. Stuff like that. Or conversely, like if I was short here, for sure, if I was short here, then I would for sure start to scale out and be out here. Like 50% of the position off here or 75% here, and then I would leave runners, Lisa, right here, like this. And then once we tap into this, I would immediately go break even so I don't risk anything. Because if they sweep this and they shoot it up, well, now I'm in a losing position and now I'm scared. Well, I don't want to be scared. I either want to be break even or I want to make my money. So I'm gonna take out whenever we start to sweep where this market can begin to hurt me at. You need to understand where this market can hurt you at in order to get out. Guys, this market is not going off of, oh, I'm up $15,000, so let me cut it. This market don't care about how much money you got. That's why when people ask me how much money you make, it doesn't matter to me. Well, it matters to me because it's going in my pocket, but it shouldn't matter to you. Novices get wooed by how much money I'm making or how much money TJR is making on a five. Like he takes a trade during FOMC, he makes 500,000, and then 1,000 people sign up for a $5,000 a month course because he's making because he made 500,000 in one trade. No, it's just the capital he's putting behind it. There is no difference. There is none. Who cares about the money? But professional traders will tell you that. Like high level traders, they'll be like, bro, the money don't matter, bro. It doesn't. I showed y'all a video yesterday about the dude that ran Apex for like 3 million. He was the world record, and he was like, bro, he was floating 100,000, and he logged into his account. He showed you his real account number. There's nothing to hide. Ain't nothing to hide because you can't get into his account. He has two-factor authentication on. So he showed you his account number and his email address. Ain't nothing to hide. And he was like, guys, I'm floating 100,000. And he showed you where it was going up 3 or 4,000 per second. He doesn't care. He was like, guys, this is the same thing I was doing when I was only risking $300 or $400 a few years ago. It's the same thing. There is no difference. So be careful going all in. By the way, if you oversize the NQ full position 5 cons, each ticket is $25. So be careful going all in with 5. Yeah, gotta be careful for sure. Anyway, what we got? What's going on? Welcome back, Brody. Oyubi says, hey, Oyubi, what's up? I'm down 900. I need help, Tristan says. You need help? What I suggest, Tristan, is I don't know what you know. You can join us. It's $11 a month or $29 every 90 days. And then you can actually learn how to read this market. So if you're saying you need help, then that means that you need help with the knowledge. Because ain't nothing going to save you except yourself. And no one's going to tell you that. I could lie to you and I could say, hey, I win 90% of the time, sign up for some alerts, $2,000 a month. And then I'll just post my gains and then I'll just lie to y'all and then I'll fool y'all. And then I won't have to talk to nobody because I just send out alerts. And if you blow your account, you blow your account. I don't give a damn. But you need the knowledge first. So you need to understand what's going on and what this market is doing first before you do that. I'm just being honest with you. Those alert services are scams. No one can help you with this. It's actually the opposite. Why? Because this is the only thing to where someone can give you the correct answers to the test and you can still fail. This is the only thing that you know that's like that. There's nothing else like this. There's nothing else like this. So we got this. So they pulled us back here into this 1 minute BISI here. So like if you wanted to manage your risk of this 1 minute BISI for like 25 or 30 ticks or so, that's possible. But the only thing that I don't like is that ES is just still hanging around this 15-minute SIBI, so they could just dump this like this. So I'm just slightly unsure about that in particular. I'm just slightly unsure about longing this when ES is at a 15-minute SIBI. I don't like that, even though we are tapping into this 1 minute BISI on somewhat of an orchestrated pullback. But I'm just unsure about this. So I'm personally going to exercise a little bit more caution. That's just me. And also, they might want to come down here. Guys, I really don't be paying attention to this stuff, really, but they might want to come down here and flash this down in here and tap this slow conviction here. Maybe flash VWAP, drum up some more liquidity in here. So they really haven't given me no real solid indication. Like, guys, they're not really creating no BISIs or no SIBIs as of yet. Other than, so this is the most decent BISI, but we all the way up at the top. and I don't like longing it after we reject the 15-minute Sibi. And then we at the HOD. So I'm a little bit cautious on that. That's why I haven't taken a trade yet. So I'm just exercising a little bit more caution for me personally. Because you know how I feel about buying the HOD. I just think that they're going because they can dump it on my head top. I don't want to be a part of that. I'll wait. I'll wait for them to create a damn 7 or a 10 and then play my manage my risk off that. Or I'll wait for them to tap into this 1-5 down up in here or something. Or I'll wait for them to liquidate some more people and then I'll try and enter. Or I'll wait for a clear confirmation to see what ES is doing because ES ain't on nothing. We on the same candles as we were at 9:30. Look, ES hasn't done anything. So, guys, NQ ain't going nowhere without no ES. Guys, if ES starts targeting this downside liquidity in here, we're gonna blow up the accounts. So you got to be cautious with this on up in here. Look at them bounce up this 1 minute Bissy here. That's what I was looking at. That would have been a so this right here would have been a decent long opportunity on up in here. Let's see what we got. But see, like I really don't have no liquidity zones in order for me to target other than this. But that would be like the HOD. So I got to be on alert here. Ain't really nothing there. So like I'm gonna probably more so wait again. They're getting ready to inverse this 1 minute Sibi here. What's going on? Sorry. We just sitting over here through time distortion on ES here. They're just
On
guys.
ES, it got some equal highs that it's trying to take out at
Oh,
735.
whoa, yeah. You said 728 or what?
735.
735.
Or 736. Around that area.
Oh,
ES.
oh shoot, yeah, right here. Yeah. Juicy. 736. 736. 736. Oh, freaking juicy. And right here too. That's close. $7.36. Man, that's juicy. Oh man. Wow, Murdoch. Wow, bro. Whoa. You're right. I can see that. That is an interesting draw on liquidity right there. That is exactly where they're gonna go. I agree. I think that that's exactly where they're trying to go. I'm being for real with you. But I still gotta wait a little bit more. I gotta wait for them to show me something on up in here. Because we at the HOD, so I don't want to full port this because they could dump it on me. And ES is struggling this 15-minute Sibi here. So I want to see them inverse this within the next 2 minutes. Like if they inverse this within the next 2 minutes, something like that, then I'll consider something. But I gotta see. Oh man, what was that? Excuse me. Gotta be on alert. Because NQ looks like it's
But
cooling off.
they minor side for ES is gonna be 731 for the minor side.
Yes, correct. This right here is the next immediate draw that they're clearly targeting right here. This is the next immediate. It is like it is immediate. This right here is immediate. It is clear as day that this right here is immediately where they're trying to go. So ES is trying to take out this minor buy side liquidity here, and NQ looks like it's just dancing around up here. NQ looks like it's trying to cool off. So they're just taking turns now because ES was bearish before and NQ was bullish, and now NQ is cooling off and ES is trying to target this minor buy side liquidity up in here that they engineered at 10:09. Timestamp 10:45. They did not inverse this yet. Guys, this is a major teaching point right here because this is why you can pay attention to higher time frame imbalances, but but it's hard to trade based
I
to
bet I
trade
walked away
solely
from the
based
trade
off of those
if y'all ask me something.
because because guys, they didn't inverse this on the 15-minute candle frame because this new 15-minute candle just started, guys. But if you're trying to short this 15-minute SIBI here, they could shoot this all the way up into here with the next 15 minutes, liquidate you, and then still come down into here. And this 15-minute SIBI would have never been invalidated. That's why you have to look at them, but you could blow an account on a 1-minute candle. So y'all don't need to really just be a fully based in trades off those. Like, how you gonna trade off of a 15-minute candlestick when solely based off of that and start to seriously structure trades based off of that when it takes 45 minutes for it to form? So you better be willing to sit inside of a trade for damn 2 hours. And if you're doing a 4 hour, you better be willing to hold on to a trade for like 2 days. Anki was dancing that slow song at prom. Yeah, it's just cooling off. Thank you guys. Took the reversal at 24,920. Daily Gold Met. Thank you for class yesterday as well. I'll be back later, Arise says. All right, Arise. We'll see you. Honestly, I would have blown this up at some point today, not looking at the full picture. Yep, you got to look at the full picture. That's why you got to read that pre-market trading plan. Because when they shot this up here, you would have been thinking, oh, well, I'm not really going to short this until they take this out. And then when they took this out, you would have been thinking, well, I'm really not even going to consider a short here until they give me something first presented. So it would, guys, the pre-market trading plan saves you because you just start to think, well,
No, facts.
yeah,
Facts.
it's going to just help save you, man. That's it. There's nothing else other than that. So at a minimum for being a part of here, you're going to stop yourself from blowing up accounts. Like as many accounts, that is. So you still got to learn, though. And you still got to practice. You still got to demo trade and chill out until you learn. But once you do learn, then you'll start to be able to navigate this market a little bit better. That makes sense. What's going on over here? Lost, bro. I was up a band. Lost it all. Ayubi says. What was you doing? Ayubi? Really good point, man. J Rod says. What really good point, J Rod? Which one was I making? Guys, sorry about not checking the TikTok messages as fast. I was running my mouth and I was helping some people out, but I'm on alert now. So if I miss your question, resend them. Guys, the TikTok studio, it doesn't come with a timestamp. Discord sends me a timestamp, and if y'all hear that whoop, 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 sound, that's because someone sends a message on Discord so I can go take a look. There is no alert for the TikTok messages, and there is no timestamp. And whenever people join in and out, like your message that you sent, it gets weighed down by someone commenting, someone else commenting, joining, or liking the video. Or donating. Thanks, Exo Michelle, for the hearts and the lightning bolts. Thank you, by the way. But yeah, guys, that's what that is. I appreciate that, Exo Michelle. Bro, I got greedy, my guy. What's an HOD, he says? An HOD is the high of day. High of day. That's what that is. High of day. Now, why would you want to buy something if it's the most expensive at the most expensive point of the day?
Who think
I'm
it's
not
going
saying-
by TP?
I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, but why would you want to do that? Bro, I got greedy, my guy. I'm still revenge trading. Well, you need to stop. The UB. I'm going to tell you the truth. UB, I'm going to tell you the same exact thing I told a guy in here. His name is AC. AC was in the same position you were. I mean, he may not have been revenge trading. I don't know what he was doing, but he was blowing up accounts. And he was on TikTok too. And he was listening to me. He staked me out for 2 months. And I told him, and I said, stop trading your accounts. You need to learn first and come over here and learn and understand how this market is moving. And he listened to me, and he put himself on ice, and he put those accounts on ice. Well, he blew them. So, well, and he also didn't listen to me the first time. He was like, all right, then I'll do it. And then he went away, and then he blew him again. And he was like, all right, man, screw this, man, I'm done. And he was down $6,000 to the props, which is no easy feat. To be down $6,000 in evals, you got to be blowing hundreds of them. Like damn near like hundreds of them. So that's what he was doing. And if he admitted 6,000, I love him to death. This is my boy now. But even then, guys, he's not a paid employee. He still pays. But I'm gonna be honest. If he's saying 6,000, he was probably more so down, probably like 8, 9,000, or probably 10,000 at least, because God knows what he was doing. But now he's back in the positives as of like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And this past week he made 90,000. So I'm going to tell you the same thing I told him. You need to stop, and you need to learn, and you need to pay for some knowledge so that you can understand what this market is doing, and you need to control your impulses. All right. Because we got people in here that are struggling doing that same thing. We got a guy in here named Jay. Cool dude. Good dude. He trades options in here. He said, "Hey man, I make like 3,000, and then the next day I lose like 4,500, 5,000." And he says it's more consistent for me since I've been in here. That needs to be you. I'm in a trade right now, he says. I was talking about trying to average in the profits. Keep buying, hoping for a reversal. It's dangerous. Yeah. What you're talking about is dollar cost averaging. I don't necessarily think that I fully went over that, but almost the same thing. So so that's called averaging down. That's what a lot of traders do because they can't because they don't want to admit defeat. Because most traders and most people care more about being right than they care about making money. They want to be right more so than they care about making money. When you stop caring about making money, then you'll cut a $300 trade to then take another trade to make $500 and wait for a better setup because you're wrong. That's something huge that a lot of us have to conquer and master. I'm in a short right now, he says. Yep, it works till it doesn't. J Rod. Yes, J Rod, exactly. J Rod, you're probably new here, so you haven't heard me say this, but I've said this numerous times. This market sniffs out the DCAers. It works until it doesn't. That's exactly what I've said verbatim, like with no deviation. This market every about on average, it's about every 2 to 3 weeks. But as of late, since we've been at the all-time highs, it does it like every week and a half, about every week. It will squeeze and close out. It'll show you bearishness to get people to short or to strum up orders at the LOD, which is the low of the day, and then it will squeeze into the EOD, which is the end of the day, at the HOD, at the high of the day, in order to blow up all of the accounts for the people that like the dollar cost average. And then what it does is it'll wait like another 2.5, 3 weeks, coincidentally, until they get their next paycheck or until they strum up some more money, whatever they're doing. And then when they do that, they'll back test it and they'll go, damn, that strategy still does it does work. So let me do it again. And then they'll hit them and then the market will do it again like 3 weeks later. It does it nonstop. I promise, guys. I've said that about a dozen times in here now since I've been live streaming for like the last 2.5 months, 3 months. It does it. It's insane. My biggest losses have been from trying to DCA, J. Ross says. Yes, mine too. Some of them. Yes. I vowed to never DCA again when I tried to DCA into the Russian invasion of Ukraine on my live cash account. I had like 35 or $40,000 inside that Ninja Trader account, and the market dumped 2.5 to 3%, and I longed it. And I longed a 4 or 5 contract position, and I was down $5,000. And I said, well, shit, I'm a DCA into this shit. It just dumped another percent. Shit, we down 3.5. I'm gonna just buy another 10 contracts. And then I did that again, and I was in 15 contracts. And then I was down 15,000, 20,000. And then I was like, fuck this. I'm gonna just do another 10. And then I bought in another 10 contracts on my live cash account. And then the market proceeded to dump another 0.5%, 0.75%, and the market was down 4% instantly that same day. And then, hold on real quick. Hold on. Hello? Hello? Fucking scammers. I gotta turn
Oh,
this.
y'all see that shit? Bro, y'all see that shit?
Hold on. Damn scammers. They call me and they hang up. I'm getting ready to put this scammer block back on. I took it off because I was waiting on a phone call and I forgot to turn it back on. This right here is why nobody can call me to my phone because I don't be picking up phone calls. But the only reason why I picked that up was because I was waiting on this locksmith to call me for my
Man, you need to
mom's
get you
key.
another phone. You need to get you another phone, bro.
Oh,
You
I
need to
got
have
two
like two
phones.
phones, three phones.
Yeah. No, I lied. I actually have three phones. I have an Android and I have the iPhone 17 Pro Max that just got delivered to my crib like a week ago. Like that's my business phone. And then I
Okay,
got the
okay, okay,
iPhone 16
okay.
Pro
Hey,
Max
we see you getting
as
that
my
new
everyday phone.
17
But
plus.
huh?
I said we see you getting that new 17 plus.
Yeah, no, yeah. I got it right now. Yeah. I got it, but like that's not my everyday phone. My
Hey, you see
everyday
that
phone is a
new
60.
Tesla phone?
Huh?
You see that new Tesla phone?
I heard about that, man. I got to look into that.
But Murdoch, kind of
Yo,
proud of myself. I actually executed that trade before I saw that you were in it and capitalized at
okay,
32 ticks.
okay, cool. That's what's up. Good job. Get that confidence built up, bro. Cause like I was managing to just get a couple ticks on the upside, even though I was going against the grain. Cause
What you need?
downside
What you
move
need?
was already being made because I already swept multiple levels of liquidity. But this is what we waiting on to give us, the direction that we wanted to go for the short term, right? But the buys is really up here at the top, right? So like we gotta keep that in mind too. So it just swept multiple levels of liquidity, so we're going down to get liquidity at the bottom, which is buy side. So if you would align yourself with that accordingly, you would have got you a couple points going down to the downside attacking this right now. Go ahead, E.
Oh no, no, no. Yeah, no. I ain't saying nothing. He said, shoot, man, I'm just all looking for this number right now on my phone. But I had to turn that call blocker back on because I turned it off. The scammers calling me like guys in Atlanta, guys, they're just farming to see what numbers are real numbers. Like they'll call you and then they'll say, "Hello, I was trying to," and then they'll hang up. But then they got your number because they know it's a real person. That's why like I don't answer no phone calls. So like if someone needs to get in contact with me, then they need to leave me a voicemail message. So like if you don't guys, if you call me and if I don't know you and if you can't leave me a voicemail message, then I don't need to be speaking to you. And guys, even my friends, they really can't even be getting in contact with me. Guys, y'all can get in contact with me more than my friends. Because I know that y'all not gonna be texting me or calling me on no bullshit. Like y'all are trying to actively improve your lives. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't be doing that. Like I don't be on the phone talking. You know what I'm saying? Like people can't just call me. I got damn two cell phones, three cell phones, and people can't even call me at all. Like I literally have three phones. My Android I don't use, but you know, but but yeah, motherfuckers can't be calling me because it
Lisa, that is diabolical.
what happened?
I do life insurance sales, and I despise Robo Killer.
It will respond to them and play with them. You get to listen to the recordings. It can be
I
so
bet you
fun.
do. But it's so funny for us.
Robo Killer.
Yep, but then whenever you answer,
Robo Killer, really, Lisa?
Oh, yeah, you can pick how you want it to respond. And, the responses you get are sometimes very, very funny.
I'm
they
gonna
are.
do that. Hold on, let me add that to my to-do list. How much is it? I don't know if I got the time to be doing that though, because I don't want to because I don't want to upset a guy like Tim though, because I'd rather just block him. Because there are some people out here that's really trying to make an honest living. So I respect those people. So like, you know what I'm saying? All just aside, like I seriously respect those people. So I might not want to do that with them guys, because the scammers really don't get on my nerves because I don't answer the phone. So like they can call me all they want to, and then when I just check the voicemail message, I like it sends a voicemail transcript. So like I just delete it. So it really don't get on my nerves too much. But I would sort of kind of feel bad with me personally, like if someone was trying to call me to make an honest living, like, hey man, I'm trying to sell you this insurance policy. Hey, my brother, you got some time? And then like he's trying to make hundreds of calls, and he comes across my damn cell phone line, and it's just like,
It's not that simple, but
Oh,
Be
really?
careful what you are clicking on, especially on Facebook and Google and whatnot, because if you click on the right or wrong thing, depending on who you are, you submit yourself to sharing your data with people who, like myself, will buy it and then go and make phone calls to you saying that you were looking at wanting life insurance or health insurance or whatever. But
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, guys, people don't realize is I know some of y'all are thinking, hey, how does people find my number? Guys, Tim will tell you, guys, these companies they purchase your data that you submit into different websites. So like,
you give it away on
yeah,
Facebook
yeah, guys,
by submitting, yes, I would like information on this, or yes, I would like to look into this.
yeah, exactly, guys. That's why whenever I sign up for something, I always click no. Like I know, I don't want to share no information with you guys. So whenever y'all just clicking yes, 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 share my analytics with Google, guys, Google has like billions of phone numbers, and then they'll sell it in like auction blocks for hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, like they might not know, like you're like they might not say, hey, this guy's name is Michael Jenkins, and he's 25 years now. Now they do have those sets of data as well, but those are typically more expensive. But they do just sell it in just huge blocks. Like, hey, this number right here is from Georgia. You know, like this person's from Georgia or this person's from this region here, and like they just purchase it in like in the thousands. These companies do because
And if you
you
want
give it
to
away
get
for free.
really creeped out,
You said
go
what?
to fastpeoplesearch.com. And if I know your first and last name, I can find, and the state you're located in, I can find your phone numbers and your family's phone numbers. And it's all for free.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, people don't realize that. Can you explain
Like I've looked
DCA?
myself up and I can locate my ex and all the kids and her family, all of their family, and it's super easy.
It's
And it's
wild,
all right there in Google.
wild. That's why JIQ says been trading the 20 EMA on 5 to 10 minute lately, loving it. You gonna love it until you catch one of these FU candles here in the opposite direction on up in here, and then they screw you over. Like you gonna love it till you shorten it like this, and then like they dump it, and you think that you good, and then they reverse like this, and they green shoot it. So why you're trading off of an EMA that's 10 days old, I have no idea. But I'm gonna be honest, JIQ. That just tells me that you just don't know how to read the market. I'm just being honest with you. Oh, I'm sorry. 20 EMA. You're trading off of a line from 20 days ago that has absolutely no relevance on today. How you gonna manage your risk off a 20-day EMA consistently based on what they're showing you right now? What you gonna do, like if they decide to randomly pump it to target some levels of liquidity? That's lazy trading to me. That's you are in the 95 to 98% of traders that don't win over the course of time. I tried that strategy too. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, it's not gonna get you to where you're trying to get to. I'm gonna just be for real with you. It's not. Because you're not gonna be able to manage your risk, average in or average out, and be able to cut it when you know you're wrong. You're not gonna be able to do that. And they do a lot of fake outs. How you gonna do that?
Use our liquidity.
Yeah. How you gonna do that, JIQ? You can't. What do you trade? NQ futures. What does DCA mean? Dollar cost averaging. DCAing means, hey, I shorted it down here and now I'm losing, so I add 5 contracts here. And it goes up again, so I'm gonna add another 5 here. And then I add another 5 here. And then like the market will do some shit like this, it'll just hang out like this, and then you'll be in 20 contracts, and then it'll shoot up 0.5%, and then it'll blow your account, and then you'll take, and then instead of holding this trade and admitting that you were wrong, and instead of taking that, let's just say a $500 loss here off of, let's just say, or $1,000 loss off of 5 contracts or so, now you're in 20 contracts, and now you take a $10,000 loss or a $15,000 loss up here. The market sniffs those people out. Cause why? Because they don't know how to trade. They're being lazy. Why? Because they care more about being right than they care about being wrong. I'm sorry, they care more about being right than they care about making money. That's DCAing. It's called dollar cost averaging into losers. The only time DCAing works is when you're investing into the S&P 500, that is, or the NASDAQ 100, because those are designed to only go up. It is rigged to only go up. There is no debating that. Argue with me if you want to. I'll prove it to you. Great point, he says. Yeah, it's true. Guys, look it up. Type it on your phone. Just do it. Type in S&P 500 next rebalancing, or S&P 500 rebalance, or NASDAQ 100 rebalance. Guys, if stocks don't go up and if they don't damn near go parabolic, not parabolic, but like if I'm just being sarcastic with the parabolic, but like if they don't outperform, then they get removed. And then they get replaced with ones that are going up and that are going parabolic. I'm serious. Guys, if Tesla underperforms and if it doesn't beat the S&P 500, they're going to kick it out. And out of the NASDAQ too. They do that. And then they'll replace it with another company that does. That is going up. Guys, that's why it's only designed to go up. So you can DCA with that because it's rigged. That's why I don't understand people that buy. Guys, that's why me as a guy, guys, but I didn't understand that notion until I started my own hedge fund. I didn't understand that. So until I did that, I didn't understand that. So I'm just giving you the information that I received and that I learned. That took me 10 years to learn and understand. That concept alone took me years to grasp. It wasn't until then, until I said, what the fuck was I doing before I did this? Was I stupid? What was I thinking? It wasn't until that point. Blew my combine last night. Oh, he said, blew my combine like that last night, he says. User 13 says. Yeah, I'm telling you. Guys, I'm not going to lie to y'all, man. I promise you I'm not going to lie to you. So y'all can learn how to trade and y'all can actually really know what this market is doing, or y'all can just keep blowing up accounts. But at least he admitted it, though. You want to know why? Because that's the first step to improvement. Guys, I don't get on people, or I don't roast people that say, hey, bro, I was being a dumbass and I blew my accounts. I tell you all the time I was being a dumbass. I just said it. I just said, damn, was I goddamn retarded? But that's because I didn't know. But it wasn't until I acknowledged that I was being retarded until I actually was willing to improve. Until I was, because guys, you have to admit and go, bro, I don't know what I thought that I knew. So I'm ready to improve. But if you keep on thinking you know what you're doing, and you keep trying to piece together stuff from other traders that don't know what they're doing, because they're trying to tell you support and resistance in the trade EMAs and all of this weird shit, then it's the blind leading the blind, and y'all don't know what y'all got going on. So y'all don't keep blowing up accounts, doing these weird strategies. Or you can demo trade, pay for some knowledge. It's very inexpensive, because I'm not charging $5,000 a month, but it'll be a $5,000, $10,000 a month value, and then you can learn, and then you can get on. It's that simple. I saw for 8 hours straight, no pullback. Tried to catch the top. Never again, he says, on the 1 hour chart. Yeah, why are you trading on a 1 hour chart for? That was your first mistake. Why are you doing that? I told the students here inside Discord about that too. Why are you doing that? Stop trading on 1 hour and 4 hour charts for when you can blow an account off of 1 2-minute candles. But I checked the 1 hour. Okay, you can check the 1 hour, that's fine. Stop entering trades based off of 1 hour confirmations. Why would you do that for? That's too much time in order for you to try and figure out how to day trade. You can use it for confirmation, that's fine. Nah, it was straight on the 5 minute. Slightly better. I saw 8 hours straight, no pullback. Tried to catch the top. Yeah, guys, you're not going to be able to catch no top. I tried that strategy too. It's best to wait for confirmation and then get a pullback and then align yourself with the market. I stopped being hard-headed with that. I'm just being for real with you. You'll blow up the accounts doing that shit. What's next? They didn't even take this out here. Strange, bearish. Tells me that they want to go lower. This right here, they're doing this. This tells me they're trying to go lower. What's going on with that? What are your thoughts on the Mama Trades? We got to be gold on gold later. RC says, yeah. Mama Trades on it with the gold. When is the next class? Probably Sunday, because people like the classes being on Sunday. So I'll send out another poll for either Saturday or Sunday, but it'll probably be Sunday. Hey, I sent you a message on your direct messages, she says. Let me see. Yeah, bro. I'll shoot it to you, you know what I'm saying? But what is it that you want to chop it up with me about? Because you can always DM me. Because we can send voice messages and shit. We can damn near talk on the phone through Discord. But like, if you want to talk to me, yeah, that's cool, my brother. I mean, I ain't got no problem with it. I ain't trying to hide nothing, but you just let me know what you want to chop it up about. And yeah, it's up to you, Ant. You can do either one, brother. I mean, I can send it to you, but just let me know what you're struggling with. The only reason why I'll probably say it's a little bit better is maybe FaceTime, but you don't want to see my ugly mug. But even if you do, then we can screen share on Discord, and then I can just create, and then I can create, a thing to where you can share your screen through Discord. I'll be honest, I think that Discord is better than talking over the phone. I just think that it is. Yeah, you don't see my ugly mug. I'm ugly. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe ugly to some people. Who knows? We all ugly to somebody. Shit, I'll be honest. I got no problem with admitting that. We all ugly to somebody. That's why you got to control what you can control. Anything else is hogwash. They're coming into this 15-minute busy here, but they're starting to seriously pull us back. So I don't know about the strength of that here. Look at them take that out. Look at that. This market's starting to seriously pull itself back. Hmm. Yeah, user 13. You might want to pay for some knowledge, man. Like, what are you trading? What are you doing? What's your strategy? What's your strategy? How are you managing your risk, user 13, if you blowing up these accounts? Bro trading off a 20-day EMA. JIQ was, he says.
Hey Murdoch, you think this is coming down to that 24852?
24852.
So I wouldn't even say that because they just took out some liquidity, so it can bounce up and do anything right now.
Either way. Yeah, either way. I think they're going to flash
Okay,
600,
fair.
though. I don't think that this one and this 5 and this 15 going to fly. I think they're going to flash 600 at a minimum again. It doesn't make any sense when they wouldn't flash this psychological whole number. This is what I think.
Honestly, jumped in this trade, didn't have no confirmation, y'all. Just to let y'all know. So that's if y'all in case of wondering what I was looking at on the trade. I didn't have no confirmation. What I was looking at was invalid. So and then it glitched when I tried to push my sell or my buy
Let me see.
to get in, and so it put me in a bad spot when I filled my order.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If they invert for sure, Murdoch. Hold on. How many contracts are you in? One? Murdoch, the
I
next
bought
thing that
back
I'll.
in. I'm in one. I'm in two, but I bought back. I started with one, and then I
Oh,
bought back in when it took out that zone. I bought in again, so I'm just managing my risk. Waiting for I'm paying attention to the time. 11:50 coming up, so
oh,
that
yeah.
might give me my push to where I'm trying to go.
One thing that I'll probably say, though, is the, well, the one thing I'll probably say is you should probably look into Mm, that the next skill for you that you might can add a little bit later, but bro, like I'm gonna be honest, bro, like you really just bro, like you really just started fresh.
I know I would have been. I would
Like,
never. No, I would never took this trade because I just said I didn't have most.
oh
I
no, I
didn't
know
have
that.
levels
You
of
know, yeah,
confirmation. So yeah, I would
yeah,
never even been in this shit.
yeah, no, you know. What I was referencing was probably averaging down to manage your risk. So like if you were in one contract, then like you could wait it out. You could wait for some confirmation or so. But like if they inverse this, then all hell gonna break loose because then they probably gonna come down here.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
like
facts.
but like for example, like if you were down like let's say 40, 50 ticks, then you could average down or something like that in order to you to get out maybe with like a hundred, $200, $300 loss versus taking you know what I'm saying, versus taking X, Y, and Z loss should you actually be trading your account. But that's just a little bit, maybe like later down the line. But more so for everybody, like you
Yeah, if
just
I
need
was
to
trading
be
my account, I would not be doing this
doing
shit.
that, yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
not
not
gonna
doing
lie
that,
to y'all. Like, I would not be doing this shit, holding it. I'm just
yeah.
doing, loudly speaking. Uh,
They're
I hope
flashiness.
nobody took that trade with me because I didn't have no levels of confirmation. As y'all see, y'all should have seen that I didn't have levels of confirmation in y'all own eyes. So, right there, like Tim, I'm glad he took his own trade on that one when he got his own levels of confirmation. Even though I took the same trade.
It
So,
just
like,
flashed
if
me.
y'all see me and y'all see me take a trade, and y'all don't see something, don't take the trade. If y'all don't see something that y'all see, just because I see it, don't take the trade, please.
And that's also why you need to ask questions. That's why you're also inside Discord. Because if you're a little bit confused about something, you ain't goddamn ask a question. It's just that simple. What's going on with ES here?
Cause I don't want to be responsible for people blowing up their accounts because they seeing my trade take place and then you know
He's
what I'm saying. I
paper
don't want to be
trading.
liable to that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah, yeah, guys. So he's already made his money, guys. So he's just paper trading right now. Let me see some here.
Yeah,
The lower
Murdoch,
this
I
candle
took
is.
that trade with you on the what you have currently right now. I took that for a hot second and then realized that it was backed up
Going
with
against
no
you, right?
yeah,
See, I'm
yeah.
on paper
But then
trade,
I
so like,
but then
right,
I
you
pulled
doing
out
your
of it
live
and I
account, right?
but then I pulled out of it and went the other way and
You still profit.
yeah, I'm done with four of my five accounts
So
at
look
a
at
profit
Tim.
of
Look,
$800 in each one and about to
look at
push another
Tim.
one and then be done.
Look at fucking Tim, bro.
Good
I'm
Does
job.
proud of you,
anyone
bro.
know? Maybe y'all do. Does anyone know how to lock your accounts if you hit a um, profit amount, so you can't go back in it until the next day?
You can put a block on it, like so that it'll let you not trade, not like execute any orders, but like it won't say, but like it won't lock you out to where like you put your password in and it says, "Shut up, human." You said
No.
no.
That's what I'm referring to. Is the is locking you out so you can't make trades.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. You got to put a daily profit goal on there, like a daily profit goal on there for that to happen. So
You
like
got
you
to
got to go
do
to
that
Tradeovate.
on. Okay, that's on Tradeovate.
Yeah, yeah. Just go on YouTube and just type in how to set daily profit limit or something like that. It's there to show you. I'm sitting here looking for a trade right now, or else I would walk you through it. But I'm considering taking a long here, considering that we just swept this VWAP up in here. So I'm considering looking into a scale for a possible long here.
It's
That's what
targeting at 8. It's targeting 847. That's what it look like it's targeting.
that's
Thank
what
you.
that's what I'm specifically looking at right now. Hold on. I'm considering taking a long here. Hold on. Just to try and get about 25 to 30 ticks out of this trade here.
It's gonna probably tap it back into the 15 minute. That's going
Yeah,
towards where it's 1 minute bearish and balance at. So you
bullish.
can probably get your pullback right here to target that on the low side.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't want them. But I don't want them to break 600 though before this happens though. So they're going without me here. But I was considering taking a long up in here. Hold on. If they break 600, then then the idea for this trade is no longer there. So like that psychological level that is.
Order submitted.
I took a long right now in order to try and target 25 ticks to the upside right here, and I'm in half size initially right now. So this right here, guys, this trade right here is a lot more risky right here, but they might take it and they might try and sweep this liquidity over here down here to the downside over here. But I gotta wait and I gotta see what's going on here, guys. But this trade right here is about half size initially. That's what's going on. So I'm in this trade about half size. The quality of this trade is, I probably say, based off of me trying to get 25 ticks, quality of this trade is about. I really don't have any any higher levels of confirmation here. So at best, this is about a C quality trade. So I'm in this trade and I'm only trying to get 25 ticks. That's why I probably say it's a C. If I was trying to get
Manage
anything
y'all
more,
risk, y'all. Listen to him. Listen to him. Because
yeah.
this is risky, y'all.
So yeah. So yeah, but this is more so like a field thing because we just swept multiple levels of liquidity up in here. So I'm just more so just looking at this down in here.
Yeah.
It's like they might try and take this down in here, but I'm willing to add. If they take this down in here, like if they sweep this, then I'll probably switch to more capital preservation mode. But I got to take a look at this and I got to see what's going on. So right now, guys, as it
It's
stands
gonna
right
tap
now, I'm in
into
a
that
long
one.
right now.
It's gonna tap into that one before it do that.
Yeah, I'm in a long right now, guys, and I'm watching this 25 ticks or so, and I'm gonna just be out whenever they come up into here again. Whenever they hopefully try and reattack this, and I think that they're getting ready to do this right now. So I'm getting ready to be out of this right here. Oh my goodness gracious, they keep on teasing this right here. Guys. So right now, guys, I'm in a long right now. This market is still bearish, guys, but I might be able to squeeze 25 ticks out of this here. So I gotta try and see. I gotta try and see what they're getting ready to do right now. ES is trying to build up some steam, but NQ is trying to go lower. So I gotta wait and I gotta see what's going on with this. So I gotta wait and I gotta see what's going on with this. Damn, they fucking around up in here.
This motherfucker janky as hell today, bro.
Real janky today.
Order filled.
There you go,
So
26 right there, bro.
so guys, listen, look, that trade was more so done. But so yeah, guys, so guys, I got out with 24 guys. I got out and guys, it's still running right now, but I don't give a fuck what they do. So
Yeah,
guys,
I took
that
with you and got out at 26.
yeah, guys, that was
Yeah.
more so just like a liquidity play, guys, but like that was probably like a C quality trade, I'd probably say. Just because I was still willing to add down here. So like it was like half size or like a third size rather. But I was only trying to play just like a small little thing just based off of the fact that when we swept 600, we came down into here. So guys, I had multiple levels of confirmation up in here, guys, and it just made me feel good. It made me feel good, guys. I lied. The quality of that trade was about a C plus because what happened was
What you graded, bro?
I'll probably say, bro, that trade right there was probably about a C plus grade, bro, because we swept my wrist
Facts.
to within.
Facts. That's the only reason
That's
why
the
I
only
downgraded it a
thing.
little. Yeah.
So,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
but other than that though, guys, listen. The logic, guys, listen. Remember when I said, hey man, we probably gonna flash this VWAP down in here, guys. Look, we flashed this VWAP and we came down here in a straight line, and then we came down here in a straight line. We flashed a psychological whole number of 600 down here in a straight line as well. And then on top of that, we swept this little minor liquidity over here at 59949. And then ES came down and ES swept this liquidity here and this in one fair swoop. So I had 1, 2, 3 levels of liquidity confirmation, and then we swept the VWAP over here. Guys, I don't really trade VWAP, but I use it as like liquidity. And then we swept this, which is like the 4th level of confirmation. And then we swept this 15-minute BISI here like it was nothing, and we have not inversed it yet. So, and then we took out this little minor here as well. So I was like, man, that's like multiple levels of confirmation right there as far as liquidity is concerned. So I'm gonna just play like a small liquidity sweep. And so that's why I took that trade. In order for it to be a B plus,
dog. That was an A plus, dog. Look what it's doing, dog. I say they were going to that one, and that's what you would manage your risk off of for real. Even though you don't have no bias or nothing to manage your risk on the bullet side, but bro, you manage your risk to go to that. That was your end goal anyway.
Exactly.
You get me?
Exactly.
So like with an inexperienced trader, they probably would never took that trade because it ain't no imbalance. But with him been knowing and seeing being in this market, he knew that was what his. That's what I mean. So like you just gotta pick.
That was more so just like guys. Yeah, guys, that was just playing it through like a liquidity sweep and just guys, and just understanding, hey, you know what? Hey, you know what? I'm playing this through like a liquidity sweep, and so like I didn't buy this candle right here. I bought right here on this red here. So like, guys, I buy it when it's going down for it to go up on pullback. So I waited for a pullback. I'll probably say, you know, like if I had like a Bissy here, then yeah, it'll probably be like a B plus or maybe I know I lied. It'll probably be about it. Uh, nah, wouldn't necessarily say A because the overall trend probably would be an A because the overall trend has been up. So yeah, that would make it an A. But if I had, so yeah, Murdoch's probably right. But that's just me in my book. So in Murdoch's book, the trade itself
Because it
was a
went
B
to
plus.
exactly what I said. It finna touching that. It tapped that one. If you see, it tapped the one
Exactly.
exactly what you were looking at. Like you just wanted that little 20 couple points, even though you're going against the trend. The trend is really down, y'all. So he just wanted a couple points going against. That's why he don't care
That's it.
about going up and down.
Yeah,
You
I don't
feel
care.
me?
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, man, just a simple 25 to 30 ticks, and and so I bought here, and it ran, shit, it ran damn 70 ticks or so to the right to this view at right to the top of this 15-minute Bissy here. So I mean, that's how you know it's a good trade whenever it runs past what you're trying to get out of it. But again, guys, I was only trying to make 25 ticks out of it. Who cares? Ribby's guy sounds like Andre 3000. Who? Ribbis.
Look at
Who's
that shit. They
Ribbis?
ain't looked back since. They ain't looked back since ever since
Sounds
it
like
touched it.
Andre 3000. Who sound like Andre 3000? Mr. Mustachio? Ooh.
So y'all could have managed y'all risk if y'all took that short on the opposite side of what he took. Y'all could have managed y'all risk tapping into that one, going to the downside to target this liquidity down here at
Mm.
846.
I see it
That's a
bounced
trade
off
setup
VWAP as
idea.
well. That was one of my problems for real. I used to buy at the right times, but hold for way too long on the trade with the inverse because my TP was not modest. Yeah, you got to look at where you at and where we've come. And then you got to be modest and you got to have realistic expectations. So they're dumping this, and this market is clearly trying to go lower. But I was like, hey, I can squeeze out $500 or $600 or whatever it is out of this in like 60 seconds. I could do that. So this right here is where I think that they're coming to. Guys, if they would have just went down here in a straight line, then I would have just added down in here, then I would have played it the same exact way. Then I would have knew for a fact that they would have bounced it. But that's why I started out with half size. And so, guys, if you take 2 or 3 half size trades, guys, you can still reach your profit target. Guys, you don't got to go full blown, full port and shit in order to get rich.
Truth.
Bro, I just imagine if I was to do 4 contracts and do this trades that I set up, right? Even though it's like 20 ticks and 30 ticks, you just imagine if I do 4 contracts of 30 ticks, y'all. And I'm only in one contract, right? Because I do minis. I
Right.
make $300 like 30 ticks or something like that. 20 like 30 ticks, 40 ticks, something like that. Like make 300 some dollars. So like imagine that's 4 contracts doing that same setup, right? I'm not even thinking about the money. Take the money out your head. It's the setup
Mm,
I'm talking about. So if I
exactly.
do that same setup with this multiple contracts, it's the same move, y'all. So like
Same thing.
really don't get the contracts set up in y'all head. Cause y'all can do that on 10 contracts, 20 contracts, as long as y'all get that same confirmation. Exactly what J Cap said. You feel me?
This right here looks like what they're trying to target right now. This right here, this level right here. I'm just being for real with you, like how I said. Hmm. Anyway, um, hey, did anybody in Discord take that long with me? Because when I bought, you had, I was down as much as 15 ticks, and it took about 30 seconds for that trade to play out. Did anyone else take that trade with me, respectively, inside Discord? Did y'all do that or no? But hey, man, look, guys. Look, I can already see Chilo says he missed it, and Nub says I missed the trade. Okay, that's fine. So they don't got to respond. But anybody else? Hey, bro. Hey, nah. Next one. Hey, nah, man. I didn't see what you was talking about, so I'll get the next one. I missed it. Or hey, man. You know, I mean anything. Hey, man. I was sitting over here. I was damn plucking hairs off my ball sack. Shit, damn. I wasn't paying attention. Shit, goddamn. I don't know what I was doing. I was doing weird shit over here. I don't know what was going on. Or hey, bro, I don't know. Maybe I wanted some more levels of confirmation. I don't know I don't know what you was doing. Hey, I was giving my dog a bath. I wasn't paying attention. You know. Well, hey, man, my boss was yelling at me while I was at work. While I was listening to you. So I got distracted. Just something. Or you can say, nah, I missed it. Oh, hey, I took it. Gotta get these evals back up to get my PA. Yeah, Nubs. Looks like they're going to crit. Did anyone else take that or no?
Yeah, I
I
did.
took it. Oh, Ant says he took it. Okay, good job, Ant. Good job, Ant. Great
I
job.
took it with you for a cool 30,
Good job. You said 30 bucks?
30 ticks.
Oh, 30 ticks. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Good trade. Bianca says no. Thanks, Bianca. I took it. Anthony says, yeah. Thanks for your feedback. So did I know. Maybe I was going a little bit too fast because a lot of people missed it. But, you know, what maybe y'all didn't see what I was looking at because, yeah, and that's good. I'm actually glad most of y'all missed it because there was no Bissy over here that you were looking at for you to manage your risk off of. Like, that's probably why a lot of y'all missed it because y'all were like, hey, I didn't have the multiple levels of confirmation here into one of these. So that's probably why I missed that. Okay, cool. Great. That'll save you more often than not. Good job. Guys, there's nothing wrong with missing a trade. There's going to be plenty of them. And then if there's
No
nothing that
facts
day,
though.
then come back the
Like
next
real
day.
shit though. There's plenty of them,
They're
y'all. Y'all just
targeting
gotta
us.
watch and pay attention and set them up accordingly. Like I've been calling them out ever since I've been taking my shit and been low key taking trades on
I
the
get ready
demo.
for work now. Good luck to all of you. Have a great trading session. Kill it. All right, Drew. We'll catch you later, Drew. Thanks so much for wishing us the best. If you need anything, Drew, just DM me or holler at me, man. You know we got you. He's like, going to go get ready for work now, he says. Okay. All right, good job, Drew. Way to lock in. I did. Took the trade. Good job, Revs. How you doing, Revs? You living all right? Revs, I hope you've been studying, Revs. Guys, they're coming here. So, guys, I'm not even going to consider a position contrary to this until they sweep this. This is the immediate target that they're targeting right now, and it's clear as day. I am fine, he says. Yes, I was in Discord. I was in the Discord yesterday. He says, yeah, I know. I seen you in class yesterday, Revs. Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you. If you need any questions, though, you let me know. I mean, not need any questions. If you got any questions, you let me know, brother. You let me know. But keep studying. Samaji Blade was my. Yeah, no, I know. I know that was you, Revs. Revs in Discord, I say Revs. I don't say Samaji Blade. I just say Revs. Do you want me to call you Samaji Revs? Or you? Because guys, I don't want to call people by names that they don't like. You're like, bro, what are you calling me Revs for? Guys, I call him Revs because he's a reverend. I went to his profile picture because I wanted to see. Revs is okay, he says. Okay, yeah, yes, sir, Revs. Because I don't want to upset people. You know, I don't want to upset people. Like, bro, stop calling me Revs, bro. What are you talking about, bro? My name is Samashi. Stop that. Okay, I'm sorry. I promise, guys, I'm not gonna do nothing to upset you. This is a drama-free zone here on up in here. If your name is Luke, but you want to be called Samantha, I promise you, I will call you Samantha. You just gotta let me know. But if you have a screen name and it says Luke, and then I call you Luke, or your screen name is Michael, and I say Mike for short, and you say, "Hey, bro, stop calling me that. My dad named me that, but I don't want to be called that. My real name is is it. My real name is Nicole." I'm gonna say, "Okay, well, I'll call you Nicole. Just let me know. Let me know." 1984, Roy says. 1984. It was 1984, Roy. How you living, Roy? How's life going, Roy? I miss you. Roy Rodriguez, I miss you, my brother. Roy's inside Discord. Good guy. Real good guy. Roy's a really, really, really good guy. He was having problems with joining Discord, and I FaceTimed him, and I got him set up. That's how I know Roy. So I got the chance to personally meet Roy and speak to him and ask him how I can help him on his trading journey. I'm still here, listening too. Yeah, Roy's good. How you gonna remember? They need to change their profile name. Oh, oh no. I have a pretty decent memory whenever it comes to certain things. Now it might take me 2 or 3 times, like asking you, "Hey, are you a girl or a boy?" So like I had to ask Drew multiple times if he was like a girl or boy, but now I know it's Drew. You know?
Well, you talk to these people on a daily basis. You're
Yeah,
gonna know.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I talk to you guys on a daily basis. So like RC has a picture of like a cat or something like that. So like I thought that RC was a girl. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. RC has just a picture of a car. So like I couldn't tell. But usually speaking, now that I think about it, girls aren't really gonna be putting pictures of cars because they don't give a shit about they guys. Girls don't give a shit about loud engines and cars and souping up. And through my neighborhood and I see a 1982 Toyota Corolla with like a 3 foot wing on the back, and it sounds like a damn Bugatti Chiron driving down the road. And I'm like, what the hell? You'd be like, hey, bro, I'm doing this for the ladies, bro. The ladies like my loud engine. No, they do not. They do not like your loud engine. They do not. Women don't care about that.
Way to go, Anthony.
It's the same thing as as though you don't care about Birkin bags or Chanel or or Chanel lip gloss. Same thing. Like you could care
There's
less.
one thing that I learned, E, and everyone else on here. Do you want the husband answer or the real answer? The
You know,
husband answer
you
is
know what?
yes. I
Get
absolutely love it. It is the best thing in the world. It's going to make our life so much easier. The real answer
Give me both.
don't make a damn bit of difference to me.
It
I
does
don't
not make a
care.
damn difference to you. And listen, that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that, guys, I'm not saying that like your girlfriend just hates it. No. Or like your spouse hates it. But like it's just not a part of her world. She's like, why do you care about most women like, why do you care about a muffler delete? Guys, if you ask the average woman, hey, do you know the difference between a 392 Hellcat Scat Pack or the difference between a Hellcat and a Dodge Demon? 1,000 horsepower versus a 787 or 797. And if I do this muffler delete and like if I do this, it's going to increase the intake and it's going to increase the horsepower. They're going to be like, wait, what?
E, real quick,
Um,
you're about to
I
get
don't care. They
you're
just
about to
swept this.
get a handful or a mouthful from Mama Trades. Here
Oh,
she is typing right now. Here she is. You're
yeah.
about to get an earload from Mama Trades.
Here, Mama Trace. What Mama Trace say? Don't do it. Oh, I can't, man. What do you say? What do you say? I'm addicted. Yeah, no, wrap it up, Aunt. He doesn't listen to me. What happened? What'd I say? I don't listen to you. You always gonna get yourself caught up by saying most women, boo. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Most women. Well, yeah. Well, because I've asked them because I just from like what I've understood, like most women just don't. Like most women really don't care about cars that have super loud engines. Like they just don't. How? Many women are in the world. Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
We gotta help Anthony out. You just
Wrap
gotta
it up.
slow it down, please, bro.
You asked the most. Oh
Half
yeah,
trades,
yeah, that is true.
3/4 trades.
That is true. That is true. I guess you could say that is my anecdotal experience. Guys, they just swept this major liquidity over up in here, and they just targeted this level here. But we gotta wait for level confirmation before we think this is gonna reverse, because they could very well just target this over here at 5 o'clock here. This right here could very well be what they're targeting right here to sweep this. So we got to be on alert here. Like, looks to me like that's where they're coming. So we gotta be a little bit cautious here because they're just dumping this. So we got to be on alert up in here. I'm on alert.
1150 coming up. 1150 coming up.
Full port. Just kidding. No, don't
That's
do that.
right.
Murdoch, what made you take longs here?
Just setting up for a pullback. We just swept this. We just not swept it like I want it, but like I'm just looking for a small pullback, right? Just to go attack it again. So like
Where to
I'm
ask them?
basing this probably off
Okay.
1150. Probably give you a pullback into that little range right there, and then after that, probably attack that.
He said, nah, bro. He said, nah, bro. Just take a chill break. Anthony said, wrap it up. There's 5 hours of the day left. And chilling, bro, man. Hey, man. Come on. Yeah. Two of my sons have ADHD, so I'm used to each stream of consciousness. Yeah. You can tell mama trades all just aside. All just aside. From a mother's perspective, can you tell? What are the signs? That's a serious question because I seriously want to know myself even better. Because guys, I tell you all the time, but like,
Oh
yeah,
my
like,
God, E. Let
what,
me tell you.
what are the signs? I'm
So
listening.
no, well, it's definitely all the like if you're hyperactive, it's all of the impulsivity, etc. But in terms of the way you think, you're thinking about 1,000 things all at the same time,
Yes,
and your conversation follows that, and what your mind draws attention to all at the same time. And so you have to be very focused to listen to someone that has ADHD talk,
yes,
because once you've started an idea, your brain is already at the end of that conversation and you on to the next one. But you
yes,
might not even have finished your thought.
yes.
Yes,
Agreed.
Mama Trade. Two of my kids have it, and I have it, and that is exactly true.
100%.
Oh
100%.
yeah. And I was a teacher. I was in a classroom for like 15 years. I'm in education 23 years. I done seen all kinds of versions of ADHD. And you definitely like you're like, I'm about to, okay, we gotta focus on this trade. Oh, okay. Some genius to it, but when it's a problem, especially in our public school system, is if people don't look at it as genius, the
Correct.
creativity,
Yes.
etc. So it's just,
And they
if
try
you
to
have children with
suppress
it, they try
your
to suppress
voice
it.
and your
Yes,
creativity, and they try to make you just like everybody else, and they don't call to
yes, you don't.
attention certain things that are
Yes,
going to make you blossom and that are going to make you excel and as an
yes.
individual.
You you got to look at it like you cannot put a square peg into a round hole.
Yes.
So if you have children that have it,
Trust
you
your
got to be like,
process.
what's your uniqueness? What
Mm-hmm.
makes you what's your superpower? That's what I tell my boys. What's your superpower? Well, you
Yeah.
got once you get into that lane, the sky's the limit. Don't try to put yourself into a box because you don't fit into that box.
Exactly. You need to ask yourself, hey, what can you focus on in order for you to be the best version of yourself with what you have? And so for me, that focus was basketball for me initially. And then now with this was my focus. So like I said I wasn't gonna stop until I finally understood what made this market move. But like it took me years of nonstop focus and just losing countless money in order for me to figure it out. So I'm just giving it to y'all so that y'all can save yourself some time. Like in it just an easy to read and concise manner. But like but that's what did it for me personally. You know what I'm saying? And so guys, I wasn't going to sleep until I figured out how a 19-year-old was making $200,000 a day doing this. I wasn't going to sleep. I didn't sleep. Like I didn't like. I seriously couldn't sleep. I was crazy. So I had to figure this out because I said, man, what if I can get 10% of what he's doing a day? Man, I'll be straight. That was it.
And that's why, like, as his community members, if we understand his like relentless deep dive into this market is the thing that a lot of us aren't necessarily going to do, because it's just the way his mind thinks. So we can leverage his knowledge for how we support him, knowing you got ADHD. It's the constant reminders. AE, come back to me. Hey, I'm over
Yeah.
here. We
Yes.
was just about to do that. You
Yeah.
know, we
Exactly.
work together in this.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, guys. Because listen, guys. Like another thing that I have to stop myself with is because like if I'm making a point, and this is how I know I struggle with it, because if someone says something to me like on stream, like if someone's like, "Hey man, like what you think about this?" Like I could literally damn near be in the middle of a trade. Oh shoot, like how I was with Tim's situation the other day. Guys, I was in the middle of a trade, and like guys, yeah, guys, Tim's my boy, so like he knows I'm not talking about him. But guys, guys, it's no problem. But guys, Tim said something to me, and I was helping Tim out while I was in the middle of a trade, and like I just forgot about the trade that I was in. Like I was like, "Fuck this." Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, You know what I'm saying? Like I was looking at his screen, but that's just because like my brain was like, oh my goodness, this is the next new thing. Let's jump on this and let's focus on this. And I refused to let it go, even though it was hurting me. It was like I was in a losing trade, and I refused to let it go. But like I had to stop myself, and so in order for me to get out of that, I had to take a break even trade. And I was like, man, let me readjust because that's just how my brain works. Like you have to know yourself here. Because if you don't know who you are, and like if you don't know yourself, then this market's gonna mess you up.
Hey, it's 11:50.
1150 is coming up. Great. They're still dumping this, and so I'm not even going to consider longs because I think there's a clear lower draw on liquidity here. This right here is where I think that the next immediate draw on liquidity is. So until they sweep that, then I'll consider a long out of the 1150 macro. If that makes sense. So great reminder. Appreciate that, my brother. So yeah, guys, that's what I'm looking at. So yeah, 1150 is bullish and all, but I'm not going to catch no falling knife here, considering that their number one objective is liquidity. So right here is what I'm looking at. So like if they flash this and then give me a reason as to why they're going to refer to using the 1150, then I'll take that trade. That'll be my next trade that I take. But I'm just not going to blindly long the 1150 macro just because. I'm just not going to do that, guys, because liquidity overrides everything. Whatever setup that you're looking at, if they're trying to fill orders and it's clear as day, then you don't want to go against that. I don't give a damn what these models are saying. They're back tested for a reason for you to then add them, for you to layer them with confirmation, not for you to just full port it at a specific time frame. So I'm gonna wait on that slightly. What happens at 1150 rev set? That's the 1150 macro revs. 1150 macro. That's inside the time hacks section inside Discord. You need to continue to familiarize yourself with Discord revs. But 1150, I'll help you out since you're inside Discord. It is bullish 80 to 85% of the time. We don't want to short that. Short button's broken. Broke. Especially if we've been going down. Broke. Is it not going to sink down
Let me say
more?
one more quick thing.
Talk to me.
I know we got on this point out of nowhere, but I think it's really important for everyone to understand who you are as a learner, any of us, and a doer, right? Because if you know this about yourself, whether you got ADHD, I'm visual. If it's out of sight, it's out of mind, right? Like, et cetera, et cetera. Put in the tools to help you plan, stick to your plan, and execute. Don't just be in this like haphazardly, right? If you know you struggle with impulsivity, then what are the tools you have in place to help you not be impulsive with your trading, right? Etc. So it's just something we popped on this. It's not just about ADHD, but just who you are as a learner, how you were as a student. You gotta, and what helped you when you were most successful, and transfer that into the trading journey as well. What are the tools that you're gonna add to help you really be a strong trader in this as well? It's just a point I wanted to make.
Absolutely. That right there was a great point, Mama Trades. Guys, you need to know what your weaknesses are so that you can start to curve them. You need to do that. Because this market is just going to hold up a mirror to your face. So like if you struggle with impulsivity and you're like, well, I'm an impulsive trader and I like to buy tops and short bottoms, and so that's how I can blow up my accounts. You know, if you don't address that, then guess what? Guys, this market doesn't care if you ever learn. It doesn't. They'll just keep taking your money. So you're going to have to correct that issue. And so in order to do that, you have to admit it. It's almost like going to rehab, like as a drug addict. Guys, that's why I ask y'all before the class, I say, hey, what are you struggling with? What do you need to improve on? I'm not doing this so that you can make fun of everybody, so that everybody can make fun of you. No one's going to do that anyway, because we don't do that in here. But you get the point. So you feel embarrassed? No, you need to feel embarrassed. But embarrassment is the first step to improvement, because you'll say, damn, I didn't know. I really didn't know what I was doing. So let me work on this. But you need to admit it first, because you need to admit that it's a problem. If you don't admit it's a problem, if you don't acknowledge that it's a problem, then you're never going to improve that problem. You're going to keep on making the same mistakes over and over again. Because why? Because you're living in denial. And this market doesn't care about that. This right here is where they're going. Have you taken a trade, G Money says? Yes, I have taken a trade, G Money. I trade live in front of everybody. You can look at my P&L over there to the left, sir. I don't hide from anybody. Win, lose, or draw. So you can see that. I did take a trade that lasted 60 seconds. It was against the trend, so it was only 60 seconds. And I called it out, and I gave people ample time. Well, in order to enter the trade, that was. That one right there wasn't necessarily lined out because we weren't getting a pullback into a 15-minute BISI of some sort or a 1-minute BISI with confirmation. And I said, hey, I'm gonna wait for this pullback. So that one right there was a little bit. That alert that you heard was them sweeping this liquidity that I was looking at. 1150 Mac. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna go get some water real quick. Hold on. 10 seconds.
He always he always gets water at the worst time. I'm telling you.
There I am. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Okay, 1150. They just took this out here on the yes. What's next? They just tapped into this 15-minute BISI here, did they? Wow, look at all these 15-minute BISIs that we got going on here. Why didn't I see this before? Oh, because that was from 2 a.m. in the morning. That's why.
All right, fam. I've hit my goal. I'm out.
Bullish looked like to me. 1150 macro. I'm looking for a long up in here. Hold on. Look at all of these. Look at all of these BISIs on up in here. These 15-minute BISIs here. Wow, impressive. Mighty impressive. What we got? 599, 65. 1150 macro. Here. Guys, the next drawn liquidity in order for them to sweep is the next minor is here. This right here is the next minor drawn liquidity here. If they give me a presented, like if they close this within the next 30 seconds and they give me, if they give me a presented BISI, I'm going to consider trying to take this here, but they got to close this up in here and create a BISI here. Oh, Tim, you out? You need a big water bottle on site. Yeah, I got my water over here. I just left it in another room.
They just closed that BISI that they created.
Even though they tap into this 15-minute BISI here, they haven't 15-minute BISI here. They haven't necessarily given me indication that they're going to reverse this market as of right now, because they haven't given me a BISI to think that they're going to stop doing what they're doing. Guys, the same logic that worked up here is the same logic that's working down here at the bottom. So it's just stopping you from longing the bottom, and then they keep pulling the carpet from under you. Unless like they sweep a major level of liquidity and you're just trying to get 20, 25 ticks. But even then, though, you still got to have some level of confirmation, like multiple levels of liquidity were just swept, and then it's looking like it's trying to put up a fight. Anyway. Looks to me like they might do one more flush here if they just keep this over down here to the side like this. But we got to be cautious. It's 1150 macro here. They turned this bearish ever since 1149. Yeah. Be a little cautious on up in here. Looks like this market's trying to gain some strength. Do something. Be on alert. So they just swept this. Let me delete this. Looks to me like they might try and target this up here, but I got to wait for some confirmation here. I'm waiting on this. I'm looking to see what's going on here. What is that? 3-point volume imbalance. Right here. Something small right here. Excuse me. 3-point volume balance right here. Looks to me like they might attack this again. Gotta be on alert. Okay, they just filled that. Hmm. Wonder if I should catch this knife here. What can I manage my risk off of? We tapped into this 15 down in here. And it looks to me like they're getting ready to inverse this 15 right here. But I'm not gonna guess though. This is what. Let's see. This is what was keeping me from taking profit. Yep. I struggled with taking profit and holding, so I was in way too long. Then it would reverse. I would lose money. I would overtrade and then blow account. That was the pattern. Yep. You need a big water bottle on site. Yep. I realized my personality and how I grew up contributed to how I thought about getting money. Yes, it does. Mine too. So I've been working on the idea that will be more opportunities. Take your money and stop. Yes. It's you versus you. That's what E is saying when he says market holds mirror up. After you learn the actual skill, it's you in the way. That is 100% true. That is it. They're bouncing this now. Once they break through that SIBI, would that be our confirmation? They're just trending upwards toward that liquidity. Bullish looks like to me now. They might turn this 1150 macro bullish, but we got to be on alert here. Be on alert here. They're rejecting this 1 minute SIBI here, so we still got to be on alert. We're going against this trend. We're going against this trend, so trying to structure a trade against this trend is a little bit more dangerous. Quality of this trade in order to do this. Well, 1150 macro probably bounces it up to about a C plus, but hold on. But I need a BISI to form first, though. So it's considering I didn't have a BISI form in C. Got to be on alert here. Got to be on alert here. Got to be on alert. What could they potentially do in here is the question. Be on alert here. 1208, 1201. They might try and do one more shakeout. Gotta be on alert for these people here. Try and do one more shakeout or something like that. Shake us out. What is a BISI? What is a BISI? To multiple people saying that. My goodness. A buy side fair value gap. Yes. Thank you, sis. Bearish SMT like crazy. Perfect liquidity at 24,830. You know something I don't know? Oh, whoa. Draco. You, sir, are correct. They're probably going to target that. No longs. Draco sees it. This is perfect liquidity, perfect double bottom. Yeah, they're going to smash that. They're going to cause some more mayhem and destruction first. No longs. Great job, Draco. You saved me. That right there is exactly why I started this community. Because the things I'm telling y'all, I might not see it as fast. And I might be tempted to do something. And then I'll stop and I'll go, oh, that makes sense. Let me chill out. So with that being said, I'm a little bit cautious, even though we're tapping into multiple 15-minute VISIs here, of long on this because there's a chance that they might flash this and then bounce this. Yeah, equal lows. Yep. Now, these equal lows aren't as strong because they occurred within because they're only 2 candles apart. But like if the equal lows were like 10, 15, 20 candles apart, now you're talking about some serious equal lows. But even then, though, these are still equal lows. So they might just flash this down and up in here. So that's probably what I'm going to wait on. And then they haven't given me a BISI yet in order for me to think that they're going to go higher. So they could just keep dumping this, and I'll just keep on waiting. I'll just keep on reevaluating. I mean, it's really just that simple. Great job, though, Draco. Good eye, my brother. Draco's a part of Discord, too, guys, by the way. He's part of the Insider family, but I guess he just be in his car or something. Or he just be tuning in from TikTok. Good dude. I spoke to Draco. What is a BISI? Pay for the knowledge page, the community page. You'll learn and you'll understand how to trade for $11 a month. A month. Where can you beat that at? You want a master trade, you can be inside Discord. What's going on with this? Are they coming here? I don't know if they get there. 12:05. Look at these bastards. Look what they did, guys. Guys, they shot this up and they never inversed this 15-minute. They never inversed this 15-minute BISI. This is why I'm saying why you really can't be trading, just manage your risk only off of 15-minute BISIs and SIBIs. Because they dumped this and they're like, if you would have longed this down in here, guys, they came up and then they shot it up here and then they didn't inverse it and they still coming back lower again. Directly through this 15-minute BISI here. Look, they never inversed it. It's still valid. So it's going to take another 10 minutes of closing below here for them to invalidate this one. So they now have the full-blown authority to flash this down into here and then bounce it again before they inverse it again. That's why you can't be doing that. Anyway, 1208. Guys, so they decided to inverse the 1150 macro because there's lower draw on liquidity down in here that we had here. So considering that they did that, then they might inverse it for the 1208. But we got to be on alert. We got to be on alert for like a little flash dump or something like that. We're tapping right now into a 15. Guys, we just tapped into a 15 and a 15. Triple, damn near double 15s here. Oh my goodness, is that what I think it is? SPX is now to within a 0.15%, 0.2% almost, basically of filling this gap down here. Do I think that they just do it in one moon shoot? No, but they'll probably bounce it and maybe come down in here. Who knows? It's not gap fill Thursday, so I'm not going to put too much recognition on it until we probably get down into here. But guys, make no mistake about it. There's nothing else here other than this. So like if they bounce it, they just randomly decide to bounce it. I mean, like that just is what it is. I'm just letting you know now. But if they start flashing this down in here, this right here is where they're coming to right here. So we got to be cautious because this is fucking us up. Or this is holding this market down in here. So we got to be on alert here. You know what I'm saying? We got to be on alert here. All right. But we bouncing off of this 15. We just tapped into a 15 and a 15, and we didn't inverse this one yet. So we got the power through 15-minute BISIs working with us, but that ain't enough. You should really be using them as like confirmation or just as a potential turning point. Not taking trades solely off of 15-minute BISIs and SIBIs. That's where the market can begin to react from. If you don't believe me, ask what happened up here when we tapped this 15-minute SIBI. Guys, this market fully reversed when we tapped this 15-minute SIBI here. On this one candle right here. And then we tested again to the tick on the next minute candle, and then we never look back. Guys, this right here is why my rules specifically state I do not long into a 15-minute SIBI. This is the perfect example. I refuse. And this is why so now, if that's the case, then guess what I'm not going to do with a 15-minute BISI? I'm not going to short it. Why? Because we could bounce at any given moment, and the same thing could happen, but in the opposite direction. Guys, this market didn't stop with nothing considering support and resistance. Look, there was nothing here. Like, we never even, I don't even think we took this out. Did we take this out here? Look at that. We took that out down. Look at that. We tapped that to the tick. High, 24.75. 50. High of this candle. $24.75.25. Guys, they took it out to the tick. So they filled that liquidity to the tick. And then they tapped into this 15-minute SIBI, and then they dumped this market. That was all that they were trying to do. Look at that. Going down lower. Sideways, bearish, continued squeeze time distortion has just revealed itself to us. We don't want no parts of that. Look at that. Sideways, bearish, continued squeeze, time distortion. Dumb. 1208. Time to reverse, potentially. Time hack. I'm on alert. I'm on alert for a quick little trade. Hold on. Time hack now. 1208. They inversed it. Time for them to do opposite now. Bullish. Told you. Bullish now. Bullish look like to me. Now, quality of this trade, I'd probably say is probably gonna be about maybe like a probably gonna be maybe like a C. But I'm gonna try and get 20 ticks out of this. Bullish looks like to me. Guys, they just inversed it, guys. So I have this written down on my journal. I have 950, 1050, 1150 macro written down. On a line below that, I have 1150 inverse, 12 weight sweep, 110 time hack, 210 time hack, 250 macro. And then I have highlighted instruction above because I'm going to try and be doing more instructions on those time zones. And I have the Qs, SPY, and SPX HVL levels. Time for them to time to reverse this shit. Close 98.79 low. So a 4-point volume balance here. They might try and come back lower to reattack this here. BISI formed first, presented. If they give me a pullback into here, I'm alone.
You got another one about to form in another minute. So like you got to pull back right here. You can manage your risk and take that.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Because I think that at the minimum they're gonna start to target this now using the inverse.
Take it, y'all. Take it.
I'm gonna wait for a pullback, but I think they're targeting this right here. This is bullish. Guys, they just inversed it. So, guys, remember when I said bullish is 1208? Guys, they just inversed it and they just turned it bullish at 1208 instead of it being bearish at 1208.
Seconds.
That's it. Guys, that's a time hack. So that's why I said, 1208, I'm on alert. It's a time hack inside Discord. That's why you need to familiarize yourself with it. So they're coming here. If they don't take this out, and if they give me they took it out. Fuck. So next is they're coming here. But like if they give me a pullback on up into here, then double BISI's now.
Double BISI's. They give you a pullback into it right now.
Yes, double BISI's now.
They give you a pullback into an inverse about to be formed right now. So this is a pullback into it right now.
This market's starting to change its code. It's trying to. Guys, you can see this happening in real time whenever you start to identify it. Like you can see it, and then like you can use the power of the time hacks as well in order to aid you. But guys, they're just going up in a straight line with no decent pullback, so that's the only reason why I'm not answering. So I'm just personally just waiting for some weakness for me to enter because I think that they're getting ready to potentially start to target higher levels of liquidity here. But they took out this first level over here that I was trying to wait on, which is what I was going to really enter in on to be out there. But hey, but that doesn't mean that I might not be able to still participate. I don't know. We'll see. But they need to give me a pullback here. Hold on.
I'm going to give you a pullback right now.
Yeah, so because they just swept this little minor, like they might decide to give us a pullback. I can manage my risk more closely in order for me to target something like this. That's it. So I don't want to buy this because it's still against this overall trend. So I really don't want to feel as though I'm chasing this. That's the only reason why I'm not doing it. But like if you're entering into like a third size, then just sure add in and just manage your risk accordingly as such. But just be prepared that if they pull us back, then you better be prepared to add for better position sizing. That's it. I feel like it'll go to A16. Why do you think they're going to go to A16? What's there? Oh, right here. Let's sweep this. I'm not too sure. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4 15-minute BISIs here. They're going to start to target minors first. I mean, I'm not saying that they can't go there, but typically speaking, they don't like to just go down in a straight line. Like, if they're going to go lower, then they're going to go higher in order to drum up more liquidity and to sweep some minors and to drum up more liquidity and then go lower. I could see that though, Shay. I'm said this before the inverse. Oh, okay. This is such an exercise in restraint and following rules, waiting for the pullback. Then you avoid unnecessary drawdown. Yes, avoiding unnecessary drawdown is huge. So they're coming here now. It's clear as day, guys. You guys, like how I showed y'all on like the market replay where the market was moving 10 1-minute candles every second. Guys, like this is how I see this market in real time. Like they're just targeting miners and buy side liquidity, and like you can see what they're doing. Guys, this market is not scary. It's just, do they give you a chance to manage your risk? Guys, like they're not giving me a chance because they stopped it here and they just took it up in a straight line. They give you a one sideways candle to think about it, and then they kept going higher. So me personally, like I just think to myself, I go, well, you know what? Okay, so I'll wait for a pullback into here to then target here. Or if they just go there and they just come up in straight up in here in a straight line, and then just go without me. So then if they keep going up in a straight line, then guess what? Then that means that I just get more of a juicy short setup. I'm sorry, like guys, I'm serious. Like it really just is that simple. Like I just get more of a juicy short setup. But if they give me a pullback, then I'll align myself with the long to then target this liquidity right here. It's just, I mean, it's literally just that simple. Guys, that's why I don't care if they go up or down. I don't care, man. I seriously don't care. Drawdown is a trigger for me. So I try to minimize too much drawdown time. Yes. Drawdown is a trigger for me as well, Mama Trades. You and I think very similar. It's a legitimate trigger for me, and I don't like it. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's not too. It's not too bad. That's a 3-point volume imbalance right there. They're gonna come back for that, but they're gonna pull us back first. They're teasing you. They're fooling you. I think that's what I think. I think they're fooling around. I think they're gonna pull us back on up into here or something like that, and then they're gonna bounce this. That's what I seriously think in my brain. Like all jokes aside, that's what I seriously think in my brain. So they're slightly pulling us back now up in here, but we got to be on alert here. So they're pulling us back. So we got to be on alert here. Hold on. They're now tapping into this 1 minute BISI here. They might want to come down into here first. What is that? Is that what I think that is? Oh, no. I thought that was a volume imbalance, but it's not. Yes, if it was, then that's exactly where they're going to come to. Guys, there's another volume imbalance down right here. There's a volume imbalance right here that they're getting ready to fill right now. That's what they're targeting as a volume imbalance right here. They just filled that volume imbalance just now. But I'm going to wait. Look at that. I'm not going to catch this falling knife. I don't like how that looks. Looks to me like they're trying to target these people. Holy shit. Holy fuck. They're going to liquidate these people and they're going to flash us through this floor. They just inverse that all in one swoop. Holy shit. What was that? Diabolical. Yeah, I know. They're going to flash this again. That's not going to fly. They're going to come down here. They're going to reattack this. They didn't come down here just for that. Just for nothing. Not unless they're going to fake out the fake out or the fake out. But everything in me tells me that they're going to flash that. Because why would they come here and not take this out before bouncing this? What was that? What was that? That was wild. Oh my goodness. Look at that fake out of the fake out of the fake out. That shit was crazy. Damn, Hyper says. Yeah, no, that was a damn for sure. You got to be on alert for these people. Oh my goodness. They inverse all of the bullish bitches that we were looking at in one candle. That's why you wait. I was up 600. Stop me out. Yeah. They came back down here to reattack this, to attack this volume balance on up in here. Hold on. That was crazy just now, dog. Holy shit. There's one up in here. That was crazy, dog. Hold on. I'm not going to lie, dog. That was wild. Look at that Judas swing. Candle dump. Bullish. Whoa. Where was your stop loss? Talking to me? I'm not in the trade, Ant.
Who they talk about, me?
Oh, I don't know who they talking about.
I'm managing my risk. I bought back in.
He said no to
I've
hyper.
never had a stop loss. I bought back in because I know I had a target.
He said no to hyper. Oh, yeah. He was speaking to hyper. Well, look at that fake out. Goodness gracious. What's going on up in here? They teased this. So
they coming back for that for sure. That's 3 times they teased that.
Yeah, they're coming back for that. You know, this right here.
I just want a little couple points on the upside. That's all.
Yeah, this right here was a fake out in order for them to probably try and target this in order to sweep and shake people out. They're probably going to go, yep, they just inverse that. Yeah, nah, they're going back higher
It's
again.
about to be a 1 minute bullish fair value gap forming on the upside. So like you can manage your risk off of this, but
That's
like I'm gonna
wild.
let you know if it's being inverse.
That is wild what the fuck they just did. Ooh, that's not normal. But it is NFP week, so we got to be cautious here. I don't want to chase this just
So
yet.
it look like it's holding.
I'm gonna
It's
wait for this
holding.
candle close. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna
30
wait for this
seconds.
candle close. I'm gonna wait for this candle close, and I'm gonna potentially long this in order to target this right here. There's a volume imbalance right here. I'm gonna wait for this candle to close right here. I'm gonna wait on this. Hold on. To potentially
On it.
target this liquidity up here.
Yeah, it's
Hold on.
holding.
What's ES doing? Yeah. Hold on real quick. Damn, what was that? It's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, boy, that was crazy, boy. I wonder if they give me like a slight little drawdown pullback that I can also try and long on.
Order submitted.
I'm gonna take a long here off of this entry level half size in order for me to target this up in here. 25.36. So I'm in a long contract right now, half size. This right here was potentially a fake out, but I'm gonna see what's going on with this here. So they could very well still come down here and try and sweep this, but I'm in this half size as of right now. So I'm in a long right now, and I'm gonna just try and get about 25.36 out of this. They're making me unsure about this here, so we got to be on alert here. So as they start to shoot this up, I'm gonna be out like right over here. I'm in a long right now. I don't know what the hell that was about. I'm gonna be out like right here. How many ticks is that? 25 ticks? 26 ticks? We'll see. I'm watching this Bissy here. I'm watching this, man. I got to keep my eyes on this market, man. Man, that shakeout move right there was kind of crazy. If they inverse this, then you know what, man? I might cut this on half size here. If they inverse this, I'm gonna cut this on half size, I think. But I'm watching this shit. I'm gonna be out 25 ticks or so. I gotta watch this shit here. Watch these people. I'll be out over here at these candle bodies here. Goodness. I'm front running a little
Order
bit.
filled.
Front running a little bit. Slight, something small. I'm out. And I manage my risk. It's probably like a 2 to R trade right there. I manage my risk off this 1 minute Bissy, but I think they're going to target this. This right here was my immediate draw on liquidity. Why? There's a volume imbalance there. That's what I think that they're targeting. Guys, they're coming here. Guys, they're here already. There's a volume imbalance here, but there's a 1 minute SIBI here, so I'm unsure about longing it right now. My R to R would be screwed. But I ran it, but I ran it for about 25 ticks or so. I front ran it a little bit. My goodness, man. Damn, I could have held on to that for sure. Bought here. Shit, I ran 45 ticks. Probably should have held on to it a little bit longer. But that's all right. Half size. All right, this is just taking this market piece by piece of what they're giving me. Look at that fake out. Fooling people. They're coming here. Make no mistake about it. There's a volume balance right here that they're targeting. And then we got this liquidity up here that I didn't forget about. Guys, they didn't take this out here. They're coming here. They were just fooling you. Bullish. And the wise words of Indian Josh that I listened to. Bullish. Bullish. Anyway, I'm still in, Draco says. Okay, Drake. Looks like it's going to tap support again. Support, what's that to you? So if it closes under that bullish FEG, it turns into resistance? Nah, it just means that it is inverted. And that means that the reason why I entered the trade was invalid. That means that it's just not ready. So I just managed my risk to, 10, 15 ticks? To then make potentially 40 or 50? Something simple. Just taking what they give me. And the only reason why I took it was because I had a higher draw on liquidity right here. Two major draws on liquidity right here. There's a volume imbalance right here that they left whenever they flashed this in order to scare people out and shake people out. But they're coming here. They're just fooling you. Guys, they left a signature here. So when I saw this, I don't know if y'all heard me or not. Guys, even I tip my hand. Guys, I'm not going to say, oh my goodness, what was that? Or hold the phone unless it's like a volume imbalance. So when they did this, I was looking at this, and I wanted them to flash this here so that I could loan this, but they teased that. Did they take this out? Low, 54. Low. So yeah, they took it out as a matter of fact. So yes, this is perfect confirmation that they were actually probably going to come here. So there's a volume imbalance here that I think that they might trying to be targeting here, and then there's a higher drawn liquidity right in here. So I took that, and
This
yeah, I
might
could
be that
hold on
push
to a little
up.
bit longer, but I'm not
It
going to do
might
that.
be that push up on ES. You got some equal highs right here at 37.36.
Hmm. Yeah, guys. There's a huge volume imbalance. I think they're coming here. I would probably say it's about 75% certainty that they're going to shoot this and come here. Probably about 77. Probably about 70%. If they come to here, that's the only thing. Now, only reason why I'm saying it's about 30 to 40% chance that they dump this is because of this huge violent move down, and because we have a decent 1 minute Sibi here. So you got a 1 minute Sibi fighting these two bissies here. But that's why I wanted to get out, because that was the first place where this market can begin to hurt me at, which was this Sibi here. But there, guys, but the draw on liquidity is higher for right now, at least for the immediate term, right here, and right here. The draw on liquidity is higher. There's a magnet on this market for right here. There's a magnet here. It's rejecting because it's rejecting the imbalance that it created within itself. So like that's the only reason why it's rejecting here. But it's trying to go higher. It wants to go higher. And like you can
AE,
see this in real time. Who said that?
Anthony.
Oh, what's up, man?
Uh, just to make sure, um, one Nasdaq, like one entry on MMQ is how many on regular Nasdaq?
10. So one NQ equals 10 minis. I mean 10 micros. One mini equals 10 micros. So one micro is equivalent to like 45,000, almost $50,000. One mini is equivalent to $500,000 of a position. And you can buy one mini on your live broker account if you have a little bit more than $1,000. So you can buy a $500,000 position in cash worth nominal value for $1,000. It is literally. See, people don't realize this, guys. You don't need options. Like, this is leverage to the tits far more than options. One mini has 500x leverage. People don't realize that. So like whenever I see people doing 5 minis and they, and like they can only lose $2,500, 5, 10 minis, 10 minis. I'm like, yo, what? On like a funded on a funded or an eval, I'm like, you can only lose $2,500. Why you swinging 10 minis for? You're gonna blow up the account. That's why. Do you understand that you can only lose $2,500, but you trying to trade a $5 million position? People don't realize that, bro. That's insane. And that right there is why the prop firms win, because they get you to blow up the account. Because most people never. That's not that they can't comprehend it. It's just they just never thought of it like that. Most people don't. It's okay. I had to blow up hundreds of accounts in order for me to figure that out. Well, no, not really. I figured that out within the first. I lied. Let me take that back. I figured out within the first month or two of trading because I had to understand what it was. So the beginners playlist that I watched in order for me to understand it, I put that inside the knowledge of community page. So, yeah, and that's how I figured it out. But looks to me like they might be trying to go lower here. That's why I wanted to. That's why I wanted to just get in and out, so I don't be thinking too much. I don't really like thinking too much. I'd rather wait for it to be clear and apparent first before I just be in a trade for damn 15, 20 minutes and for stuff to play out. But we getting ready to see right now. We getting ready to F around and find out. Did anybody inside Discord take that trade? When you say you went half size Z on mini, what do you mean? What I mean by half size on mini is because I feel confident in my risk management and me being able to manage my trade accordingly. My half size is one mini because I'm willing to add to get to 2 to 3 minis for my normal size, respectively. So it's not like I'm cutting 1 mini in half. What I mean by half size is that's like my half size. Half size is what you're normally trading half. So like when I say half size, if your normal size is 10 micros, then you need to be doing 5 micros. Or you need to be doing 3 to 4 micros. If your normal size is 5 micros, then when I say half size, you need to be doing 2. I mean, seriously. That's what that means. And if your normal size for your normal account size or your normal strategy is 5 minis, then you need to be doing 2. Half size. Yeah, I took it before you and it stopped me for plus 180. Good job, man. I did. Monique says, got it. That makes sense. Did anybody else take that trade with me inside Discord or no for 25 to 30 ticks? They're coming there. Did anyone else take that trade inside Discord? Did you? Me. 210. Okay, let's start to blow the horn because people are like, good job. I did, but I got scammed. Well, my trade closed at $0 profit when I had to stop at 25. But trade was good, all
Oh
good.
no, I didn't get my horn yet. Not you blowing a horn. Oh,
I got my horn.
oh.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Oh
sorry.
wait.
Mama trade, guys. Mama trades, pass some accounts, damn thing, and she taking her time. Guys, listen. This is a woman with a full-time job too, by the way, guys. Guys, y'all gonna be making more money than me, and I make some money, and y'all got full-time jobs. But you just gotta learn and take your time and be willing to listen. That's it. Great job. Good job, Mama Trace. Good job. I didn't forget about you, Mama Trace, he says. I'm a tourist. I'm a New Yorker. I don't forget. Oh, yes, ma'am. I did, but I got scammed. Okay, I just read that. I'm a director of my 9 to 5 and a professor after work. A mom to 3 boys. It's doable. Yo, guys, you just seen it just now. She's a director for 9 to 5 and a professor after work. And a mom to 3 boys. And she can do this. If she can do this, y'all can do this. And it ain't like she's 16 years old, to where she just 16, 17 years old, to where she's hip and up to date on all of the new technology. Because even me, I'm starting to get behind. Sheesh. And I'm 20. I just turned. I'm 30 years old now. So, guys, she's older than me. So if she can do this, y'all can do this. I'm serious, and y'all can make money just like that. Congratulations, Mama Trace. Oh, he says I also want to join the Discord. Well, the link's in my bio. It's $11 every month, or $29 every 30 days. Or $29 every 90 days, 3 months. And then Discord is on page 1. Then you can join and you can make money with us. And then you can understand how to actually trade. And then you'll see it in real time and you can manage your risk. And then you can make shitloads of money like us. How can I join the Discord, he says? Or the link's in my bio, like how I just said. Nuke. Go ahead and see what they do after lunch. Guys, this trade is still valid. The reason why I entered this trade is not valid. So like if you cut that, then you cut it. Guys, what did I tell y'all? If it's not invalidated, then don't close the trade. They're coming here, man. They're coming here. Make no mistake about this. You be honest with you, I might take this trade right here. What's that? They're coming here to fill this volume imbalance here now. That's what they're doing. They're coming here. Then they'll readjust and then they'll figure out what they're going to do next. If they give me a pullback on this without filling that volume imbalance, I'll consider taking this again. But they got to give me a pullback. They're fooling around. But on Asgard, because I'm just heavily. So the reason why I bought it down here was to target this, but I decided to get out. So you got to be on alert with that. But I'm not going to do nothing. I'm going to just keep my eyes on this here. So that trade actually still ran good. If they inverse this right here, then this trade, then the reason why I entered this trade is wrong. Guys, listen. Guys, look where I bought at. Look. Guys, I bought right here. And I was willing to guys, I bought right there and I managed my risk to 12 ticks. 12, 13 ticks. If they would have inversed this, then I would have been like, damn, I'm going to cut this. Y'all heard me say it. But they didn't. And it ran from here to here. That was 80 ticks. About 15 ticks to make it, to potentially get 80 or so. That's like a damn 7, 8 R trade. Trade's still valid. Trade's still valid. Hold on real quick, guys. I gotta try and make this phone call. Hold on.
Yeah, Murdoch, what's up?
Yes, yes, that's correct. Guys, the trade is done. They came here. Draco, you need to be out that trade. All right, thanks. Draco, you need to close that. Draco, you need to close that trade whenever they did that. Whenever they flashed it up in there, you need to close that trade, Draco. Draco on TikTok, because Draco's inside Discord. That's why I was speaking to Draco. Because guys, if you're not inside Discord, I'm not gonna walk you through no trade setups. You see how they filled this volume balance and they just targeted that and then they just came back and then they flashed it a little bit lower. That was what they just did. So this is so the reason. So you need to be out on that candle. Welcome back. Will say, hey, Will. Triple bottom, Jay says. Where? Triple bottom where? Oh, close. To the low side. Volume balance on QQQ to the low side. Where? Oh, my goodness, yeah. Yep, they just filled that. Yep. Because that's why you ought to be paying attention to QQQ, man. And so the reason why I entered that trade was was validated right here whenever they took that out. So guys, they got the full blown authority to dump this now. Low speed to the moon. What the hell is that? Looking for longs, right? Nope, not no more. The reason why, so I long this right here on this candle right here to then target this volume balance, and it was correct. So it played out perfectly, and I probably would have risked about 15 ticks or so to then target this, and I was managing my risk off that 1 minute busy. So that's why you got to listen to what I'm saying. You got to know what I'm talking about. That's why you got to pay for the knowledge community page. Looks to me like they're getting ready to go lower and smash these equal lows here. You got to have a draw on liquidity, short term or long term. And if it's long term, then you need to be on alert. Hey, you need a locksmith? Hold on real quick, guys. Hello, how are you? Take one. The technician, who are you? Oh, okay. Well, what's the number that he's gonna call me from, bro? Because people can't just randomly be calling my phone because I got the scam blockers on. So if he called me, it's gonna go straight to voicemail. Oh, okay. I think that was him that was just calling me just
Yo, you know how to fix this, Murdoch?
All right, thanks.
What you say, Brody?
Look at my screen. Keep giving me this symbol. I just bought a new eval and give me this bullshit.
You try to Nate, you gotta connect it to
Hello?
you gotta make sure like you signed
Hello,
your
yes.
documents and everything for that contract with TradeAway. I'm in one trade. I'm in two contracts. I was in one. I had to buy back in.
Sorry guys, I'm back. So when the pin got disconnected, the actual blade itself now got disconnected. So it's not like I can just stick a pin directly in there. I have tried that already. So that will no longer work. So the blade got disconnected from the thing. I tried to glue it together with liquid cement. It used to work with super glue, which is what she did, which is what her husband did. But then the super glue keeps getting undone and it was just giving me a headache. So I was like, man, I'm gonna just try and do this with liquid cement. And I did it, and so it cemented it together. What the problem is the liquid cement is so thick that it is not connecting it to the transponder within the key fob itself because it's a newer model car. That's why I told you that. So it's not conducting the electricity for when you turn it because it thinks now that someone's sticking a screwdriver in there. So it's not starting the car. The buttons stuff like that still work, but it's glued together by liquid cement. So my problem is this. Yeah, I could call Volkswagen, but I call Volkswagen and Volkswagen said that they're going to charge me like $450 to $500. Well, okay, fuck it, I'll pay it. But if I can get it done for like 150 or 200 from like a local place and support somebody local, then I'll do that. But the dealership is the most expensive. So they're going to charge me $200 to order the key or $250 to order the key and then $200 to flash it. And obviously, guys, hey, bro, I thought you said you don't want no problems, bro. If I could save $300, then I'll save $300. Guys, like I'm a resourceful person for a reason. I keep my money for a reason. I'm not just gonna throw money away randomly, like if I can get it done. So I've been calling locksmiths, and I just called one dude. He was like $500. I was like, man, hell no, I'm gonna hang up on you. And so that's what I just did just now. Working key and a shell. Local locksmith, Husky says. Yeah, I know. I was trying to call them, but they was hitting me over the head. Guys, I'm not gonna go with nobody local if the local people are close to the dealership. Like if the local people are saying $400 and the dealership is saying $450, guess what the hell I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go with the dealership. You know, it reminds me of the situation like with my neighbor. Like my neighbor, he's trying to start this business, and and so like he was going around and he started this, like this Caribbean business, this Caribbean food business. And he was like, hey, man, can you support me? He told me that months ago. And I told him I was hungry after work. And I was like, I work as in like I was live streaming. And I was like, man, I'm kind of hungry. This was Friday. And I was like, hey, bro, you still doing them restaurants, food or whatever, the mobile food business? He was like, yeah. He's like, what you want? And so he had some oxtails. I was like, cool, man, I'll do that. And he showed me the menu. The oxtails was $30, which is the same price as it is at my favorite Caribbean restaurant, if not more expensive. And then I was like, how much for that sandwich? And he was like, $12. I was like, okay. And so then he was like, we're gonna have to cook it to order, so you're gonna have to wait 90 minutes. Well, I was like, all right, then that's fine. I got some errands to run. I gotta go register my mom's car. Because it's my car, so I just register it for her and she doesn't pay anything. But anyway, I went to the DMV and so now I was like, man, if you're gonna start it up, man, you know what? I'll support you even more. I'll buy 2 sandwiches. And then I added that to the order, so I cash apped him. And then he called me. He was like, hey, man, you want a drink? And I was like, yeah, what you got? He was like, man, I got this drink, man. It's called the pineapple ginger. I was like, okay, how much is that? No, I didn't ask him how much it was. I was like, yeah, I'll buy it. I didn't even ask because I was just trying to support him. Then when I seen him and he handed me my food, he called me, and instead of it being 90 minutes, because I was getting hungry, it took like 2 hours and 20 minutes for him to cook my food. For him to cook it to order, because he's my neighbor. So I don't know what he was doing, or like if he was waiting on the food truck or whatever the hell, whatever it was. It took 2 hours, almost 2.5 hours. I'm not joking. And then I'm like, cool, how much I owe you for the drink? Thinking that I just sent the man $55, thinking that he was gonna give me a drink for free, because I'm supporting him. I'm a first time customer. He was like $7. So then I sent him that money, and long story short, I paid this man $65 fucking for one meal. And the sandwich wasn't even really busting though. The oxtail was pretty good though, I'm not gonna lie. But I paid him $65 for a meal, and I still didn't even eat the other sandwich. I just bought it just to support him. That's just fucking insane. So now I know. I'm like, well, shit. Next time I'm gonna just go to the business. Like, bro, like I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm gonna pay $65 for something, like, bro, goddamn, and wait 2.5 hours, that's ridiculous. I told y'all that story just to let y'all know why I would go with a dealership. Like, I'll spend more money if it's going to be close. So y'all got to give me something else. So that's the predicament that I'm in right now, that I'm trying to figure it out. So my mom cannot use her car. So like my mom had to take my sister's car to work, and then I had to pay for my sister to get an Uber because my mom has my credit card. So she's, oh, fuck. So it's costing me money every day. It's costing me like $30 to $60 every day to have this weighed out. So I got to get this resolved. So I don't know. I'm just trying to think different. 90 minutes for a sandwich. 90 minutes, boy, try 2.5 hours I waited for that sandwich. And then he charged me $65, can he? UPI up. What's that? God damn, Kenny says. You're an amazing sonny. I appreciate that, Mama Trace. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, like, I had my mom's car over here for several days, or for a week and a half or so, because her battery was running dead. So I bought her a brand new battery, and then like I went to go register her car. I drove her car, and I'm driving. It starts raining slightly, and I can't see a damn thing. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I call my mom. I'm like, Mama, these windshield wipers are messed up. What's going on? And like I'm looking at the windshield wipers, and like the rubber part of the windshield wipers is not even connected anymore. I'm like, Mama, how can you? This is a safety hazard. You could kill yourself. She's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. When I did go get the oil change, the man did tell me that I didn't need to replace them. I was like, why didn't you replace them? She was like, cause I had just paid like $80 or $100 for the oil change. I was like, Mama, what are you talking about? So you're just gonna risk your life? Mama, ask. Well, I didn't want to bother nobody. I'm like, Mama, you can't see. Her windshield wipers were not working. Like, literally, like, I was driving the car, and like I went to go register her car, and I had to turn around because I couldn't. I was on Thursday. I had to turn around because I couldn't see. Like driving down the road, like it was the windshield wipers were connected to the windshield, but when it was wiping, the water was just going directly through the windshield, like the wipers. It was not touching the thing. There was no rubber contact. But anyway, it's crazy. But anyway, guys, so this is another problem I'm facing. So I don't mind burning $500 just because, but if I could save $300, then I'll save $300. I'll just give it to my mama. I'm serious. Murdoch, I held on that trade, bro. My God, bro. What happened? Yes, ma'am. Anthony, you still up? I'm up 620 though, not gonna lie. Good job, Ant. Manager Risto, my brother. Anybody got any advice for that? What y'all think?
Where I go to sign those,
You said what?
go to sign those contracts we were talking about. I don't know where to sign them shits.
Sign what contracts?
You talk about, so TradeView give him an
These
error.
documents.
TradeView give him
what
an
you
error when he try to log into one of his evaluation account for TradeAvate.
What's it
So
saying?
you
What's the error
do
saying?
pull up your account, Bass.
Yeah, pull it up. Let me see. I'm looking at your screen now. What's it saying?
Saying I can't trade this symbol.
Log out of that account. Log out of that account and put that same login information into NinjaTrader. Log out of that account.
All right.
Click the TradeAvate tab right there on the click the TradeAvate tab. Click log out, and then put that same information into NinjaTrader. The NinjaTrader one right there. The NinjaTrader one right there. You see where it says NinjaTrader? Put it right there. That doesn't make any sense. Non-tradable symbol. Exit out of that. NQZ. Exit out of that and try and pull up the mini. Pull up the mini. Type in MNQ. Yeah, click on that. Add that. Click on that. Click trade. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Something. Yeah, bro. Hold on. What account is that?
Yeah, that's weird.
What account is that? Who is that with?
What type of account is that? Yeah, like a
My
whole different type. Huh?
my funny futures.
Did you sign those? Did you sign the documentation? Like
Yeah.
did
This is
did you,
this is what's it called? I got a discount on this account. I don't know if that does some shit with it.
no,
I
I
don't
don't do
know.
that.
But I got a discount code and I put it in for this account.
Click trade on that. Click that trade button. Yeah, nah, bro. Something's going on with that. Something's going on with that. You might have to. You might have to send them a screenshot. Man, for the futures. That's strange. You might have to make
Matthew?
sure you roll those over. You gotta double check it. I don't know what's going on with that.
That's like what I started using, so I might be able to help.
What happened? Yeah, somebody help him out.
Yeah, what do you say happened?
They're dumping this.
This is what's it called? Discount code on this account and it's saying I can't trade it now. Non-tradable symbol.
Message them.
I don't know.
What are you trying to trade? NQ?
Yeah. He's trying to trade anything.
Yeah.
Any one of these futures is not showing up.
Close your account out, or like not close your account. Clear the cookies, close your account out, and then log back in.
Alright.
We hit London low, reversal long, looking nice. Man,
I
this
know
market.
MFU won't let you trade like Forex, so
Come on, 1LE. Along no London lows. You need to look. You need to look and see where they're going as far as liquidity is concerned. That's what you need to be looking at. London lows is nice with some confirmation, like if you're trying to get a target in mind. But don't try and catch no knife by longing no London lows randomly, because they could just be targeting this down in here. You don't know where these people is going. That's why I started to differ from ICT slightly, but I still acknowledge it though, because that shit does work. But I'm just on alert here. How do you mark your highs and lows? The highs and lows as far as liquidity is concerned. That's what I'm marking. I'm trying to see where they're going, which is the most important thing. Yeah, there's an indicator for that inside Discord. Michelle is correct. Yeah, she's correct. Look at that liquidity sweep and dump. Guys, remember when I said y'all need to be out over here, man? Before I took that phone call, there was a reason why I said y'all need to close that trade. And guys, listen, this is a perfect teaching example. If they inverse this, like how I said, that's why you cut it. Because you cut it so you can save yourself this. So you would have saved yourself almost a 200 tick drawdown if you would have long this and if they inversed it, because then that means you're wrong. Because then they started targeting it lower here. But if you would have held on to this, and if you would have said a damn prayer, then your account would have been blown up. And you don't want to be doing that. You don't want to be praying. Anyway, let's try and lock in. So they just swept this liquidity on up in here. What we got going on? What are they getting ready to do? What are they trying to do here? Can I see what they're trying to do? Oh my goodness. Is that a perfect double bottom that I spy? With my little eye? Low, 6702.50. 6702.25. What's the low it is? $702.7. Okay, so they took that out. 250. Not perfect. Close though. So they took it out. Okay. Is that a 15-minute busy? No, it's a 5. Looks to me like they might be trying to smash this too, though. You got to be on alert with these people. You never know. Okay, guys. NQ is trying to diverge right now from ES. I got to call Volkswagen more than likely because this local locksmith lady isn't answering her phone. trying not to spend $500. And says, do y'all record classes? Yeah, they recorded, Anthony. They're in the guys. The classes are inside the film review channel inside Discord. No, it says we broke London. I shorted it instead. Quick 1500. Okay, good job, 1LD. Good job, man. OpenAI news. My newswire says. What was that? OpenAI lets users buy stuff through ChatGPT. Man, every time I watch Murdoch's screen, he's plotting the next move. Yeah, I know he be scheming on those trades. I like watching the screen sometimes too. Guys, he's thinking like how I'm thinking. I'm being for real. They're getting ready to inverse the SIBI. He's catching those candles lacking. Yeah. So they just inversed all of that shit. They didn't create a BISI down up in here, but we're getting ready to see. I wonder if they're gonna maybe try and target this here as the next miner. The queen. But we don't got a BISI formed yet, so this is a knife catching kind of ordeal here. Because we'll be long on the LOD here. That's kind of dangerous without confirmation. I'm waiting for a BISI, Kenny says. Yeah, that's the smart thing to do. That's a very, very, very smart thing to do here. Best case scenario, this is a C minus if you long in this. Even though we're at a 50, even though we're at triple 15s, and we just swept this liquidity here. Best case scenario, C. Because you really don't got nothing to manage your risk off of in the immediate term immediately. But we just swept liquidity. We just swept multiple levels of liquidity, so I guess that's your only confirmation. But we ain't really done nothing yet. And so they could dump this here. We got to be on alert. NQ's trying to go higher, though, but ES is trying to go lower. Excuse my language. Excuse me. Sorry for the yawn. You can see this. You can see it happening. Who said something? What does the VWAP indicate for us? I know it's volume weighted average price, but I don't know what it should be doing. Man, I just use that as confirmation. So like for example, if they came down here and like if they flashed this but they didn't do nothing and they came up and they flashed it again, that was why I took this long down in here. But like they just came down in a straight line strictly through VWAP. Then I just use it as like an indicator of, hey, you know what? That's something guys, the people that strictly trade VWAP, that's a lazy man's indicator. So those are the people that are in the 95%, as in like the 95% that don't know what they're doing. So like I just use it as an indicator for me to go, if they flash this, then they'll strum up some more liquidity and then like they'll liquidate people. So where can they go? So like I start looking my chops to enter contrary to where they flashed it at. Once I have confirmation, that is. So other than that, VWAP is useless. I've tried to devise trading strategies on VWAP and you can't. Because it ain't gonna help if they come here and if they flash it and then they stop it and they pump it all the way back up in there, because I've seen them do that too. How you gonna manage your risk up or down off of an indicator like that that's lagging? But even then, no, that's better than damn trading a 20 EMA or 21-day moving average. Shit. Can't do nothing with those. But there's people trading it. Guys, there was people here there was a guy here earlier that joined. He was like, yeah, man, this is great for me. It's been working great. This 20-day EMA. How you gonna take trades off of something that happened 20 days ago? And manage your risk on a 1 minute basis, because you can blow an account for 1 minute candle. How you gonna do that? That's lunacy. Crazy to me. Anyway, more important things to be dealing with. They're gonna come here. At a minimum to fill these orders here. Looks like to me. Trump on TV here soon. Trump speaking. Thanks, Matt, for the heads up. Trump speaking? I'll know because my newswire put him on. I used 20 EMA, and with the 200 SMA, EMA for the floor definitely does not work. He says, nah, it does not. I tried that too. You'll blow up the accounts because you're gonna be scared because you're gonna be like, oh my goodness, what the fuck is this market doing? You guessing, you entering, hoping, praying, and you closing your eyes that you get up enough, and then when you get up enough, you close it, huh? But then if it starts going against you, you be like, yo, what the hell is going on? But then when it works, you're like, oh my goodness, I guess it does work. Man, you don't know what's going on. You in the 95% of people. You are my liquidity. Or you are what this, not me, you are what this market is targeting. If you're doing that, it is targeting you. Because it's trying to fill your orders because you don't know what the hell is going on. You cannot decipher what this market is doing and where it's going. You're not going to be able to do that off of no 200 SMA day trading. If you're investing, then sure. If Tesla flashes with if Nvidia flashes below its 200-day SMA, mother effer, I'm gonna buy. Because I'm gonna hold for like 6 months, for like a year, and then I'm gonna be good. I might not be able to time it perfectly, but you know what? I'm gonna be good. If Microsoft does that, then guess what? I'm gonna buy. If the S&P 500 flashes below the 200, then I'm gonna be looking to buy. It's just that simple. But I'm not gonna be looking to day trade no damn 200 SMA data off of damn the last year on a daily basis. That don't even make no sense. I was an idiot. I was doing that. No wonder I was losing money because I was doing what 95% of traders that are losing money were doing. It ain't, bro. It's simple, but it ain't that simple. It's simple, guys, but it's not that simple. Where you see some stupid line and you just buy off of a crossover and you expect to come out on top. If that's the case, everybody will be a damn millionaire doing that shit. They losing for a reason. It's losers teaching losers. And then they over here on Reddit posting stuff. Reddit or Facebook or wherever we be finding these trading strategies from. X now, what used to be Twitter. Scammers. Can't be doing that.
Yeah, working.
Who?
Working. It was some bullshit.
Yeah. Guys, I used to be on StockTwits. There's this thing like Twitter, but it's just for stocks. And it's just for trading. It's like I used to listen to other losers talk about weird strategies. It's crazy. It's called, guys, look it up. It's called StockTwits. It's an app. And they got hundreds of thousands of traders that share trade ideas. Like that's how desperate I was trying to find an answer on like how to read this market. But I was just blowing up accounts. I didn't know what I was doing. I was out there guessing, boy. What is going on with this? This thing doesn't have any strength. They're not showing any bissies here. I don't know if I should dive cash this. Might not be the best idea. It looks like ES is trying to flash this through the floor again. Yo. Hey, yo. Yo, that's hilarious, dog. Yo, well, hold on. Nah, bro. Yo, that's hilarious, dog. Yo, what the hell, dog? Nah, yo. That's hilarious, dog. Yo, straight fear mongering on that app. Everyone trading scared. Nah, they are. That's why I was laughing. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, for real, bro. Seriously, everybody is straight fear mongering and people just posting shit that they don't know what's going on. Guys,
I used to be on there, E.
Huh?
I used to be on there. They'll
Me
be
too.
posting like, hey, the president's about to speak, or like this is happening in Taiwan, the stock market's gonna crash.
Yo, I'm laughing, bro. Because I'm
I'm
sorry.
like, oh shit, I shouldn't buy that. Like, goddamn.
Yo, I swear to God, guys, I should not be laughing this hard, guys, because he's giving me a flashback of what I used to do. And like, I'm laughing at myself, but I'm also laughing at what he's saying because it's true. Guys, StockTwits is just Twitter, but they're just tweeting stocks. Like information, investment advice about other things. So it's this app, and so like I was on there because I didn't know what this market was doing. So I was like, damn, maybe somebody else knows better than me. But it's just fear mongering on that app. Like it's people going, man, the president's about to speak, man, the stock market's getting ready to go to zero. Don't buy, don't buy. And like I would have like a solid trade set up for what I thought, and like I would post it, and like 20 other dudes would be like, hey, yo, nah, bro, shut up, bro. Bro, you don't know what you're talking about, man. But hell no, buy this. And so then like I would look at it, and like the thing with the most likes, like I would buy. Like, cause I'd be like, this seems very popular. And like conversely, like I started understanding the psychological aspect of trading. And like guys, the weirdest phenomenon happened because I started back testing it. The things that were the most popular on StockTwits, like the people that were like, hey, this is the best, hey, this trade set up, this looks good. And like it would go viral on StockTwits, like it would have thousands of likes. And I would go, oh my goodness, other people are doing this, so let me do this. The strangest thing happened, it never worked out. Like I would lose. And then no one would say nothing, but I would lose and blow up the account. Like I would lose and shut off my back. And I'd go, what the fuck? How is it, man? There's no way that all of us can be losing like this. Well, guess what? Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, there is. And then like I started almost inversing it. So then it got to the point to where I threw it away mentally, and I was like, let me play this game a little bit. Guys, this was before I started to understand liquidity. Because and then when I understood liquidity, then I tied it together and I was like, oh my goodness. 95% of these people are doing this, and they are what the market is targeting. That's why the more popular ideas never work out. Oh my goodness. That's why I'm losing. Because losers are telling me to do something. And until I made that connection, as far as like I had to understand this, because before then, like I was thinking, like I was like, because hold on real quick, guys. This lady calling me. Hold on. Hello? So guys, sorry about that. Guys, so hold on, what is that? Oh, damn, they took it out to the tick. Okay. Not losers. Just join Discord, he says. Do I need to sign up for WAP to get access? How'd you join Discord without getting access? That's impossible. Oh, I see. So you're Tercy. I'm assuming. Just
I
join.
gave it to him.
So yes, how to join Discord is on page 1. So if you just join for the $11, then you got to join from page 1, Husky Trades. Then so like you got to join from page 1 of the Knowledge of Community page. So you'll read it and like there's a hyperlink there. But if the hyperlink doesn't work because you have an Android, then you just got to put it into your internet browser, or you have to put the URL directly into your internet browser, to your browser. and then it'll work. But just follow the instructions from page one and welcome aboard, and then you can come over here. Listen to losers and losing. That's hilarious. Yeah, nah, seriously, bro. So like that's what was going on with StockTwits. Draco, I'm talking about StockTwits, guys. You can look up the app, guys. StockTwits is like X, and it's been around for like 15, 20 years. It's like X, and it has millions of people on there, and so like you can search whatever symbol that you're interested in. So you can search SPY, QQQ, ES, or NQ, and so people talk about that specific ticker. And so like obviously I was interested in trying to learn. So I was trying to, guys, I was trying to cheap it out. And but thankfully I came across this, but that was because I had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars before I came across this. So you can cheap it out and you can try and find weird ass strategies, or you can learn and pay a fraction of the price and then pay upfront and then learn for free and then master it accordingly in a short period of time. Or you can think you're getting ahead, which is why I always say this. You can think you're getting ahead, but then you'll spend a decade of your time, or at least, and even then, you still might not be profitable. But then you'll blow up countless accounts in the process. Heaven forbid if you trade your live cash account, you'll lose the shirt off your back. So you can do that. The choice is yours. But anyway, on my journey, guys, yeah, StockTwits is this thing where they just be tweeting. And so I noticed a weird phenomenon. Because the trades where I lost the most amount of money on were the most popular things. It was insane. And then like I kept losing. I was like, there's no way that all of us can be wrong. What the hell is going on? And people were like, I don't know what's going on, man. Hey, it's supposed to do this. This trend line supposed to hold up RSI and all of these weird things that they was doing. And so I would long because it had the most likes. And I was like, oh shit, okay, this must be good. We're good money. And then like we all would lose. And then after doing it so many times and losing tens of thousands of dollars, it finally dawned upon me. Like I was like, the most important things, like the most popular things, which is what everyone else is doing, I lose on. Is that a coincidence? So then I started grouping things together. And then I started going, what are the most popular things that people are doing? And then I started scrolling down StockTwits. People were talking about RSI. People were talking about support and resistance, which I tried to master. People were talking about breakout strategies and all of these weird things, volume, candle patterns, all of these weird things. But you want to know what I noticed on my entire time on StockTwits that no one talked about? Now, I haven't been on that app in like 5 or 6 years. But you know what no one ever talked about? No one ever mentioned the one word liquidity. They never did. No one said, hey, this is where this is going and because of this. No one ever answered that question for me. Like now, guys, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about this because I'm just realizing this myself. I never saw that there. No one ever talked about an imbalance or what the market was creating in real time. No one ever talked about time distortion on how to avoid it. And damn sure no one was willing to trade live because they were all losers. So they don't want to put their neck on the line because they're just spewing propaganda. So then I started saying, okay, well, if everyone else is doing this, then I'm gonna try and do the opposite. And I found a little bit of success doing that. I'm gonna be honest with you, I did a little bit. But then when it went against me, I felt as though I was doing the stupid thing. Like I was like, what am I doing? Like why would I do that? Because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going against the crowd here. But I'm not going against the crowd for a valid reason. I'm just guessing. So then I stopped doing that too. And then I found this. And then when I found this, it clicked. And I was like, oh, that's why this market is doing this. So in a sense, I am doing the opposite of what other people are doing, but I'm doing it for a good reason because this market is targeting them. So now I know why it's doing what it's doing. So now I can now logically do what I know I'm supposed to be doing and manage my risk accordingly. And now I know if I'm wrong, and I cut it versus just doing the opposite and just praying and hoping and praying and I don't have a solid trade strategy or a solid trade plan in mind. Hopefully that makes sense on my journey. But that's just what I did, and that's just stock twits in a nutshell. They're just spewing hate and not hate, but weird propaganda and stuff. And then like they'll scare you, and like it's just other people scaring other people, and no one on that app is really making no serious money. Because if you a serious trader, then you not gonna be on those fucking stock twits. You're not, because guys, serious traders, guys, they don't have to convince people. You you don't. I'm being honest, guys. It'll just show up. It arrives. Like the truth just arrives. Like the truth arrives. And I said to myself, I wasn't going to help anybody until I could figure out that I could seriously trade this market and manage it and call it out in real time and know where they're going. Like they just swept this liquidity here that I was looking at. So this is done for the miner. So now they can reset this market and go wherever the hell is that they want to go now. So until I figured out how I can call this market, like get this out to a tick, and this is the only thing that I could figure it out and manage my risk to the tick rather, then anything else is just, I'm gonna be honest, anything else is hogwash. It's hogwash. We got an 87% win rate. Tap in. Yep, we do, J-Mac. About 85, 90. Depending upon the trades. C quality trades, they really only play out about 70% of the time, I'll be honest. The B's play out 85, and the A's play out about 95% of the time. Damn near almost 100. It's crazy. Oh my goodness, was that a volume balance that they came back for that they attacked? Yeah, that was what they did right here on this candle. Close, 73. High. Oh, that was just a 3-point. This market's hardly not even moving. They're doing nothing. They're just dancing around. They're effing around today. That's what's going on. They're just effing around today. Goofing off. Nevertheless, do you think it's going for the Asian low? I think that they're just targeting liquid. I don't know what they're doing up in here. Where's Asia low at? Right here? Maybe. But But if they're gonna go there, they're probably gonna come here for this. So I don't know. I'm really not even looking at the Asia lows as far as specific numbers, man. I'm looking at liquidity zones, like where they trying to go fill orders. And then like if that happens to coincide with the Asia low, then I guess it does. Guys, listen. I know Asia lows, and London highs, Asia highs, and midnight and all of that. I have that on my chart. But I need to tell you something, just like I told you guys yesterday in the free class that's available to Discord, because we got free classes on the weekends too, so you can master trading. You know, led by me and Murdoch and some others. But listen, they can't fool you with that. Whenever I was starting to understand ICT, and like I would take trades and try to structure trades, they would fool me with that. So like I would long it, and I I would buy London lows and try to target Asia highs, or I don't know, whatever the hell it is. I'm just making stuff up. And then like they would get close to it like this, and like they would just come back down like this and fool me. And I'll go, man, what the hell is that? It's supposed to go there. No, it's not. Well, it can, but sure. But one thing that they cannot fool is the liquidity itself, because they know that that's where they want to go fill orders. So the liquidity, it might line up to where it's the Asian low. It might. But guys, if the Asia low is like, guys, if this right here is the Asia low, right here, and then but like right before it, like there's something like this. Excuse me. That's not. If that's the Asia low, but then like you have like a low like this, within like if this is the Asia low, and like if there's something close to it like this, you best believe that they're trying to. So yeah, they might stop here and digest it for like a second, but more than likely they're gonna sweep this here and come here. So like if you're like, oh my goodness, that's Asia lows, we just tap Asia lows. Let me put a limit order here. I was getting fucked on that. because I wasn't looking at liquidity and where they were trying to go to fill orders because that's the most important thing. That's the only thing it's trying to do. I'm being serious. So I'm just letting you know. So I'm just trying to save y'all some time here. All right, that's it. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to save y'all some time, man. Because time is the most valuable thing we got. So y'all can keep piecing together these strategies and weird stuff if y'all want to. It's just me. Um, I gotta print off. Hold on, real quick.
That's gonna attack the 698.
Guys, I'm gonna let Murdoch take over for like next 5 minutes. I got for like next 2 or 3 minutes. So like, if y'all got any questions, please like ask him or whatever the case. Because guys, I'm expecting this guys, I'm expecting a delivery at my house. So hold on real quick. Hold on real quick.
Shay, what you mean by that?
I mean, like once you are trading your funded account, I've heard people say, you know, you can take half of what you make. They say not to take it because you should build your buffer before you take a payout. So I'm asking, are you guys paying yourself when you first get your account, or are you letting the buffer get
We
higher
taking
first?
we taking everything, but the thing is, we taking everything and we investing like 80% of it back into the business, and then probably pocketing about 20 of it, and then the next cash out we're gonna pocket pretty much 60, and then probably put 40 to the side because we already gonna have other accounts, or you can invest in more accounts, however you want to put it. But like your first initial payout, you gonna take all of it, like every payout you take all of it. But it's about what you do with it outside of when you get your payouts, as far as like investing it back into get more accounts to get more payouts, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, that makes
Murdoch did a
sense.
great job of explaining that. Great job. Great job. Because guys, listen, you need to try and get back to break even as soon as possible so you can reward yourself. Guys, don't sit here and don't try to run up a 50K account and try to get a $15,000 buffer so that you can then start to trade. No. If you invested $1,000 into this, then you need to take $1,000 payout to get yourself back to break even. And then once you do that, then you take a small little breather and then you just repeat the process. And then every time you get a payout, you need to reinvest back into the business. So just because you get a $5,000 payout, that does not mean you take 5,000 to the bank and then you just blow 5,000 and then like blow it, or like you just go spend it, or just anything with it. No, if you get a $5,000 payout, you need to put like $2,000 of that money away to invest into more accounts so you can get more accounts so you can copy trade further. Like, and then you pocket the 3,000. Guys, this needs to be a business aspect. So you need to you need to look at it as like a business. But then you also need to pay yourself so that you feel so that you're being rewarded and compensated. Because if you don't pay yourself and if you make a mistake and if you blow up all the accounts, well, you weren't rewarded for your efforts necessarily. Like the knowledge portion, yeah, but you weren't rewarded monetary wise, like fiscally, like fiscal wise, you were not rewarded. So you need to do that to take a breather. Murdoch is speaking to you based off of what I told him to do. So Murdoch is only in it about 300, 350 bucks to get two accounts. And what happened, 350, 400 bucks. And then he took basically like a $2,000 payout with Apex that was approved. So now he's in the green. So now almost anything else that he does is just positive, icing on the cake. And so that $2,000 payout, he probably needs to keep about $1,000 of that to himself. And then he needs to invest that other 1,000 into getting more accounts. And now he's going to get about 7 to 8 more accounts, 5 to 6 more accounts out of that, at least. And so now for that same amount of work that he made $2,000 with, he is now going to make 20,000 or 15 to 20,000. And he's just going to rinse and repeat. So now when he gets a $15 to $20,000 payout, he's going to do the same thing and then put 3,000 or 4,000 away for incidentals in the event that something happens. But he still got the accounts. So it's a business. You keep on reinvesting slightly, but you keep paying yourself accordingly. Does that make sense?
He just got the equal highs at 607.
607.
606 that's about to come back and get.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Yes. Triple top equal highs right here. I see it.
Murdoch, this indicator is definitely a game changer, for real.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Look at that. Look at that. Because I got to go put this note on my front door. Hold on, because I had to print this off here. Hold on real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on. Oh boy. Look at that. Okay, looks to me like they might be trying to target this, but we gotta see. Gotta maybe wait. NQ's trying to go higher, man, but ES is trying to, but ES is just goofing
It's
off
definitely
down there.
going now.
Look at that. Oh no 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 no. Whoa 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 whoa. Okay, so we got two things here. We got two scenarios. Okay, we got two scenarios. They could come here and sweep this, and then come lower.
It's going to those equal highs on
Yes.
ES.
The largest draw on liquidity is this gap here. Whoa, what is that? Is that a volume balance on SPX that might show up like once every 3 or 4 days? I got to refresh this chart. Yes, that is. They're coming here immediately. This right here is the next immediate.
Oh yeah, I see that shit. Ooh wee.
Yeah, on a
At
pullback, yeah.
653. Yeah, that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They just created a volume balance down here. If they pull us back down in here, I'm along this here. But they got to pull us back and fill this. Close 702.75. Low. Okay. That ain't no real volume balance. No. That ain't nothing. But on SPX, there's one here. But they got to pull us back here in order for me to want to dibble and dabble with this. But they got to pull us back without taking out this high here. Looks slightly bullish to me. And I'm gonna just try and target another 25 to 30. Guys, I'm just taking this piece by piece and I'm just hitting just base hits real quick. So hold on. Just trying to hit base hits on up in here, man. So guys, I'm looking at a long trade setup idea. So they inverse this here. So they inversed all of this. Hold on. They inverse that. They inverse this, but this 15-minute BISI down in here is still hanging on. Guys, NQ is trying to go higher. And ES, guys, NQ is trying to go higher, and SPX is trying to come here. SPX is trying to come into this line. There's a volume imbalance there. I can clearly see that. Yeah. There's a volume imbalance there, slight, but it's still one, though. Nevertheless. I'm going to wait, guys, but I'm looking at a potential long here. Guys, there's a drawn liquidity. Guys, the largest drawn liquidity is here. But, like, if we take this play, we're only targeting a minor here. So, like, this has to be half size here. All right? So, we have several BISIs here that have been created here that we might be able to try and use in order to try and target some upper levels of liquidity. So, this entry has to probably be about, like, half size here. So, hold on. So this entry probably has to be half size, like right on up in here. So hold on. I'm looking at like a potential long of some sort on up in here, but I got to see what they decide to do here. So I'm not in a position just yet. If they inverse that, then that means that that's kind of ugly. So like I got to see how this thing reacts here at the zone here before I just jump on this damn train on up in here. They look like they might be coming on up in here. I got to see what's going on here. I got an eye spy with my little eye. Trump on yet? Nah, I don't think she's on yet. What's going on with this? Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at that reaction. Bullish tells me. Are they gonna inverse that? No, they have not. They did that first one though.
Order submitted.
I entered into a potential long trade setup here idea. Potentially. I just want to just see what's going on. About half size here. So about half size here, and I'm sort of kind of taking a flyer. Quality on this trade is about a C minus. It's just C minus just based off of how I feel initially. So I'm sort of kind of catching a falling knife here, guys, but the quality of this trade is about like a C minus here. Just trying to get about 25 ticks or so. So we'll see how this trade sets up here. However, we got a slightly higher drawn liquidity up in here on ES, but the overall major drawn liquidity is lower down here on SPX, which is this gap fill here. Because we are to within 0.1% of filling this. So like they could get freaky like this to the downside. So the quality in this trade is about a C minus, just to let you know. So it's about 1/3 of half size. I don't like what they just did on that. So I might not even add to this. So I gotta watch this as of right now. So I gotta watch this. So I gotta watch this, and I'm just trying to get about 25 to 30 ticks. So they just inverse what I was looking at. So normally speaking, I would actually probably cut this straight here. But there's a minor up in here, and this is equal highs up here. So guys, the only reason why I'm not cutting this trade is strictly because of ES. So I am banking on the fact that ES will potentially target this and then drag NQ higher. But NQ is trying to go lower. So this right here is a pairable trade that I'm looking at right now. This is a trade just based off of just pairs. So guys, NQ is trying to dump right now through the floor, but ES is not. So I'm still in this long right now, but I'm watching this as of right now. But I don't want to necessarily add to this because NQ is trying to dump, and I'm just taking this trade just strictly just based off of ES potentially trying to target this liquidity up in here.
That's where we're gonna get our push right now.
Yeah. So like that's just what I'm looking at. So ES has to shoot this up into here, and it's like I just want to more so just kind of play this, guys. But NQ is trying to dump. Like you can see it. You can see the difference here. But I'm in half size, so I'm willing to goof around with this just a little bit. But guys, so this is a pairable trade right now that I'm playing off of strictly. This is a trade pair in order to try and target some liquidity up in here. So guys, that's what's going on right now. If ES takes this out and I am at break even, I am going to cut this trade. We are going to test and see the power itself of trying to take a trade off of a completely different asset right now. That's what this trade is based off of right now. So I'm watching this right now. And so even though they inverse what I was looking at, they inverse what I was looking at on NQ, but I still think there's a higher drawn liquidity up with this with SPX and ES respectively. So that's why I took this trade. So that's why I didn't cut this trade. So I'm gonna be out whenever they get right here. As a matter of fact, I might run it on these candle bodies here. So like if they shoot this here, I'm gonna be out. So I'm actually watching this right now over here on ES because I want ES to take this out here, and I'm gonna slightly front run this a little bit because this is looking kind of bearish on NQ. Like NQ wants to dump, but I think that guys, but ES is dragging NQ higher. So that's the reason why I'm in this trade, and I have ES above my head, and I'm watching this as well. So that's guys, because NQ's trying to dump. Make no mistake about this. NQ's trying to dump. NQ wants to flush to this floor, but ES is trying to take out this liquidity here. It's trying its hardest. So like if they smash this, but then I'm still in the I'm still in the red, then shit, fuck it, I'm gonna just cut this trade. I'm gonna just be for real. Because then that means that it's just not strong enough. So I'm down about 10, 11 ticks right now. So I might want to front run this a little bit and I'll be out at the target of this candle body here for, let's just say, 20 ticks. So I'm down about 15 ticks or so on this trade right now. But I just want to see what's going on with this. NQ's trying to dump. So I'm just letting you know this right now. NQ's trying to dump. If ES dumps, this whole trade is going to be fucked. I'm watching this right now. Damn, down 27 ticks. But I'm watching this. NQ's trying to dump. But I want ES to come here. But this is the next immediate drawn liquidity. It's right here. There's a gap to be filled here that they might start targeting. But I would just hope that they would shoot this up in here, logically speaking, before they do this. But if they do this, then fuck it. Then that means that they just not playing today. Then they're doing the most obvious thing in the most obvious way. So I'm just trying to play this, but I'm going to be honest, I might consider cutting this slightly. But I got to watch this. So NQ's looking bearish right now, and ES is starting to flip bearish. So I was hoping that they were going to try and take out these equal highs to drum up some more liquidity before they decided to do that. It's coming up on this 150 macro right now. So we're getting ready to find out. It's still a 150 macro. They might get we might get a random injection of liquidity here at this 150 macro. Hold on. So I'm still in this trade, guys, but I'm going to front run a little bit and be out of these candle bodies here for this 150 macro. We're about to see. We're about to find out here. I'm looking at ES directly above my head. We're about to see. I'm down about 6, 7 ticks on this, 8 ticks, but I need them to flip this bullish. I need them to shoot this. So I'm watching this trade here. And I need them to use this 150 macro to target this, to at a minimum target this miner here on ES. There's a miner here that I want them to target right here. I don't like trading through time distortion, man. I don't like this, man. I don't like
Yeah,
this.
this shit dumb as hell.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's why I don't like trading out the fucking 12 o'clock.
Yeah, nah. It's a completely different market after 12 o'clock. Completely different. The market just has a completely different behavior pattern after 12 o'clock. It just is what it is. So hopefully, like, they start to inject some more liquidity up in here, then they try and run this, and in conjunction, they try to take this out on ES first, and then they'll come lower to then maybe target that gap fill. So like that's what I'm waiting on. So like I want them to. Oh,
got filled. Let's go.
Holy shit! They just filled that. Okay, guys, look. They just took
Order
that out.
filled.
I'm gonna close that trade. Slight for like 40, 50 bucks, guys, because the reason on as to why. What was that? So the reason on as oh, no, I'm sorry. The alert went off on SPX and it confused me. So I closed that. So yeah. So there it is right there. So the reason as to why I was in the trade was validated. So that was just supposed to be like a quick little scalp. I was like, I was only supposed to make like $100, but I got confused. It's like I set too many alerts. So the SPX alert that went off was the first one. Was this volume balance fill right here, which is the next immediate draw on liquidity. And then after that, we had a triple top over here that Murdoch was speaking, which I was waiting to be taken out. However, guys, what happened was what happened with that was when that alert went off, and I saw that this hadn't really pushed to where it was supposed to be at, then I closed it because I didn't read the words. So the word said, so this was the SPX gap I was looking to be filled. But I was really trying to be out whenever they took out these equal highs here. So I got a little bit confused there, but so I was only able to get like 15 ticks out of that, respectively. But the logic of the trade is still there, and so they shot it up. So this was just taking it piece by piece, and we just ran it. Well, I ran it for about like 50 or 60 bucks, more so. But the trade's still running right now, and so they're using the 150 macro in order to engineer liquidity to take it higher. So this is still technically time distortion in a sense. So that's why I don't like trading through time distortion. But I bought it right here. I could have managed it better, but I got out here, and I really should have got out here. So I front ran it. I front ran, and so I don't like how I did that trade, but the logic was still valid. Guys, no one's really going to call these trades out for you like this. I top tick NQ till Asia lows. I've never seen this much money before, bro. Oh, good job. Can you do it again? Can you do it again and again? Because that sounds like you got lucky. Don't count on top ticks. You're trying to top tick, and like if you think that's the norm, then you'll blow up the accounts. You got to know what you're doing. Long means buy. Yes, it does, Nuke. What up with Murdoch? Nuke Waldy says. Oh, Murdoch's here. He's doing good. He's sounding a lot better. He was sick. Murdoch was sick. Another volume balancing keep coming up, he says. About to form W, mans. Took a payout last week. I think I'm doing well for myself, Z says. Okay, good job, Z. Excuse me? Proud of you. Great job. I'm serious. Great job. If you took a payout, great job. But can you do it again and again? Good job. Keep managing your risk. Good job. Proud of you. Yo, made a fat 2K.
Hey, E, I'm finna step away from my computer, y'all. I'm finna step away from my computer for a minute.
All right, bet. We gotta blow the horn for my boy. How do you feel about building a buffer on? Oh, we just talked about that. Bought at 822, which is where I bought at down there. Oh no, you got a better entry than me even. And sold at 844. Wow. Wow, AC. I'm so proud of you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Keep rinsing and repeating and stacking days. That's AC, boys. That's the guy who I had to put in jail. He was on TikTok and he was watching me and staking me out for 2 months. Guys, he just made 90,000 last week because he listened to me. He's making more money than me. And he just started trading. He just started. He was failing for the first several months because he didn't know what he was doing. But he listened and he joined and studied the knowledge community page. And then he came over to Discord and studied the models inside Discord. And now he has the confidence because he knows what he's looking at. Yeah, he's making about $6,000 to $7,000 a day on average now. But that shouldn't be his new norm. He should just take his trade setups as they appear. And then he rinses and repeats, and then at the end of the day, it averages up to that. Y'all gonna see. Just gotta take your time, but you're gonna get it. Why? Because you'll be able to read this market like a book, and you'll know what it's doing. And then when it's not doing what you expected to do, then you just do nothing. You don't trade because it's time distortion. Good job, AC. Blow the horn from again. Thanks, Sensei E, he says. Where's my Rennie Sharingan? There you go. Just for you. Where's the Rennie Shargon? Where's my jutsu at? Pain. That's lit. Chibaku Tensei. Lit, he says. And time distortion. What you laughing at with time distortion, Anon? Time distortion, LOL. What's so funny about time distortion? That's not nothing to play with. People blow up their accounts doing that. You got to be on alert. They can hit it can hit you at any given moment. We've been in time distortion, really, if you look at it, since 11:20. It's 2:00 in the afternoon. Look at Spy. Look at this clusterfuck going up in here. Oh, this whole day was really time distortion. This right here is time distortion right here. We exited out here on this push down right here. Then we did sideways time distortion like this, and then we got a decent move downwards, but it didn't exit out of time distortion until here. And then we did time distortion again here. And then we just pushed out above it, but that was just it. Nothing else. Time distortion, out for like 5 minutes. Sideways bearish continue squeeze time distortion, and then dump for like 10 minutes. Then sideways time distortion again, and now nothing. Horrendous. Basura, it is. Trash in Spanish. Trash. Anybody else took that trade? Did anybody else inside Discord take that trade or no? Because I didn't cut that trade. Who else did? L says yes, he says. Anybody else? What about? Good job, L. Good job. Great trade, L. Way to manage your risk, sir. Where's Jerry Bowing? I added him. 30 ticks, he says. Good job. Smart. Anybody else took that trade inside Discord? No? Oh, no. I guess not. Hey, if you like, hey, man, I didn't feel comfortable with that one, so I didn't like that, so I didn't take it. Say, hey, nah, not for me. Or, hey, you were a little bit too fast for me. Guys, I'm asking y'all not because I'm trying to brag. I'm asking y'all so that I can know, so that I can improve my teaching skills, so that I can give you something to where you can follow along, or so I can know your learning curve, so where you're at. That's why I'm asking for the interactions. It says, all right, I'll be back. Got some meetings for work, AC says. All right, AC, we'll holler at you, my brother. Be safe. Guys, the people in here got full-time jobs. Me took a dub. Good job, Ramon. Great job. Anon says no. Okay, no problem, Anon. Guys, he just made $90,000 this past week, and he has a full-time job. I wonder what you could do if you didn't have a full-time job and you was doing this. Having trouble getting access to Discord. How are you having trouble getting access to Discord, Husky says. Husky Trades, how? Did you pay for Discord access? Did you pay for Discord access, Husky Trades? Yes, sir, I did. Husky Trades. Okay, I'm looking at you now. No, you did not, Husky Trades. You paid the $29 for 3 months for the Knowledge of Community page, which is the baseline fundamentals of understanding. The $11 on WAP, is Discord included? Nope. That's the Knowledge of Community page. Discord is on page 1. So you download the app and it's on page 1. That's $29 per month, or $75 every 90 days. Or you can get both for 90 days for $100, which ain't nothing, because people here got full-time jobs and they down there making 100 bands a week, and they were just blowing up accounts. So you're going to get that money back times tenfold in one trade. Like how AC did, he just made $2,000 off that same trade I took. And then he made $2,000, hopped off his computer, now he's going to work. He's going to work, and then he'll probably go to work, and he'll walk away. I don't know what he's doing. But if he's an average person, he's going to go to work for 8 hours. He's going to make $80 after taxes. But he just made $2,000 in one trade, and now he's going to work. So, I don't think that he gives a fuck about $40 a month total. I'll be honest with you. I'm be honest. I just don't think that he does. But I could be wrong. If he does, then we could talk about refunding him. But I don't think that he does because he paid for a year's up front. He did. So Discord is $29 per month. You pay for the knowledge community page, but you cannot escape that. No one can escape that knowledge community page. You cannot. You cannot. Because I don't know what you know, and I always update that, and I refer people back to that on a daily basis. So no one can escape that. So I see what you did, but that's for the knowledge community page for 3 months. But it's $28 for 3 months worth of access. I mean, that's $29. That's nothing. The knowledge community page is $29 per month. Can't tell if this wants to run or dump. Yeah, they're just in random time distortion. They're just fucking around. You got to take it piece by piece, Draco. Right here, pre-market trading plan. So when you join Husky, you got to come here. Pre-market trade, insider, you can't get inside the trade plan. NFP is arguably the hardest week, trickiest week to trade for the month. The closer we get to Friday's release, the more you'll start to see how every move in the week will be setting itself up for it. 23.920 buy side is all that separates us from the all-time high shoot. If NFP is favorable, they're going to attack it. SPY 665 is looking like it wants to be attacked the next day or two, but they did it today in the morning. 24.520 sell side is next decent sell side, but that's last for a reason. We've been going up without engineering much liquidity, so honestly, best to wait to see what happens. No real news drivers tomorrow. Expect rampant time distortion, so you would know when to expect it because that's what they're doing now. It's rampant. I think piece by piece is required on open. So what you need to do is that you need to break it down like this in your brain. If you're new here, you need to go, what does he mean by that? Just got Discord, he says. Okay. What does NQ mean by that? What does NQ Insider mean by that? Well, that means expect random time distortion. That's what that means. That probably means take it piece by piece. So I'm not going to force nothing. So when the market opens up, I'm not just going to buy the top. Like we shot up here and I waited 5-10 minutes and we shot up. And so I'm not going to buy this bull flag. Why? Because that's what 95% of traders do that are losers. They look at like the American flag here with all of the stars. And they go, oh, American flag means go up. So I'm going to buy this and it should go up, right? Fuck no. That's not taking it piece by piece. Because you don't know what the fuck excuse me. My urban diction is talking. You don't know what the heck you're doing, dude. So you got to chill out. You got to take it piece by piece and wait for confirmation. And then when they show you that they're going lower, if they give you a pullback, then you can short it. If they don't and go lower, then you wait for them to sweep liquidity and you long it like we've been doing. And then you avoid this time distortion here. It's just that simple. Just join Discord, he says. Okay, Husky. Husky, I need you to do me a favor. I need you. Now, you still cannot escape that. You still need to learn. So you're still going to have to read it, but you can still join Discord. Join Discord and come on over here, man, and say what's up to us. So we can say hello to you. We're over here, Husky. We're right over here, brother. Just come over here and say hello, at least. Mine is about to renew. How can I get it to renew for the 3 month instead of 1? Which one, Mama Trade? You talking about the 3 month for both? Or are you talking about the 3 month for the knowledge page because it's just $29? Which one are you talking about? You just let me know which one you're trying to do. And then if so, then I could just shoot you the link for it. You just let me know which one you're trying to do and I'll just shoot you the link. Husky Trades, come over here and say what's up to us. We over here in the chat, man. Since you just joined, because I just saw you just paid for it like 30 seconds ago. I got the notification. Guys, that's why if I ever show the community link and if you join and if you think you're not going to pay $29 every 90 days for the knowledge community page, and if I see you copy and you try and scheme and defraud, then I'm going to just refund you your money. I don't argue. I don't. Because I'm not charging $5,000 a month, so I'm not going to feel it. What's up? Hey! Hey! Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey. First day, he says. Yo, first day. Ivan just got over here. Okay. Hey, man. What's going on? First day, Ivan says, hey. Yes, more. 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 What's up, fam? He says. Told you. Guys, it's fairly simple to join. It's not confusing. It's just that it's just hidden on page 1 because I want to see if you want to read one page to join first. And can you follow instructions? You got to follow instructions in order to get this. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to understand trading. Seriously, on a serious level, you're not. You got to be able to follow your own instructions, which most people can't do. Most people like to be told what to do. Well, this market will tell you what it's doing, but you got to listen. You cannot be hard-headed. This market is going to be your boss, and you're going to be your own boss. And when it's telling you something, you react. You don't tell it what to do. It tells you what it's going to do, and you align yourself with it. First day, he says, hey, man. Give him a hug. Welcome. Excited to learn, Husky Trade says. I'm excited to have you over here, and I'm excited to see you on this growth, on this journey. Just take your time. Make sure you read that page, though. First and second page, and for sure, watch that FHG playlist, Husky Trades. It's there. And take your time. And if you want to show up to the free classes on the weekend, you can do that as well. But I suggest you do that so that I can know where you're at, and so we can start to. But man, there's so much, man, so much more. Welcome aboard on this journey, and you're gonna get it. I promise you. You're gonna get it, brother. Great job. Proud of you. I'm reading now, he says. Okay. Take your time. Good job. For both. And you should run a mandatory weekend class for new members each week to ground them in core fundamentals from the knowledge page. Yeah. I got to figure out how I want to do that because I don't want to be running too many classes though. So we might have to talk about how because I know that you're really good as far as the education side is concerned. So I definitely want to always improve my teaching skills, but I don't want to run too many classes. I'll join after my first payout. So it's just a matter of time for me too, William says. William, I'm going to be honest with you. I appreciate that, but that's the wrong mentality to have, William. Huh? I thought he said, what? No, William, you want to know why? Because most never get to a first payout. Or by the time they do, they'll blow everything that they have. And so I don't know where you're at, so you might be cultivating bad habits, Will. I'm just being honest with you, Will. And bro, I'm not trying to price gouge you for $11, bro. I swear to God, I'm not. I'm being honest with you, I'm not. I'm not. But that's like you saying, hey man, when I get to the destination, hey, then I'll be willing to learn. I'm financially smart, and I appreciate you for the info, Will says. Okay, good job. You can still be financially smart, and you can still not know how to trade. But if you do know how to trade, then good job. Great. Then you can just learn for the support. But if you know how to trade, if you're profitable, then great job. Because we got profitable traders here that join too, but they just need to work on a few things, like patience and managing risk. But if that's you, then great job. Okay, great. But I don't think that sounds like you because you said my first payout. So there's a difference between being financially smart and not knowing how to navigate and trade this market. I'm being honest with you, Will. Well, I've watched hundreds of hours. Oh, my main issue right now is just a money problem, you know? Well, I've watched hundreds of hours. Hundreds of hours of what? My main issue right now is just a money problem, you know? Of trading videos. That's your problem. Right there. So you are the people. You are the person that I've been talking about. I'll explain it to you, Will, and I'll explain it to everybody else. Just because I like you. You are trying to conquer one of the hardest things to conquer in this entire industry. And you are trying to do it by trying to piece together stuff for free. And you just said it yourself. Guys, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. He spent hundreds of hours, probably thousands of hours, trying to piece together and trying to put the things together. But you can have it hand fed to you here. You know what you need to learn. So you can try and piece together things, but you're going to lose time along the process. And you still haven't gotten to first payout yet based off of what you told me. So I don't know you, but I'm just going based off what you told me. So that's something to keep in mind. And that's just what I tell people all the time. Like, guys, you're going to pay one way or another, either with losing money or with your time. Because you're trying to piece together things. You got to watch hundreds of different videos and you're going to get a headache. But my time is worth more than $29 every 90 days. And my time is worth more than $29 a month for the Discord. I'm just being honest. It just is. So that I can know what I need to know and so I can ask questions, so I can have an instructor that's already been there and that knows how to navigate it. So what you're trying to do, Will, is I'm letting you know now. You are literally saying, hey, you know what? Like, Will, could you imagine if you, like, let's just say you had to have an open heart surgery, or let's just say you had to have bypass surgery, or I don't know how, whatever it is, whatever surgery you need, you broke your arm. And your doctor said, hey, man, I'm good. And you said, hey, doc, what's your qualifications, man? I really need this, man. I'm on the edge. And he goes, hey, well, I'm good. Just trust me. Because I watch hundreds of hours, thousands of hours worth of videos. And I was on StockTwits and I was consulting with other people that wanted to be doctors. And I asked you and I said, well, doc, are they successful? Or are they directly instructing you at least? And you go, no, most of them aren't successful, but they're trying to do the same thing that I was doing. So I was just listening to them. But I watch hundreds of hours of videos though. I'm ready. Let me put you under this anesthesia. And so hopefully I'll get the dosage and stuff like that right. You ready? You would look at him like he was stupid. You would go, wait, hold on, wait, what? Okay, where did you go to school at? Who taught you? And he goes, well, no, I taught myself. It was free. Yeah, I paid for it. I mean, yeah, I paid for it in time though. It was free. I think that I'm ready though. Come on, man. I'm gonna get the anesthesia right. Come on, just let me inject it into your veins. You would
I'm
go,
back, yo, I'm back.
You would go, wait, whoa, yo, how is this dude here? What? That's how I look at you. Not you, but that's how I look at people that do that. That's what you're trying to do with this industry. When y'all don't want an instructor. Guys, it is the most insane thing to me. I'm serious. So, like, that's what you're doing. You want to know why I think like that? Because I used to run my own hedge funds. Like, this is how I think now. But before then, I used to be that person. But I think like that now because of this important point, and I'm going to stop making this point because this market's starting to flip. And I'm going to leave it at this. Never in life have you ever not had an instructor. You had an instructor who learned how to wipe your butt, how to walk, how to talk, how to drive a car. Someone taught you. Your parents taught you, or your guardians, whoever it was, taught you something. How to read, you all had an instructor. You went to school for 12 years, and then college for 4 years at a minimum. Probably some of you. Then some of y'all, whenever you did that, then you had to go to doctorate school for 8 to 12 years, and you're still learning. You're still in school. Hey, man, I do welding, so I got a trade, jackass. Or, hey, I do truck driving. Well, you had to have an instructor for that. Welding, too. You had to have an instructor for that. Your job, 90-day probationary period. You were on probation for 90 days. You had to learn. So you went through trading with your job, even with Amazon or stacking boxes.
Fuck Amazon.
Yeah. But now you want to master this market by piecing together random videos you found on YouTube by yourself? Sure, you could do it. But how much time are you going to spend? versus having it all versus having on the only everything that you need in front of you, and having an instructor that's willing to trade live in front of you on a daily basis, which is what's going on here. That's why people are succeeding so fast. So the choice is yours, but I'm just letting you know. So when I hear that, that's how that sounds to me. It sounds like complete insanity. It's almost one of the most insane things that that I hear, and I still laugh at it to this day. I see how that comes across. He says, "Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Harder to make 0 to 10K than 10K to 100K. Yes, technically speaking, yes. Technically speaking, yes, it is, of course, because you actually have capital behind you. Because in order for you to turn $100 into $200, you got to make 100%. But in order to turn 10,000 into 20,000 for that same 100%, you can make $10,000. So yes, technically speaking. Well, I'm the type of insane as well. That is only crazy till it works as well, he says. I don't know what you mean by that, Will. What you mean by that? What are they doing here? Looks to me like they might be trying to target this here. They turn that shit bullish. Bullish looks like to me. They turn this bullish. Market going higher. Targeting higher levels of liquidity. Yep, film review class, Drew. Good job. Way to let them know. Good job, Drew. Just stay on it. Just like 45 minutes, maybe bi-weekly. Yeah, they get time to dig in the knowledge page, and a 45-minute session for new folks to solidify and plan forward. I like that. I got to figure out what day I might do that. So like I might do that on like Wednesdays or something like that, or like Thursdays or something. I don't know. I might do that. Just tell them like, hey, what do you think we should do, Mama Trey? You think I should just walk them through the knowledge community page? What do you think? What do you mean by that? What do you think I should do as far as like? What do you mean? Like walk up through it? Just say, hey, this is what you gotta pay attention to, because it says that. It literally says, don't ask me no questions until you watch this playlist. It literally says those exact words. Mm. Time distortion. Slight sideways bullish squeeze time distortion. Man, I got out here, man. Damn, I should have held on to that trade. Oh my goodness, poor me, man. I don't care. I got out. Fuck it. I don't care what happens after the fact. I just look for the next trade and I try to rinse and I repeat. Really, all I really need is for one more half size trade to work out, and then I'm gonna be good for the day. And that's just gonna be that. It's just that simple. So we'll see what I got. 3 for 3 so far on trades today. Gotta be cautious and on alert so far because the next one can fuck up. It caught me, catch me doing something off guard, so I gotta be on alert. Look at this bullish. Bullish look like to me. Anyway. Oh man.
How everybody doing today on a profit goal?
Oh yeah, great question, Murdoch. Thank you. Yeah, guys, how's everybody doing inside Discord? Is everyone up? What's going on? If you're not, say, hey man, I blew up my account. Why'd you blow up the account? What's going on? Your project is starting and standing in front of them, then they don't call you that anymore. Hold on, what you said he said? Class guys see lunch rate. Yep. And what you meant about the insane comment was that people only see you as crazy / insane until your project is standing in front of them. Then they don't tell you that anymore. Yes, correct. My family didn't think I was going to be successful at this until I did. They didn't believe me. They didn't believe me. You want to know why? Because 95% of people doing this are losers. So why would they think any differently? They don't win doing this. Shit, I didn't even believe myself for real. I'll be honest, I didn't believe myself. I promise. I didn't. Well, I'm not a loser, not gonna lie. I never said you were a loser. I just said they are losers, like they're losing. Not like a loser in life. No. Like you're losing. Like you're losing. You know, you may not have lost any money yet, but you are not winning, even if you haven't blown up a lot of accounts yet. You're still in the learning process based off what you told me, because you told me that you haven't gotten, you said, I'm going to join when I get my first payout. So that tells me that you're not winning. That doesn't necessarily mean that you've lost and you're a complete failure, because there's a difference between being a loser and a failure. But you still got to fail too, so you can still be a failure. There's a difference between being a failure that quit and just being a loser. Guys, listen, the only reason why I succeed is because I'm a good loser doing this. So maybe that went too much over a lot of people's heads, but you need to listen to that again. The best traders in the world, they're not good winners. They're great losers. So like they'll cut a $200 trade to make $600 again. So they're good losers. You want to know why? Because it doesn't matter how good of a winner you are if you're not a good loser. So fuck it, call me a loser. I'm serious. If I make $100,000 on Monday, but then I lose $150,000 on Tuesday, I'm a good winner, but I'm also not a good loser. A good loser would be, hey, I made 100,000 on Monday, and I lost $10,000 on Tuesday, and then I made 50,000 on Wednesday. I'm a good loser. And then maybe on Thursday I lose 20, 30,000. But then on Friday I make another 40,000. I'm a good loser. So you got to be a good loser. He says, "No, I know one."
Hey,
Okay,
can I
good.
say something?
Yeah, of course. Talk to me, brother.
How many of y'all really back tested this indicator though? Like,
Yeah,
I want to know honest truth. How many of y'all really, really back tested this indicator?
yeah. You're gonna have to
Because
back
if
test it for sure.
the only reason why I say that is because even though I'm not placing trades, right, the indicator that I got my screen showing for a reason. Because y'all could be placing trades, seeing my screen, also seeing where the liquidity zones are. If y'all ain't got it set up, so like just because I ain't placing trades, y'all could be manage y'all risk off of these FEGs, and you know what I mean, seeing where it's targeting. You feel me? So like, let's be mindful of that.
Mm-hmm. Never used it before. His kidder says, "Yeah, still at least take a look." Man, still working towards my first payout. Ivan says, "Yeah, no problem. Take your time, Ivan. Demo trade. Keep demo trading. Trading with the evals. Cultivating your skills." Yeah, I agree, Mama Trades, with that idea. There's a whole book on that. Take the loss early and then you can rebound better. Yep. What you say? A bad loser revenge trades. Over trades spirals. Yes, because you're a bad loser. You want to know why? Because a good loser will go, damn, I lost. Shit, I'll wait for the next one. Okay, cool. Next one, I'll get him. A bad loser is going to go, man, I just took a loss on two contracts. Let me go 20. Or let me go 40 or 50. Damn. I'm trying to get my money back. And then they, and now they down 10,000. Or they lost everything that they own.
Hey, another thing I want to add though, I feel like a lot of y'all probably get confused with the FUGs and the liquidity zone to like set up y'all trades. Like, don't be afraid to set up y'all trade, because of these FUGs. Yeah, they go and take them away, but they also form and help y'all set up trades for y'all buyers or y'all trying to hedge. So like, just because it get inverse, that don't mean that y'all don't take the trade. Y'all just gotta understand that y'all need multiple levels of confirmation. So like, I feel like a lot of y'all when y'all get into a trade, then y'all see a FEG form, then it get inverse, then y'all feel like it's going against y'all. You get what I'm saying? So like, if y'all got that problem, I feel like y'all need to back test and and and, and like structure y'all risk management as far as like how much it can go against you. Cause a lot of y'all probably don't got no goal set to where if it go against you, what will hurt you at the most. You get what I'm saying? So like I feel like that's the most questions that a lot of people have is they don't know. Okay, if it go against me, how much should I feel to be wrong on that trade? You get what I'm saying? So like need to set a goal for your up profit and your down profit, right? So if it go against you, just to help you out in the meantime to structure your trades.
Exactly. Great point. Um, so piggybacking off what Murdoch said, guys. But I have to add a caveat to that. He is correct, but but that should only be applied once you have watched countless, oh not countless, once you have watched like days worth of hours of price action, not like 1 or 2 days total. I'm talking about like hours and hours of price action so you can understand or get a feel for the behavior pattern of this market whenever it's targeting liquidity. And depending upon your higher draw based on what you're willing to risk. So for example, in this trade here, they inverse what I was looking at. But I didn't cut that trade because I felt as though that the higher drawn liquidity was above on ES. Guys, the only reason why NQ shot up was because ES decided to shoot up, which was SPX. So I was looking at SPX here. There was a volume balance here that I was looking at to be filled. So I figured they were going to use the 150 macro to do it, which is what they did. So I didn't close the trade, even though what I was looking at was inverse. But initially speaking, unless you have that higher level feel for it, and it has to be valid that you have back tested. So I've back tested my feel for things. Me personally, like I back tested how I feel and like what because I'm not just hoping and praying. I was never a hoping and pray. And then what I was looking at when my alert got off, I cut it because I didn't want to risk it. That's why I did that. But they ran more past it, but you get the point. So that's why I still held on to that trade. So that needs to be so. But the point I was trying to make was for beginners, if what you are looking at is no longer valid, then yes, you need to cut the trade. If the reason why you got into the trade is no longer the reason, then you need to get out. As in, like the reason why you were only going to hold on to the trade, up or down, then you need to get out. If you were trying to target this right here, then you need to get out whenever we sweep it. And then not think twice. If you were trying to long one of these bitches here and then they inversed it and it's not looking good, then you need to cut it. But they inversed it and then I was still only down like 5-10 ticks. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just wait and hold to see what ES is gonna do. But if ES started dumping, then I would have closed the trade. But ES didn't do that. ES did exactly what I thought it was gonna do, which it did. That's why I took the trade. So I didn't cut it. But if they would have dumped it, then I would have been like, man, well, you know what? I'm wrong. And I would have cut it. And I didn't want to add because it was so close to where I bought at. So I was like, damn, I'm going to wait. And it proved to be a good decision, as always, as it usually is. You think you'll trade again today? If they show me something, but if they just do time distortion like this for the next 90 minutes, then I'm going to walk away from my screen. Well, I'm going to not do nothing. I still got to be on live stream. It's doing what you said it was going to do. Great call, he says, or High Speed says. It's doing what you said it was going to do. Great call for real, he says. Yeah, good call. That's why I didn't cut the trade because I had a feeling they were going to at least target those equal highs at a minimum. Come here and fill his volume balance on SPX. Yeah, looks to me like they might be targeting this now. Liquidity. So that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. I will do that now, Latonya. Latonya, I have a question. Do you want me to respond to that message through the personal message, or do you want me to, or would you prefer to me respond right now over voice, or would you prefer me to read that out in the event that someone else has that problem because it's a very generic question? Which one would you prefer me to do? It's up to you. You're the boss. You let me know. If you're like, nah, just tell me, then I'll tell you. Then I'll put it on mute. What do you want to do? Doesn't matter, she says. Okay. I only want to do what you feel comfortable doing, but this doesn't seem like a personal question because there's no personal advice. So I'll say it so that it can hopefully help someone else. So Latanya asks a question. Latanya says this. I'm going to paraphrase here. Latanya says, hey, I accidentally canceled one of my Apex Combine accounts. It is still listed on my account and is set to renew or cancel on October the 15th. Does that mean if I pass the Combine before it cancels, they will give me a funded for that account? Or is canceled and doesn't qualify for funding? I don't want to ask them in case they made a mistake. No. So what that means is this. If you canceled it and if it's still active, you can still trade on it. But what's going to happen is you have to pass that before October the 15th. Because what happens is if you pass it, so you have to pass it on actually October the 14th. Because so that they can send you the email. So when they send you the email, then you have to activate it before the 15th if you pass it. If you blow it and then October the 15th comes because you cancel it, then it's just going to be removed. So it just won't auto renew. So whatever you do with that specific account that you canceled, everything has to be resolved before the 15th. So you can still pass it right now, and then they'll still send you the activation email. It's just that you better activate it before the 15th. That's what that means. Yep. That's it. So that's for everybody else that's confused a little bit. No problem, Tanya. They're dumping this now. Hold on, who's that talking? Trump's talking right now. He was fashionably late. He was supposed to talk like 2 hours ago, but he's talking now. Trump's talking. Alert. Trump is live right now. That's why this market's trying to move digitally, as you can tell. It's starting to move weird.
I'm glad Trump be talking about the time I'm done making my money. His ass be doing dumb shit.
Yeah, man. You know, this market be doing dumb shit whenever he starts talking. Like, it just starts acting weird like how it's doing now. So I want to hear it, he says.
We got like, what, 2 hours, an hour and a half left in the market?
Yeah, 90 minutes. I'll let you know if he says something of importance, and then I'll put it on. He's talking about Israel now. shorts? Thank you, he says. Not yet. Trump is speaking. We got to wait to see how this market behaves.
Only reason why it's moving like that is dumping because it took out a liquidity zone, y'all. So you remember what he always say. Once it take out a liquidity zone, it start trying to hunt downside liquidity. So be mindful of that
Quadruple
too.
top.
But don't stay your welcome, cause Trump talking.
Yes. I've been alert when he's speaking. Him and Jerome Powell. I wonder what time hacks we got that I can tap into. What we got? Guys, we took 3 solid trades so far today. That's damn near what we got for today. Shit, I was just in half size. That's why I'm only up 250. Fuck. 210 time hack. Let me go to the time hacks channel inside Discord. Let me see.
Well, Tanya, what hour do I trade? Shit, I trade the hours of basically New York. Honestly, I trade the same. I just give my money at the beginning. Like they're in the danger zone. Like for real, for real. Cause before 10 o'clock, I feel like that's danger zone. So like I managed to scale in and get out around that time. That's the only reason why. And I feel like it's just more easier for me because I know at that point at 9:30, right? So like if it's close to a draw of liquidity that's trying to grab, it's another key thing I use. If it's already close to a liquidity or it's trying to grab already, like on the trade plan or something, I'm gonna line myself up to go try to take one of those targets out, either up or down. You get what I'm saying? So like that's just another little jewel that I use, just in case y'all wondering why how I get in and out. Because I always go to a liquidity pool as soon as the market open. If you notice, every day.
Hmm.
No problem. No problem.
What is going on? They just took this out up here. That's why they're going lower. Looks to me like NQ looks bearish.
ES is dumping.
Yeah, Trump is talking. I'm also looking at shorts rather. Mm. Hmm.
Hope y'all definitely get the overall trend was down for the whole time, y'all. So
Yes, correct.
don't get
This is
tricked.
the main draw on liquidity here. Oh my goodness gracious! What was that? Excuse me. Might be able to take a small long off of one of these, but NQ is looking like it's trying to dump though, man. I don't know about that one. NQ is looking like it's
ES
trying to
look like it's
dump.
trying to come to 606. I mean 706. That's what it look like it's trying to go to.
So what? 706. Yeah. NQ's looking like it's trying to dump, dog. hell? But it's a 15-minute busy here. We just flashed through. So I don't know about shorting that too. Hmm. Trump speaking. We bounce off this one and this 1-5 and this one. I don't know how strong that's gonna be though. Hmm.
Just bounce off of 15 off of ES too.
So when Trump usually talks, the market drops. No, the market just acts weird. Like they like to turn the computers off. So, so the trade probability, like all all trades get all trades get dropped a grade letter because the market tends to cease to be regulated. Like like the computer algorithm that's like booking and controlling this price, it gets wonky. So like it turns into what's called manual intervention a lot of times when he's speaking. Like they like to do weird things. That's why you gotta for sure be cautious and wait whenever he's talking. Hey, I bought 290 shares of Wolf. A a halt usually lasts about 5 to 10 minutes. Moon the Goon. 5 to 10 minutes. And then it'll open up at the next available price. God knows what they could do. We don't know. A circuit breaker usually lasts 5 to 10 minutes when they halt it. If it's a second or third circuit breaker, it'll be 10 to 15 minutes. And if they have to hold it for 3 or 4 minutes in a day, then they'll pause the trading for the entire day and resume tomorrow. Looks to me like this thing is trying to put up a fight here, but I'll be looking more so for a short here. Hold on right quick. If they bounce this, I'm gonna consider a short. Oh. Oh man, what was that? Let's do this here. Anyway, um, mhm. 1-5 Mississippi. If they bounces up in here, I'm gonna consider a short leg up in here. Quality of this trade, considering that we're damn near the LOD and Trump is speaking, C. Logic behind this trade, we just had a slight mini market structure shift here. Market structure shift slight whenever we took this out and then this out here. And then we took out this liquidity here. So they completed an objective here. But it's still a little bit more risky because it is the LOD. I mean, we damn near are at the LOD here. And ES looking like it. ES is looking like they might want to target this here. So if ES tries to target this, then it's going to mess up the entire quality of this trade
You
here.
got some more equal highs right there. That's where it go up, maybe
Yeah,
714.
exactly. Never mind. Never mind. I changed my mind. Because if they take this out, like if they take out these equal highs that are clear, this clearly looks like to me that they're trying to target here, then they're going to come here too. But NQ's pattern looks like it's trying to go lower here.
It's trying to go higher on NQ because it ain't took out that. It still ain't took out that 866 like I wanted to. It only wicked it on a 5 minute chart on my
But they
confirmation
took
level.
but they took it out here at 866. They took it out on the they took it out. They did right here. They took it out on this candle. They took it out here and they took out this and they took out this.
If you look
So they
on my
took out one,
five
two,
minutes
three.
though,
Huh?
on my 5 minute, so like if it was on my one, right, where I got the line on my 866 on my five, and they take it out yet like I wanted to.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying?
yeah. You talking about like with like
Would be
serious
the
power?
right. That would be the. This would be the actual one on the 1 minute,
Mm,
and that would be the one on the 5 minute. You get what I'm
mm.
saying?
So right now I'm at a decision zone for me. Do I short it whenever it gets up into here and manage my risk off of this SIBI, or do I long it and then be willing to add all the way up to here to this SIBI because I think that ES is trying to target this equal high and this here, or do I wait for ES to then take out this equal high and this, and then I look to see where NQ is at, and then if NQ has an inverse one of these, then I short it. That might be what I do. So I might wait for ES to take this out here. So I'm looking at this on the screen above me. So I might wait for ES to pop this and to take this out and to flash this up into here. And then when they do that, then I'll look and see where NQ is at, and then I'll short it. Because I don't want to tuck on Superman's cake when ES is trying to hunt liquidity. That was the reason that's why I won this trade here. Because there were people tugging on Superman's cape, even though NQ was looking like it was trying to dump, but ES was trying to go higher. So I might want to wait on that. So we'll see. Here. ES is there knocking on the door of taking all those equal highs that Murdoch was referencing. Huh. So we got to be on alert here. ES has these equal highs here. Got to be cautious. ES has these equal highs here, and ES has this liquidity here that they look like they might be trying to target, at least for the short term. But Trump's talking, so they could dump this at any given second. I don't know about these people. I got to keep my eyes on these people. I don't know. Got to watch them. They could do anything in this reality. Laws are going to be generational right now. How do you know that, Raul? Should I short? Should I close my shorty? My short? What are you looking at? How are you trading? I can't see your screen. Why are you not inside Discord? So I can see your screen so you can share it or so you can ask me questions. I can't answer trade setups from TikTok. How can I do that? When I don't know what you know and I don't know what you're trading off of. How can I do that, Ramon? I'm being honest, bro. I'm not trying to price gouge you for $29 every 90 days, but you get the point. How am I going to do that? Is this Apex? Yes. How can I do that? Longs are going to be generational right now, he says. Looks to me like NQ's trying to go lower, though. But the only reason why it's not dumping is because ES looks like it might be trying to take this out here. But I'm waiting. I'm actually waiting on ES to take this out so that I can short it. Because I think liquidity has a stronger precedence over anything. That's what I'm waiting on. I was waiting on ES to take this out, and that would align with NQ coming up into here or something like that, so that I could short it. But don't be fooled by these wicks though. Trump's speaking, so that's why they're doing that. But damn, they turn the computers off a little bit. Slight. Where be the liquidity? He says. I don't know. I'm gonna just short off one of these imbalances on up in here. They had already taken out the minor liquidity here, here, and here. The next liquidity on ES is these double equal tops and right here, as far as the next immediate. The major draw on liquidity though to the downside is this here. This is a major draw. The downside, but they could pump it up and then take this out and then go. So we got to be on alert. And the closer we get to the end of the day, the more likely that they're not going to take this out today. They might save it for tomorrow. Ain't nothing but an hour left in this day. Time flying by. Like Superman. Does anyone know how long he has been talking? Not long. What do you mean? How long I've been talking? You talking about making that point? How long I've been talking for what? Oh, you talking about Trump? Trump started talking on what candle was that? I think Trump started talking like right here or something. So about like 30 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, he started talking. Like right here on this candle. It was like one of those weird, wonky looking candles that came about. Or may have been this one. It was one of those weird, wonky candles that happened. I think it may have been this one. Liquidity sitting at 67.23. What? No. What are you looking at? Ain't no liquidity there. Liquidity is here, minor, here, minor, here, minor. Here, 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 external. Which is major. Major here. What you looking at? Where be the liquidity? Tiny Rhino says. Liquidity sitting at 67.23. He says LIKIDITTY. And he typed that 3 times. He spelled liquidity 3 times, so I'm not sure if it was just an autocorrect there, Tiny Rhino. But you typed that 3 times and you read that 3 times before you sent that in there. So yeah. If you're putting your life savings behind this and you're saying liquidity, then you gotta let me know now. I don't know. We know how it's spelled. I mean, he might know because he gave me numbers. But even then the numbers he gave me were wrong. So I just caught that error that he made. So I don't know what he was looking at. 67.23. Yeah, no. I don't know what he was looking at. There is no liquidity, no liquidity there. Liquidity.
He said liquidity.
Luke says liquidity.
Liquidity.
Liquidity. Lilith. Louis says Lilith. Liquidity. Interesting. Well, however you want to look at it. This ain't English class, so if you want to call it whatever you want to call it, just as long as you can read it, who cares? But he gave the wrong number anyway, so that's the only reason why I said he was wrong. But he can still be correct and then still not know how to say it. But that's fine. Who cares? Because this market don't care about nothing that you got going on or who you are. It only cares about can you read it. It's the most universal thing you've ever seen. Luckily, Epstein. That is true. That's getting kind of dangerous there. We don't want to say that. They'll ban us. Like Epstein. Failing English and math. Yep. Cass, how you doing today? You doing all right? How you living? Hey Jess, how you living? MBTG4F, how you living? Y'all doing all right? Thanks for interacting and laughing. Guys, even if I could just brighten your day a little bit or put a little bit of money in your pocket, that's all I'm trying to do. But I'm pretty sure most of y'all would prefer money be in your pocket. So that's all I'm trying to do as well. This is how are you? I'm doing all right, Louise. Or Lewis. Lewis or Louise. I'm doing all right. I'm good. Thank you, she said. Okay, hey. You doing all right, Jess? All right, good. Second. Second as in Lewis. So Luis is first and Lewis is second. Which one is it? Luis? I mean Lewis first or Luis second? Lewis. So it's Lewis. Okay, gotcha. It's Lewis. If it's Lewis, say yes. You said first, second. God. Maybe you need to join Discord so you can talk. Why switch them up? Is it Lewis? Yes or no? He's just laughing. Is it Lewis? Yes or no? Just say yes. No. So it's Luis. If it's Luis, say yes. Yes. Okay, gotcha, Luis. Gotcha. Perfect. All right. I'm Louis in French. It says Louis in French. Yeah, Louis. Louis Vuitton. Or you could or like if your name is Yves Saint Laurent, then you got a really fancy name. Laughing my butt off. Oh my God. Louis Vuitton. Louis Vuitton. Yves Saint Laurent, Louis Vuitton. Could you imagine saying that to somebody? Like the aura you would have if you walked up to a woman and she was like, "Hello, my name is Samantha. What's your name?" And you go, Yves Saint Laurent et Louis Vuitton. She'll be like, "Wait, what? What?" So you got a lucky, Louise. So even if I was like, even if your name is Luis and like you're just as American as all get out, like you're just, like you're American as all get out, born in the middle of Kansas, white guy, American soldier, white guy with a mullet, as American as all get out. I don't care. You better switch up your voice if a woman asks your name. You better not say Louis. You said it. You better say Louis Vuitton or Yves Saint Laurent et Louis Vuitton. Like you better say it like that. And she'll be like, "Wait, why you talk like that?" I said, "Oh, that's just my name. That's just my name." I'm just teasing, man. I'm just joking through some time distortion here. They're not doing nothing, Louis. It's Louis in French. Louis, yeah, Louis. Time distortion, rampant. Small 15-minute Sibby here. Maybe trying to engineer some liquidity to go lower, which is what I thought. Bro said Long's looking juicy. I don't know about that one. Looks like they're trying to dump this. You got to keep an eye out on these people here. They could do anything with this in this reality. Gotcha. Next time I go to the bar. There you go. Don't drink and drive, though. No drinking and driving, Luis. No drinking and driving. Look at that dump. Bearish, I think. They might try and flash this here. This is getting dangerous to the upside now. The risks are heavily skewed to the downside now. We got to be on alert here. They could do anything in this reality. Got to be on alert. Looks to me like they're trying to flash this now. If QQQ dumps 0.25%, they're going to fill this gap on SPY and SPX in one swoop. Bearish. That's why my sell button is on. They just didn't give me a short opportunity that I like. What you laughing at? What's so funny?
We can say, don't eat their ass alive.
Good short for you. 12 ticks. Good job. Yeah, I was looking at a short. So, but they went without me. I need me personally. I want them to come up into here. I was being greedy, guys. I get greedy before the trade, and then when I'm in the trade, I'm not greedy, as you can see.
I be feeling like I'm greedy, shit. Shit, I jump in that motherfucker when I see when I
But you
see
know
some
what you're
shit
doing to
for
manage
me.
your risk, though. You know
I
what
be
you're
feeling
doing.
like I'm greedy more than you. I feel like you more patient than me, shit.
Yeah, I'm very greedy. Well, here's the deal. Like, I'm greedy before I enter into the trade, as in like I need multiple levels of confirmation. Like,
Level of confirmation. Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
like I need them to get to where I wanted to accept it at. Like, yeah, you either gonna give it to me like this, or you know what? No, I'm not gonna take that deal. Like, that's just how I think. Now that is. And then like I'm not greedy when I'm in a trade because I go, ooh, did we get to my profit target? Oh yeah. Let me
So
not
I didn't even
readjust.
see those equal lows right here that it's trying to target to right here on NQ
Where?
at 824. That is targeting right now. I didn't even see that shit.
Oh, they swept that though just now.
They just swept it right now, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Look at that. They just
But it
tapped this
feels like it
15-minute
want to come
BIST
down
again.
some more.
They just tapped this 15-minute BIST again. This market looks like it's trying to slip itself. Trying to slip. Is that a 15-minute BIST here on our ES?
Yep. They haven't tapped into it yet.
The only reason why I'm going to mark this 15-minute BIST right here, respectively, is because we didn't inverse it just now. Because it's looking like it's trying to somehow put up a fight here. It's small, but I'm going to still put it there. Switch back over to a 1-minute time frame. This is at the LOD, so shorts here are a little bit more dangerous. They're less advantageous. Look at that. They might try and bounce this here at some point in time. We got to be on alert here. I'm on alert. Might consider a long now at this point. We're already damn near at a discount here. Now we just tapped to this 15-minute BIST again.
You still got them equal highs on ES and they ain't take
Yeah, I know, exactly. So, guys, I might try and take 25 ticks out of this half size here. I might try and take this. Take my chances on this. Hold on. Did ES tap into that 15-minute BIST? No, it did not. So they might come down into here, I'm going to be honest. They might try and do this. Like, they might use Trump to then reattack this here. They might try and do that. So I got to be on alert here. Hold on. I got to be on alert for this. Hold on. I'm looking at a potential long scalp for like 25 to 30 ticks, half size, third size. But Trump's speaking, so we got to be on alert here. They could do anything in this reality. Like, I might wait for them to do this. You know what? I think that's what I'm going to do. Looking at me like that's what they're trying to do at a minimum. So here.
I want them to go lower than that equal low, honestly, than they did with that wick.
They're not doing it. They're tapping this equilibrium that you got. They're doing that. Yeah, NQ's looking like it's trying to put up a fight now, but ES looking like it's trying to tap down in here. So if ES flashes this, taps it down in here and starts to show some strength, then I'm going to consider that long trade setup idea. And I'm going to see where we line up at as far as this is concerned. I'll let you know. What's going on with that? Oh, boy. Why me? I won my damn last probably 10, 12 trades in a row here, so shit. I'm starting to eclipse like that normal 90% threshold here, so I gotta be careful here. It's been a while since I took a loss, and like I usually only take a loss whenever Trump is speaking, or like it's like CPI, or it's like non-farm payrolls, which I don't trade, or FOMC. It's been a while, so I gotta be on alert, and I gotta be cautious for my damn self. So like this is what I'm looking at here. So I might want to wait a little bit here. I might want them to tap into this for me to consider a bounce here. So I'm gonna be a little bit more patient. Oh, excuse me. What was that? Because I'm just talking y'all through this in regards to how I'm thinking. Look at that. They're slipping it. Never mind. They're slipping this. Is Trump still talking? They tapped into it now. Now we'll see how this reacts. If they inverse this, then shit. We know that they're not trying to F with it. Bearish looks like to me. Look at that slip. 4-point volume imbalance to the downs to the upside. They're slipping it. They're damn near at that. Damn near at the LOD now. Someone with no patience would go head first on the long right now, he says. Chilo says, yeah. Yeah, they would. So they just inverse that. There's no bullish imbalances here on this market anymore at this point in time. So anything else at this point in time is speculative. The only possible upper draw on liquidity right now is that
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna
is that
touch
volume
that
balance.
honestly before I sweep all this down here.
There's 50 minutes left in this day. Hold on. I wonder if they're going to fill this gap here on SPX and use Trump to do it. Like they do it in one moon shoot. Like one ridiculous shot.
Yeah, that'd be a move.
If they inverse this here, they're going to do it. Oh, shoot. Trump's
Like it's target. It looked like it's targeted 649.
Hold on, guys. Trump is talking to Netanyahu and he's shaking his hand. Hold on. Stop.
Put on that shit.
Stop. Stop, guys. Stop. 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 Trump is walking up the stage now. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to do nothing. Stop. Because they might just use that as an excuse to shoot this. You said what, brother?
That shit's shooting down on XPX.
Where we at?
Targeting that 649. That's 647.
Hold on. They might do a liquidation break here because Trump just stopped talking. He just went off. They might do a liquidation break.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Look like what it's doing.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're doing a liquidation break right now.
Exactly what it's doing at the time when we fucking talking.
Yep.
That's crazy.
There's a volume imbalance here though, so I might play this. Hold on. But they're doing a liquidation break and we're at the LOD. We got to be cautious here. Hold on. I'm watching this. Excuse me, not QQQ. I'm watching this. Well, the volume imbalance is on QQQ, but I got it on my chart to the left, so I'm watching this though. There's a volume imbalance above. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Phone call. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. They came back and they filled this volume balance right here that I was looking at. $40 left in this day. Wonder if we should tempt fate with a potential long here. Did they inverse this? There's a 15-minute BISI here. I don't see any higher draws of liquidity here. At least immediate. So I don't know about trying to catch this knife here on this pullback. I'm just being honest. They might do one of them FU candles, he says. Yes, yeah. In gold, trailing my stop. Good job, Mama Trades. Proud of you. Stopped out at 215. Started with 5 micros. Added 5 more. Great job. Way to manage your risk. Good job. You go. You go, girl. Good, great job. Proud of you. Looks to me like they're dumping. Looks to me like they're dumping. They're right here. They might do a liquidation break and run this here. That's what seems to me. The liquidation break they might do here.
They definitely finna dump, bro. ES finna go to 701 for sure.
Yeah.
They
Yep.
finna dump through that for sure. Right now.
Yeah, this is the major drawn liquidity that I was referencing here. It's major. It's screaming this market's name. I don't know if I want to get in the way of that. They're now to within 0.1% of doing that. They could do this in one candle. Like in one decent candle, they can do that. If they flash this again, they are going to come there. So there is no reason to even be in a long right now. There's zero reason. There's no bullish imbalances here on this market. This 15-minute BISI, sure, it's there, but it's not going to close for another two more minutes. If they bounce it up in the air, then they could dump it for another 15 minutes. That's why trying to trade imbalances of long. That's why trying to day trade and manage your risk off of imbalances that take 15 minutes or an hour to close or a day or two to close makes no sense. Because they'll blow your account first before you know you're right or wrong. Peace. What's up, Playmaker? Good time to sell now? Why would you sell the LOD? Why would you short the LOD which is selling? Why would you do that? Wait for more confirmation. Never. So what am I looking at? New to this, he says. You're looking at the NQ futures, man, where you can buy one one mini for $1,000, but it equals $500,000 in leverage. Not many, user. Not many. What you need to be worrying about is hey, what's the success stories? That's what you need to be doing. And hey, are they learning? Are they actually learning how to properly read this market and navigate it correctly? That's what you need to be worrying about. Those are the questions that you need to be asking. Hey, what happened to the people that were blowing up their accounts like that? Where are they at now? And oh my goodness, if you ask me that question, oh, I got a lot to show you, boy. Whew. A lot to show you, boy. So much to show you.
Fucking
Man,
this
boy.
market up. This market cannot fuck with me. I'm telling y'all, dog.
Liquidation break. They're going to come here and fill this now. You need
All
to be
my
asking
alarms
the
going
question,
off. Hey,
can you read this market?
max.
Or can other people read this market that are following you? Because clearly they can. Where are their lives at now? I'm telling you. I had to put a guy on handcuffs. He just made 100. He just made 90,000 last week. And oh my goodness, it's so juicy for him. Because he can see it clearly now. I
y'all
can
see
see
that shit, y'all?
clearly now.
That
The
shit is
rain is
crazy.
gone. I can see clearly now. The rain is gone. I'm a terrible singer though, so excuse me. They're coming here to where this line is. You'll hear it, bing. Why? Because we can read where this market's going. Anyway, you can do the same thing for $11 a month, $29 every 90 days. You'll at least begin to have the wool pulled over your eyes. And then for $29 a month, you can join Discord and ask questions and show your screen live. Guys, long setups are completely invalidated. Guys, if they bounce this, don't be fooled. They're going to come there. But I doubt they do that. I think they just go down straight in a straight line. I'm going to be for real with you. Them slipping this now makes the most sense because I don't think they want people to participate in trying to fill this gap here. I think they're going to shoot this down lower.
XPS just filled the gap.
No, not yet. Close. SPX fills the gap here whenever they flash this here at this
What you
level.
got? What number? 643.
Close on the 59 359 candle is 64353. So they need to flash this 64353. 64353. So about right here. They need to flash this here. 317. Did SPY do it? No, SPY did not do it. No. They need to flash this.
Look like they about to though.
If they don't do that, guys, there's about a 90% chance that they flash this down here since they're here. It is about a 2% chance that they do not. It is about a 2% chance that they do not. Why would they not do that? I just think that they're fooling. Like, I don't believe those candles. I just think that this is a fool man show. Like, if they bounce this, then I'm gonna seriously consider a short here. But it's at the end of the day though. So they could do anything here. But we gotta be cautious here. Look at that liquidation break to the downside. Look at that FU candle to the downside and one candle, now they're bouncing it. Scammers. Look at that. What better CB? It's the LOD.
You got ES going to 690 on the next draw liquidity on the downside. Just to complete that order for the fill that gap, you think?
They just swept this miner here. That's why they're bouncing. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I don't want to be involved.
Think they gonna fill that gap?
I'm gonna be for real, bro. Yeah, bro. That's just what I'm thinking, bro. I don't want to be involved in no longs here until they at least complete a major objective. I would literally rather wait until the end of the day and then them just come up in here and then just do this tomorrow than for me to even consider a long right here and then they're teasing this gap fill. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, I just don't believe these people. Because I've just seen this market's behavior pattern too many times in order for me to go contrary to that. Because it's like a 2 to 5% chance that they don't fill this. So I don't want to bet against that. Like, especially when they come that close. Like, when they come that close, guys, normally speaking, what they do is like they'll do this, come here, and then they won't even give you a chance to short it. Then they'll just flash it down directly through, and then create mayhem, and then they'll bounce it like this. And then the other chances that they'll do is they'll do this, tease it, come here like this, shoot it up, and then go sideways like this, and then they'll come down back again in one candle. But like if they just do on like the 5% chance to where they just stop here, tease it like this without filling a gap at that close, and then they just bounce it straight up, and then they just do this, and they never come back for the rest of the day, then you just got to shake their hand. Then that means that you just miss out. It's okay. It means they just do some weird stuff. But that happens about 5% of the time that they do something like that. Trust me. I'm not being fooled by that. They're going to have to prove to me that they're not going to do this, but they only got 20 minutes left in this day to do that. So they're going to have to prove that to me, that they're not going to come back there. There's swept multiple levels of liquidity up in here. I might even be looking for a short.
Levels of liquidity. They slept multiple levels. Damn.
So yeah, a short is more so not really even my wheel well as of right now. And the long really isn't because there's a lower drawn liquidity. I'll consider a short like if they shoot it up here in a straight line. Otherwise, I'm really not trying to tempt fate after sweeping liquidity. It could be a fake out to the fake out. He says it's a hop off type of time. Yeah. Best that if you got some money, you just don't even trade for real. Just walk away and call it a day. I'm being honest with you. I wonder if they're gonna try and target this here. They just created a Bissy there off of this here. I wonder what they're getting ready to do here. If they pull us back into here, into this zone here, I
Look
wonder.
like it would have tapped into that what it did flush this move down. That's what it looked like to me because it ain't tapped to that one yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fresh little one it ain't tapped
Look
to
at
like
that candle. Wow. Why would they do that?
I won't trust that bullish one.
Nah. I'm not gonna short this. Right there. They're gonna have to like come up in the here for me to consider a short for real. I'm being for real. I don't trust them. 25,000 up, he says. 25,000. What do we have here on the for potential short entry? Maybe somewhere up in here in this zone here up in here. We'll see. They just inversed that bearish Sibi though. It's getting toward the EOD, which is the end of the day. So trade setups a little bit less likely. Gotta be cautious. This market can This market can act like a runaway freight train towards the end of the day. Because there's less time for trade setups to play out. So this market runs away like a freight train because it's knowing it's getting ready to close. Got to be on alert. I wonder if they're going to do like a liquidation break to the upside. Then I'll consider a short, but they got to go. Only trade I'm going to consider is if they do like a huge push to the upside up into one of these Sibbies up in here, and then I'll short it. I'll re-short it again. $324 timestamp is. Looks to me like they're trying to go higher on NQ. Sweeping that liquidity, shaking people out, scaring people.
Got those equal highs on ES.
Where?
They probably go take out.
You talking about up here?
The same ones at 714 that it never took out.
Yeah, never took out. Very well could be. If they get up in here, that's a very likely possibility. But I wonder if we could squeeze 25 ticks out before they do that. Excuse me. Bullish looks like. Shooting it. V-shaped recovery. Judas swing. Flip the market bullish. Look at that. They're tapping now into this 1 minute sippy. And the inverse of this. Look at that rejection of that 1 minute sippy that I was looking at. Look at that rejection. Wow. NQ did not like that. It did not. NQ did not like that. It did not like ES tapping into that 1 minute sippy just now. They might give us that liquidation break up in here or something. For us to short, they gotta go. I don't like this. I don't like this consolidation time distortion ordeal that they got going on here. I don't know about this. They might want to shoot this a little bit more. They might try and target this miner here. That would actually go perfect if they sweep this miner here, and if they tap into this here, that would actually go perfect. Now I think about it. Just strum up some liquidity, fill some orders to the upside. Like if they take that out and they come up in the here or something, and then they reject it and go lower. Now I'm just seeing that, and right here too. This line right here.
This is my last trade for the day, y'all.
I need them to shoot this. Go higher. I'm gonna short it. I want them to do a liquidation break. If they close it up here at 329, they're going to continue the momentum higher. I'm going to wait. Hold on real quick, guys. Hello? Hello. Sorry, guys. Quick phone call. Sorry about that. Hold on. Pulling it back. Damn. NQ's bearish in comparison to ES, like how I thought. So ES is trying to go higher, but NQ's trying to go lower for whatever reason. The only thing stopping this market from flashing is this 1 minute BISI here. But they might try and flash this down in there, so we got to be on alert. ES is trying to go higher again. And the 15-minute SIBI just formed bearish. I'm watching this here. I'm on alert. This is not good for NQ. Why is it not good for NQ? Because ES has not moved. The NQ's been dumping. So like if they complete this objective up here, and then if ES starts dumping, NQ's gonna flush through this floor. So I was trying to short it up into here, but who knows? What's ES doing? Is ES getting ready to target this up here? Looks to me. Bullish looks like. Hold on, what the? Oh, never mind. I thought that was Trump talking again. ES just took out that liquidity that I was looking at. ES is going higher now. Whoa. So ES just took out that liquidity and tapped into a 1 and a 5 minute SIBI here on that push up. I don't know about this. We down there at the LOD too, so I don't know about shorting this too. But I damn sure don't know about longing this after ES just did what it did and NQ's looking bearish like this. Not unless they just flip NQ bearish, bullish randomly, which they could do. They could do anything. But what I got up here to manage my risk outside of, but we didn't even sweep this, which I thought that they were going to do. Why wouldn't they do that? 334. Will they take this out? Potentially. Gotta watch. Look how bullish ES is behaving. SPY, ES, SPY, SPX, all same thing. Look how bullish. Doubt that they fill that gap today. They'll leave it for tomorrow, which is okay. Looks like we're shooting up. They might do another liquidation break. Look at that Judas swing that they just did. Non-stop. Bullish, squeeze, dump, reversal. So it's no longer going to that circle that you had. It would if it was 2 or 3 hours ago, but it's not. It's towards the end of the day. So what they just showed us here on this is clearly telling us that they're not trying to do that. 5% chance. They're not doing that anymore, you see. It's towards the end of the day. We got 20 minutes left on this day. 350 macro. Yeah, but 350 macro is meant for like internal liquidities. About to pump. Possibly maybe target this for the 350 macro. Let me see here. They might try and target this liquidity here. So I might be willing to add up in here, and I might go half size here in order to target 25 ticks. 50 ticks here. Looks to me like this thing is trying to gain some strength here. Look at that. Judas swing. My goodness. Are they trying to target this equal highs here? Hold on real quick.
That's what it looked like to me.
Sorry about that phone call. Look at that break to the upside. Look what NQ's doing. NQ has this here. But NQ feels heavy, but it still has this here. So if you short this, you're going against this liquidity that they're clearly trying to target potentially. Even though ES is going up in a straight line after that Judas swing here. Going against this going against this new trend that they've established here. Kind of dangerous. 337. Should I short this before they take this out? Or maybe should I wait and then we tap into a 15-minute BISI? I'm a 15-minute SIBI, then I short it. But it's at the end of the day. Gotta be cautious here. This was a shakeout, looks like. Can you ask what Murdoch what his FVG settings are? They're inside Discord, Husky Trades. They are inside they're inside the indicator section inside Discord. The most recent post, you'll see it, Husky Trades. You can see it yourself. He posted a screenshot of it. And I posted a screenshot of the same indicator that I got with my settings. Because my transparency on this is a little bit lighter. So like my transparency is just a little bit more because his is just a little bit more darker. But then the indicators are the same. No? It's the same thing. It's inside Discord. It's called the Trading View Indicators channel in Discord. Looks to me like this is what they're targeting as of right now. Maybe when they sweep that, then I'll consider a short, because that'd be perfect as far as ES shooting this up in here, taking this out, and then giving us a pullback. That might be our EOD trade here. Look at that green shoot. They're filling orders up here now, and they're going now. Bullish looks like. Here. EOD trade incoming, he says. About the pump, he says. Yeah, close. NQ is still feeling bearish. It's just feeling heavy, but they might try to target this here. This is what I'm looking at. And then they might use ES to liquidate everybody and shoot it up in here in one shot and then pull it back. That's what I'm looking at here. I think now that since they're here already that they're going to come here, I would probably say it's a 95% certainty that they're going to come here. Even though that this is bearish. It has, even though it's trying to go lower, they might just pop that real quick. That's what I'm thinking. But I don't want to chase it necessarily. It's about a 1-0 because really the closest thing for me to manage my risk safely is here. But it's about a 95% certainty they're going to come here. 98% certainty now at this point in time because they just took this out here. They're tapping into this 15-minute SIBI now, but that doesn't mean anything. They'll flash this first before they do that. So 98% certainty. 99% certainty. The only 1% that has my mind puzzled a little bit, not puzzled, is that they're tapping into a 15-minute SIBI now. They just overtook it in one shot. So they weren't able to hide that liquidity that I was looking at earlier. They gave us a pullback, but that was it. They weren't able to hide that. So they took that out in one shot. So you need to have been out. I'm looking at Murdoch's screen. He was in that trade. Oh, Murdoch ended it? Okay.
Yeah, I had got up. I'm about to get ready for work.
All right, my boy. Be safe.
But I'm still listening and shit.
All right,
It's still going up. It's going to those equal highs. That's on ES.
That's exactly what they're targeting right now on ES. And they might just do this in one shot.
And then you could have basically managed your risk, is creating a bullish imbalance right now, right here at 88.25. So like, when you get a pullback or an equilibrium at, you can manage your risk to take out this next internal.
Exactly. Chilo says, I took that. Probably should have held, he says. But a win is a win, he says. Okay. They're coming here, it looks like. And they might just do this in one candle. So we got to be on alert. Looks to me like they're trying to hurt a lot of people here. And they might shoot that, and that might coincide with them taking this up in here. A liquidation break to the upside, Jupiter swing, and then they'll reverse it.
like they trying to target 852 on NQ on the upside for the next time upside miner.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Get that. They took this out that I was looking at. I think that I might try and scale into a short here. Slightly. That's what I'm
Because if
looking
they
at.
take out if they take out those equal lows, equal highs on ES at 714, they're gonna take out that 715 too.
Mm-hmm.
There's some liquidity right there, and then they also gonna take out that 716.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gonna also tap into a 15 after that.
There's a 1 minute BISI here that was just formed. Hmm. Look at this. Look at that break. Tapped into this 5 minute city here.
They shot ES straight up in a straight line.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They absolutely did, my brother. 343. Timestamp. I really don't like taking trades at this late in the day, but they're making it juicy. They're definitely making this juicy here. But I don't like taking trades at the end of the day. Power hour juicy, yeah. But I'm trying to understand like what liquidity I can target here. Because I don't want to just short just to short, but we are tapping to a 15-minute SIBI here after taking out that miner that I was looking at. So the reason onto why I wanted to enter to the trade was just taken.
It's going up to that. So it's some liquidity on ES, right? That's trying to target. So your next probably bet would be the next probably imbalance on NQ to probably target.
Yeah.
Upside.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a drawn liquidity lower here for NQ, but I mean like really we have this, but this is at
really ain't too much, really.
Really ain't too much because that's at the LOD. It's like there ain't really too many downside liquidity targets, but there's so many upside. There's so
Actually,
much
it
upside.
just created. Honestly, I'll take that back. They just created two. So you do got some structure at the bottom, going up on the upside on NQ. So you got some structure right there on 800 on NQ, right? That's your one structure. Then you got your other structure right here at 785. So that's your two structure that you can use. Then it just did a change of character, right? So that then it just created a 5 minute fair value gap. So right there gave you another structure right there for the upside of target. Into that 5 minute, that'd be your target right there, your 5 minute FEG. Get out right there before tapping to it. That's what I say.
Yeah. I think that I'm gonna wait until ES takes out these equal highs here. Like I need them to sweep this, and then I'll look to see exactly where that puts NQ at, and I'll consider a short off of one of these imbalances up in there. I don't want to short this right here, especially not at the EOD. The end of the day, we'll see. But I want them to take this out on ES right now, and I want them to go up now. Hmm. Hmm. So the drawn liquidity on ES is keeping me out of this trade on NQ. So ES is flipping NQ bullish right now because ES is trying to take out these equal highs here and possibly flash his VWAP and potentially come into here. I would probably say it's within a 90% certainty that they're going to do this. 95 now that they're going to take that out.
Hey, what would you rate that trade I just basically just set up right now that is taking place on NQ?
What, you in it right now?
No, no. I'm saying if I would have took it, I told you I would have managed my risk off that 1 minute, right, and then tapped into it and created a five. So that one right there would have took it to that five that it's tapping into right now.
I would probably say about a C at best. The reason why is because there's a 15-minute Sibi here, and NQ up until the last minute was displaying a bearish signature pattern in conjunction to ES. So NQ was looking like it was trying to go lower. So so at best, you just had a higher drawn liquidity for ES, like right up in here. So I probably wouldn't say D or F, but that's because you had a higher drawn liquidity. So that was clear. And then also it was a C because you were willing to manage your risk to within one of these bissies here. But so that upgraded the quality of the trade. But I just don't like. I just me personally, for me, I just don't like starting a position into a 15-minute Sibi. And whenever I'm feeling like NQ's trying to go lower, so ES just took this out, and they might actually want to come here. So like they finally took out these equal highs here. So I'm gonna wait another minute. 350 macro is getting ready to come up in about 30 seconds. So I actually might wait for the 350 macro to play out. I don't know. We're getting ready to see. So like they might shoot. They might use 350 macro to shoot this past this here. So we got to be on alert for that. So I might actually wait for that. Like I just keep on updating this information as like this thing comes through here. So like if they flash that for that 350 macro, I might even wait another minute into it. But then by the time that happens, there's 5 minutes left in the day. So should I risk all my profits? Probably not. So they took out this liquidity here for this 350 macro. There's another drawing liquidity here. So guys, for this 350 macro within the next 10 seconds, I expect them to probably do a flash like this and like an indecision doji candle here. There's going to be a huge influx of volume in about 5 seconds. So best to watch. 2, 1, flash. They took it out. They flashed it. Just like how I thought. So they flashed it. Huge indecision candle, ran it. Now we'll see exactly what they're getting ready to do. Yep, and there was a dodge. Yeah. Huge indecision candle. He said, I was about to say that too. AC says, yes. Huge indecision candle. They ran it and they took out and they took it out both, just like how I thought. Indecision candle. What's this candle looking like? What did I say? Huge indecision candle, and they ran it. Now look at this candle. Remember when I said this? Something like that? Indecision candle? That's what they're doing. But they used 350 macro to flash it and to run it. Now they can go lower for this 350 macro. I might play this 350 macro to the downside really quickly. They just flashed it and they tapped into this. They flashed it and they tapped into this 5-minute Sibi up here. I might try and short this for 25 ticks to the downside with this 350 macro here. Hold on.
Order submitted.
I shorted the 350 macro just now. Just trying to get 25 ticks to the downside here. NQ is looking kind of bearish. So I'm in a short right now, and I'm trying to play 25 ticks here to the downside. Quality of this trade is about a C because there's like 5-10 minutes left in this day here. But they just ran this liquidity up here on ES, so I just want to see them slightly pull this back here. I just want to see them do that here. So I'm in a short right now for 25 ticks to the downside, and then like when this trade hits, if it does hit, then you know what, guys? Then I'm just done for the day. That'll be that. So they need to hit this right now.
Order filled.
Okay, I'm done for the day.
Saucy. I like that.
Perfect. Perfect small little example. The 350 macro half size. Done for 25 ticks. Done. They did exactly what I said that they were going to do. Look at this indecision candle. They flashed it, showed you like an indecision, ran this liquidity here. Now they're going to run it down to the downside more than likely. Trade done. If you're not out of the trade, then you know, hold on real quick, guys. I gotta call my brother. Hold on. Yo, he's outside, bro. Yeah, yeah. Just put. Yeah. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Wrap it up in something. Wrap it up in something like a plastic bag or something like that, and just hand it to him. Do it right now. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I was on the phone with my brother, so I got to order my mom's key over here to my house through this Uber thing, and so yeah, so that I could take her to a locksmith because her key not working. Anyway, took that trade. Appreciate it, Murdoch. Oh, good job, Jose. Hey, did anyone take that trade? Did anyone take that trade with me? Like how I walked you through that trade exactly, and now they're targeting lower levels of liquidity out of the 350 macro. Bianca says yes. Kay says I did. All right, guys. I think that's it. I think that's it. What trade? Luciano. Bro, I just literally, bro, I literally walked you through the 350 macro trade. What do you mean what trade? Well, dude, it lasted 15, 20 seconds, but I called it out and I walked it. That's why you got to pay for the knowledge so you can understand what's going on. Guys, you have to understand what this market's doing. If not, then I'm sorry. Guys, this shit ain't bullish no more. They are taking out the liquidity to the downside. So it's over with. It's over with. It's cooked. How do I sign up for Discord? The link's in my bio. Then you can learn how to read this market like us, and then it can be you. I did second by second, Ivan says. Yeah, second by second. I walk you through it second by second, and they did exactly what I said that they were going to do. I said that there was going to be a flash here, and I was going to wait for them to flash this, take out this, and then take this out. Look what they did. They took it out to the tick, and they gave you an indecision candle right here, and then they dumped it. And I was only trying to get 25 to 30 ticks out of it. That was it. So I shorted it. I'm sorry. Yeah, they flashed it here, and they took out this high here, like how I said it they were going to do on the 350 macro right here on the timestamp. Huge inflow of volume in order to try and fill orders. And then I gave you this indecision candle here, slight indecision candle. And then they reversed it. Why? Because they have filled the orders here and here. Here and here, they filled these orders. And they went up here in a straight line in order to liquidate everybody and get people off guards. Now they're just going to dump it and just do sideways time distortion for like 5 minutes until the end of the D. $11 a month will get me into your Discord? I'm ready to learn and progress. Welcome, young Padawan. You are. That's Yoda. Yeah, it's $11 a month for the knowledge and community page for you to understand. So you still have to read that page. It's 3 pages. And they got some links in there and stuff like that and FVG playlists so you can begin to understand. Because you need to at least study and put some, just study a little bit. But it's very simple, man. We're just stripping trading down to its chrome. All of that complicated, weird shit, we don't do that. Or, well, I don't do that. Well, you can do that if you want to. But you can still make upwards of $15,000 to $25,000 a day doing this. With showing how I'm doing. But if you're trying to make $150,000 to $200,000 in a day, then yeah, you're gonna have to structure your trades and do the complicated stuff, trail, average in, and do all those things and let runners run. But with this, you can make $15,000 to $25,000 a day, and that's just what we're showing. Or you can be like AC, who was blowing up his accounts beforehand, and he made $2,000 before he had to go to work, and he made like $90,000 last week. So that can be you. But you got to learn, though. You got to be willing to submit yourself to the process for at least a month and a half, almost 2 months of learning if you don't know anything, depending on how far away you are. But he just started trading in like April, and he staked me out for 2 months first. And then he joined, and then he gave it like a month and a half, 2 months. So it's just now starting to pay off for him. But that can be you. But Discord is $29 per month after the $11 a month. It's $29 per month or $75 every 3 months. It's up to you. The link's in my bio, though. You just click the blonde-haired kid with the cartoon character with the eyes. You know what I'm saying? So $11 a month will get you to understand. Like you'll begin to understand and have a baseline understanding, slight. But the $20 a month, in order to master trading stuff, you got to be inside Discord. And to understand the models and have some of the models that's not inside the knowledge community page, that's inside Discord, and the time hacks and the eval instant pass and the 800 catalog book section, which you really don't need because you don't need no books. It's not 70 years ago. So anyway, guys, that's it for today. There's just 2 minutes left. That was it. And so that was the play on the 350 macro right there. They swept that liquidity and I shorted it. Just for 25 ticks, just to get out, because it's the end of the day. It's end of the day. Yeah, learning you are. Learning you are. That's AC talking to you, Lucy. Nuke. That's AC. That's what I was talking about. Learning you are. You must unlearn what you have learned.
Still much to learn you have.
You must unlearn what you have learned.
Anyway, guys, another good day. Not bad. All right. Did anybody else take that 350 macro trade? Who did? With us. Second by second, he says. Yep. I did. Keith says, good job. Bianca says, I did. Good job. L says, yes. L, you've been hitting it on the head today because you've been copying all my trades. Made a quick little 200. Good job, he says. All right, I took it, Ivan says. AC says, yes, sir. Took that trade. Appreciate it, Murdoch. Yeah, thank you, Murdoch. Mm-hmm. Good job. 350 macro. Yes, ma'am. I seen it. Shay, did you take that 350 macro trade? Because you asked for the 350 macro and I talked you through that. Did you? Chilo says, I took it. Good job. Let's blow the horn for everybody. At least we're able to get something. Oh, so you took the 350 macro trade, Shay. You weren't going to say nothing until I asked you, huh? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, girlfriend. But I did something dumb right before. So, oh, okay. Oh, that's why. Okay, it's all right. Nothing wrong with that. It's all right. It's okay. Well, we'll learn from it. It's all right. Dumb. What was dumb? Slow grind today and took one trade on my funded just to get my win and loss out of the way. No problem, Chilo. Keep working. Keep grinding, my brother. Learning you are. Thank you, wise one. Whenever I see Yoda, bro, I read everything in his voice, bro. It's absolutely hilarious how he talks. How he like mixes up his adjectives or whatever it is. Oh my goodness, look at that AOD pump. I was up 1,300 for the day and decided to continue trading and lost a lot. How much did you lose? Be honest. Honesty is the best policy. Because you know we only going to help you improve for the next time. How much did you lose? I want to cry. 1K. Oh, so you had a $2,300 swing. So you were up 1,300 and then you lost 1,000. So which means a $2,300 swing. What were you doing in between them? Was this your live cash account or was this your your funded account or a demo? Live account or funded or demo? So that I can know how to I was hoping Nikki was gonna keep dropping. It didn't. Funded. So you so how far away are you from blowing that account? Because that was a $2,500 loss swing that you took. How far away are you from blowing it? I popped in once you were explaining it. Just started my eval account today, so I'm up 185 towards the goal, Key says. Okay, good job, Key. I mean, I'm still up for the day. Oh, not bad. Okay. Yeah, well, if it's with Apex, though, they still going to penalize you, though. You still up for the day after losing 1,000. However, sick about my profits being lost. Yeah. Yeah. That's the risk you play whenever you're shortening the hole. That's why I don't short the hole, you know. And then you really should have been out where the market could begin to hurt you at, which was right here on this sweep here. Hold on right quick. Hello? Sorry, guys. That was my mama. So, yeah. I should have been out once I made my 1K for the day. So how much did you make today then? So you was up 13. How much did you make? What funded account are you trading with, Shay? That ain't too bad. Okay, that ain't too bad, Shay. Top Step. Okay, yeah. Top Step got that trailing drawdown. I mean the end of day drawdown. You good. If it was an Apex, that would be a little bit more dangerous. Different rules. Okay, good job. Let's bounce back tomorrow though, Shay. Good job. Welcome aboard. Shay just joined a few days ago. I know with trading money doesn't matter, but did you say someone made 90K in one day or a month last week? He was the dude that was blowing up the accounts, and I had to tell him to stop. He was blowing up the accounts, and I had to tell him to stop because he didn't know what he was doing. And so now he sees it. He's the guy that says sensei. Talking about Naruto, but you get the point. Serious. Yeah. It was his largest week last week. And he was the guy earlier where I took that one trade, like right here, and I got out here. He sold it right here on the next minute candle. He waited another 60 seconds. He was like, damn, I just made 2,000 off that trade. All right, man, I'll catch you later. I'm gonna go to work now. And he made $2,000 before work, and he hopped off. And that was him again right here. As you can see right here, this is him again. He says, good job, Shay. Keep learning. This is him talking in Yoda. And he says, made a quick little 200 off that 350 macro in between going to work. So there you go. There we go. That's him. He was blowing up the accounts. I had to tell him to stop because he didn't know what he was doing. But he staked me out for a month and a half, and he still kept blowing accounts. He was like, man, you know what? I give up. I give up. $11. Downloaded the app and signed in. So I go through the pages you have set up. So I paid $11. Yeah. Go to page 1, and then Discord will be on page 1, and you can join Discord from there. And then we'll see you in there. You can say hi like everyone else did. But you got to read page 1 to get to click the link for Discord. But if you got an Android phone, then the hyperlinks aren't going to work. You got to do it from your browser on your phone. You got to put the actual URL in. That's why it's there. It still gives you the option. But if you're on an iPhone, then you can just click the link and it'll pop up. And you just pay the $29 to join Discord, and you sign up for the monthly, or you can do the 3-month, and then you pay like that. But since you paid the $11, then that means you got to pay monthly, which is okay. Or you could have paid $28, $29 for 3 months for the Knowledge of Community page. But you still can't escape that. So when you join Discord, sure, like you can hop on with us and you can talk with us. But if you don't know what's going on, I suggest you read it. But you got to follow the instructions and at least start reading the pages, for sure, pages 2, before you really start to begin to ask questions, because it literally says, do not ask questions inside Discord if you haven't watched this playlist. And it's like four videos on there. They're like 10 minutes long. You got to study. That's it. Beautiful. Okay, I understand. Okay, good. We'll see you. Then you can join us. And then begin to understand. Great job. All right, guys. We got to sort of kind of cut this here. Not a bad day. What's this? Profits. Maybe tomorrow I request a small payout to get these accounts back to break even. Maybe double my money. Got to put another okay day in tomorrow. We'll see. So tomorrow we got to take it light. Or normal, rather. Half size. Discord can see my whole screen. I do that. Request a small little payout. We'll see. Because I took a drawdown for more than $1,000, so like I might want it to reset. So I don't know if they're going to approve me or not. So I might just want to get that out the way. Sensei, join us. You will join us. You will learn. Learn, you must. Yeah, they will. Yes, sir. Anyway, guys, I'll be there soon. Still vetting. Still vetting. You've been watching me trade now for a while. She is cold, but okay. No problem. You can watch. Still vetting. You're going to stake me out for that $11. You're going to do that. But it's okay. I got people that stake me out for months for the $11. But then they got no idea we're putting thousands of dollars behind the market and blowing thousands of dollars and giving it to the prop firms. And they don't know what they're doing because they don't have an instructor. It's crazy how that works. People won't pay for education, and that's something that's clearly proven and that works for a fraction of the cost. But then they will trade their real money, and then when they blow up or when they have nothing, then miraculously, then they have an inclination to want to learn. Why not learn with the money in your pocket? Having to blow up or lose everything you have to learn is one of the most insane things. It's lunacy almost. Anyway, I'll be there. Unemployed at the moment. Okay, take your time. She is cool. Don't rush this then. Learn for free. I respect that. I respect you for saying that. Then you need to learn then, yes. Because you need just a little bit of spending money in order to really capitalize on this. So the knowledge community page is super inexpensive, sure. But you need at least a few $100 to buy an eval. To when after you learn, you pass it and then you activate. It's like $140, something like that. So you need at least that. So keep on learning though. I'm just giving you a hard time. We'll see you here tomorrow though. Does your strategy work for Asia and London markets? Too busy at work during the day to trade New York government. Yep. There's people in here that trade Asia with us inside that trade in here for Asia now. It works, but you just got to look at the different levels of confirmation because the 15-minute BISIs don't really hold up the same during Asia and London like how they do during New York. But the same concept still applies. But the time hacks don't apply because like the 1150 macro, you just got to look at the time hacks during those specific hours. But it's because the time hacks are really mostly during New York. But other than that, yeah, it's still the same. Liquidity still the same. But you better be willing to sit inside of a trade for like 3 or 4 hours during Asia, and 4 or 5 hours during Asia, and at least 2 or 3 hours at least during London, and the market not move. That's why I don't like trading it. That's just me. Anyway, guys, like how I always say, if you made money today, great job. Proud of you. If you lost money today, it's okay. Journal what happened. Learn, and then show up, and we'll be here tomorrow ready to tackle this market again. If you blew up the account, you need to ask yourself, do you know what you're doing? Where are you getting your strategies from? Do you have an instructor? Is he willing to talk you through things like this? Because if not, then what are you doing? Or are you still doing those trading strategies from Reddit? That's probably why you're blowing up the accounts. Because you're trying to do what 95% of other traders are doing, and they're not successful. They're not good losers. You got to be a good loser to be successful at this. So that's what you need to ask yourself. Hey, am I trying to cheap this out? Then that's probably why you're losing. Because that was me, so I can say that. Then you need to pay for the knowledge, because the only way for you to understand how to master this market is through knowledge. You won't be able to do it any other way. I'm sorry, there's no way around it, but it has to be the right knowledge, though. All right? So that's very important. That's very key. Anyway, life is very, very, very hard, and it's not super easy to make money here. It's not. But it'll be very simple once you understand what we're doing, and you just give yourself a small probationary period, like any job would, and then you can make 10 times what a doctor's make, with 10 times what a doctor makes in a day, from your computer in like an hour or less, like how we're doing, right? So yeah, you can do that, but it's up to you. But you gotta learn first. But hey, what's a few months? When doctors go to school for 8 to 12 years sometimes, and they're still learning, and then they only make $300 or $400 or $500 a day. What's a few months when you can make $5,000 in like 5 minutes here with this? Once you understand what's going on, and you get a grip. But hey, who the hell am I talking, right? Anyway, life is very hard. So I always say this to everybody, because most people don't hear this because life is hard. And they get caught up in their own everyday lives. So listen here. This is very important. And I mean this. I seriously do. I love you. And it's okay. If you're going through something hard in life, it's okay. If you're unemployed, that's okay. If you're homeless, it's okay. I used to be homeless too. But it's okay. And I promise you'll get there. And you'll accomplish it. But you got to learn first. You got to seek out the knowledge. That's the most important thing. And you got to consistently keep showing up. So I love you, and it's okay, and we'll be here live tomorrow at 9:35 on TikTok and 9:15 in the morning from Discord, okay? So, all right, guys. Peace. Great job today. Proud of you.